Chapter 1, Book 4, Republican Governments. More especially those imperfectly organized, frequently change their rulers and the form of their institutions, not by the influence of liberty or subjection, as many suppose, but by that of slavery and license, for with the nobility or the people, the ministers respectively of slavery or licentiousness, only the name of liberty is in any estimation, neither of them choosing to be subject either to magistrates or laws. When, however, a good, wise, and powerful citizen appears, which is but seldom, who establishes ordinances capable of appeasing or restraining these contending dispositions, so as to prevent them from doing mischief, then the government may be called free, and its institutions firm and secure. For having good laws for its basis and good regulations for carrying them into effect, it needs not, like others, the virtue of one man for its maintenance. With such excellent laws and institutions, many of those ancient republics which were of long duration were endowed. But these advantages are, and always have been, denied to those which frequently change from tyranny to license, or the reverse, because, from the powerful enemies which each condition creates itself, they neither have nor can possess any stability. For tyranny cannot please the good, and license is offensive to the wise. The former may easily be productive of mischief, while the latter can scarcely be beneficial. In the former, the insolent have too much authority, and in the latter the foolish, so that each requires for their welfare the virtue and the good fortune of some individual who may be removed by death, or become unserviceable by misfortune. Hence, it appears that the government which commenced in Florence at the death of Giorgio Scali in 1381 was first sustained by the talents of Maso degli Albizzi, and then by those of Niccolò da Uzzano. The city remained tranquil from 1414 to 1422, for King Ladislaus was dead, and Lombardy divided into several parts, so that there was nothing either internal or external to occasion uneasiness. Next to Niccolò da Uzzano in authority were Bartolomeo Valori, Neroni di Nigi, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, Neri di Gino, and Lapo Niccolini, the factions that arose from the quarrels of the Albizzi and the Ricci, and which were afterwards so unhappily revived by Salvestro de' Medici, were never extinguished, for though the party most favored by the rabble only continued 3 years, and in 1381 was put down still, as it comprehended the greatest numerical proportion, it was never entirely extinct, though the frequent balias and persecutions of its leaders from 1381 to 1400 reduced it almost to nothing. The first families that suffered in this way were the Alberti, the Ricci, and the Medici, which were frequently deprived, both of men and money, and if any of them remained in the city, they were deprived of the honors of government. These oft-repeated acts of oppression humiliated the faction and almost annihilated it. Still, many retained the remembrance of the injuries they had received, and a desire of vengeance remained pent in their bosoms, ungratified and unquenched. Those nobles of the people, or new nobility, who peaceably governed the city, committed 2 errors, which eventually caused the ruin of their party. The first was that by long continuance in power, they became insolent. The second, that the envy they entertained toward each other, and their uninterrupted possession of power, destroyed that vigilance over those who might injure them, which they ought to have exercised, thus daily renewing the hatred of a mass of the people by their sinister proceedings, and either negligent of the threatened dangers, because rendered fearless by prosperity, or encouraging them through mutual envy. They gave an opportunity to the family of the Medici to recover their influence. The first to do so was Giovanni di Bici de' Medici, who, having become one of the richest men and being of a humane and benevolent disposition, obtained the supreme magistracy by the consent of those in power. This circumstance gave so much gratification to the mass of the people, the multitude thinking they had now found a defender, that not without occasion the judicious of the party observed it with jealousy, for they perceived all the former feelings of the city revived. Niccolò da Uzzano did not fail to acquaint the other citizens with the matter, explaining to them how dangerous it was to aggrandize one who possessed so much influence, that it was easy to remedy an evil at its commencement, but exceedingly difficult after having allowed it to gather strength, and that Giovanni possessed several qualities far surpassing those of self-stoked. The associates of Niccolò were uninfluenced by his remarks, for they were jealous of his reputation and desired to exalt some person by means of whom he might be humbled. This was the state of Florence, in which opposing feelings began to be observable, when Filippo Visconti, second son of Giovanni Galeazzo, having, by the death of his brother, become master of all Lombardy, and thinking he might undertake almost anything, greatly desired to recover Genoa, which enjoyed freedom under the dogiate of Tommaso da Campofagosa. He did not think it advisable to attempt this or any other enterprise till he had renewed amicable relations with the Florentines, and made his good understanding with them known, but with the aid of their reputation he trusted he should attain his wishes. He therefore sent ambassadors to Florence to signify his desire. Many citizens were opposed to his design, but did not wish to interrupt the peace with Milan, which had now continued for many years. They were fully aware of the advantages he would derive from a war with Genoa, and the little use it would be to Florence. Many others were inclined to accede to it, but would set a limit to his proceedings, which, if he were to exceed, all would perceive his base design, and thus they might, when the treaty was broken, more justifiably make war against him. The question having been strongly debated, an amicable arrangement was at length effected, by which Filippo engaged not to interfere with anything on the Florentine side of the rivers Magra and Panara. Soon after the treaty was concluded, the Duke took possession of Brescia and shortly afterward of Genoa, contrary to the expectation of those who had advocated peace, for they thought Brescia would be defended by the Venetians, and Genoa would be able to defend herself. And as in the treaty which Filippo made with the Doge of Genoa, he had acquired Serezana and other places situated on this side, the Magra, upon condition that he would be given to the Genoese. They should be given to the Genoese. It was quite palpable that he had broken the treaty, and he had besides entered into another treaty with the legate of Bologna in opposition to his engagement respecting the Panaro. These things disturbed the minds of the citizens and made them, apprehensive of new troubles, consider the means to be adopted for their defense. The dissatisfaction of the Florentines coming to the knowledge of Filippo, he, either to justify himself or to become acquainted with their prevailing feelings, or to lull them to repose, sent ambassadors to the city, to intimate that he was greatly surprised at the suspicions they entertained, and offered to revoke whatever he had done that could be thought a ground of jealousy. This embassy produced no other effect than that of dividing the citizens. One party, that in greatest reputation, judged it best to arm, and prepare to frustrate the enemy's designs, and if he were to remain quiet, it would not be necessary to go to war with him, but an endeavor might be made to preserve peace. Many others, whether envious of those in power, or fearing a rupture with the Duke, considered it unadvisable so lightly to entertain suspicions of an ally, and thought his proceedings need not have excited so much distrust. That of appointing the 10 and hiring forces was in itself a manifest declaration of war, which, if undertaken against so great a prince, would bring certain ruin upon the city without the hope of any advantage. For possession could never be retained of the conquests that might be made, because Romagna lay between, and the vicinity of the church ought to prevent any attempt against Romagna itself. However, the views of those who were in favor of war prevailed, the Council of 10 were appointed, forces were hired, and new taxes levied, which, as they were more burdensome upon the lower than the upper ranks, filled the city with complaints, and all condemned the ambition and avarice of the great, declaring that, to gratify themselves and oppress the people, they would go to war without any justifiable motive. They had not yet come to an open rupture with the Duke, but everything tended to excite suspicion, for Filippo had, at the request of the legate of Bologna, who was in fear of Antonio Bentivogli, an emigrant of Bologna at Castelpoli, sent forces to that city which, being close upon the Florentine territory, filled the citizens with apprehension, but what gave everyone greater alarm and offered sufficient occasion for the declaration of war was the expedition made by the Duke against Furli. Giorgio Ordelaffi was lord of Furli, who dying left Tebaldo, his son, under the guardianship of Filippo. The boy's mother, suspicious of his guardian, sent him to Lodovico Alidosi, her father, who was lord of Imola. But she was compelled by the people of Furli to obey the will of her deceased husband, to withdraw him from the natural guardian, and place him in the hands of the duke. Upon this Filippo, the better to conceal his purpose, caused the Marquis of Ferrara to send Guido Torello as his agent with forces to seize the government of Furli, and thus the territory fell into the duke's hands when this was known at Florence. Together with the arrival of forces at Bologna, the arguments in favor of war were greatly strengthened, but there were still many opposed to it, and among the rest Giovanni de' Medici, who publicly endeavored to show that even if the ill designs of the duke were perfectly manifest, it would still be better to wait and let him commence the attack than to assail him. For in the former case they would be justified in the view of the princes of Italy as well as in their own. But if they were to strike the first blow at the duke, public opinion would be as favorable to him as to themselves. And besides, they could not so confidently demand assistance as assailants as they might do if assailed, and that men always defend themselves more vigorously when they attack others. The advocates of war considered it improper to await the enemy in their houses, and better to go and seek him. That fortune is always more favorable to assailants than to such as merely act on the defensive, and that it is less injurious, even when attended with greater immediate expense, to make war at another's door than at our own. These views prevailed, and it was resolved that the Ten should provide all the means in their power for rescuing Furli from the hands of the duke. Filippo, finding the Florentines resolved to occupy the places he had undertaken to defend, postponed all personal considerations, and sent Agnolo della Pergola with a strong force against Imola, that Ludovico, having to provide for the defense of his own possessions, might be unable to protect the interests of his grandson. Agnolo approached Imola while the forces of the Florentines were at Modigliana, and an intense frost having rendered the ditches of the city passable, he crossed them during the night, captured the place, and sent Lodovico a prisoner to Milan. The Florentines, finding Imola in the hands of the enemy, and the war publicly known, sent their forces to Furli and besieged it on all sides. That the duke's people might not relieve it, they hired Count Alberigo, who from Zaganara, his own domain, overran the country daily, up to the gates of Imola, Agnolo della Pergola. Finding the strong position which the Florentines had taken prevented him from relieving Furli, determined to attempt the capture of Zaganara, thinking they would not allow that place to be lost, and that, in the endeavor to relieve it, they would be compelled to give up their design against Furli and come to an engagement under great disadvantage. Thus, the duke's people compelled Alberigo to sue for terms, which he obtained on condition of giving up Zaganara, if the Florentines did not relieve him within 15 days. This misfortune being known in the Florentine camp and in the city, and all being anxious that the enemy should not obtain the expected advantage, they enabled him to secure a greater, for having abandoned the siege of Furli to go to the relief of Zaganara, on encountering the enemy they were soon routed, not so much by the bravery of their adversaries as by the severity of the season, for, having marched many hours through deep mud and heavy rain, they found the enemy quite fresh, and were therefore easily vanquished. Nevertheless, in this great defeat, famous throughout all Italy, no death occurred except those of Lodovico degli Obizi and 2 of his people, who having fallen from their horses were drowned in the Maras. Chapter 2, Book 4. The defeat at Zaganara spread consternation throughout Florence, but none felt it so severely as the nobility, who had been in favor of the war, for they perceived their enemies to be inspirited, and themselves disarmed. Without friends and opposed by the people, who at the corners of streets insulted them with sarcastic expressions, complaining of the heavy taxes and the unnecessary war, and saying, "Oh, they appointed the 10 to frighten the enemy. Have they relieved Furli and rescued her from the hands of the duke? No, but their designs have been discovered, and what had they in view? Not the defense of liberty, for they do not love her, but to aggrandize their own power, which God has very justly abated. This is not the only enterprise by many a one with which they have oppressed the city, for the war against King Ladislaus was of a similar kind. To whom will they flee for assistance now? To Pope Martin, whom they ridiculed before the face of Braccio, or to Queen Giovanna, whom they abandoned, and compelled to throw herself under the protection of the King of Aragon. To these reproaches was added all that might be expected from an enraged multitude. Seeing the discontent so prevalent, the Signory resolved to assemble a few citizens, and with soft words endeavor to soothe the popular irritation. On this occasion, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, the eldest son of Maso, who, by his own talents and the respect he derived from the memory of his father, aspired to the first offices in the government, spoke at great length, showing that it is not right to judge of actions merely by their effects. For it often happens that what has been very maturely considered is attended with unfavorable results. That if we are to applaud evil counsels, because they are sometimes followed by fortunate events, we should only encourage men in error, which would bring great mischief upon the Republic, because evil counsel is not always attended with happy consequences. In the same way, it would be wrong to blame a wise resolution, because of its being attended with an unfavorable issue. For by so doing, we should destroy the inclination of citizens to offer advice and speak the truth. He then showed the propriety of undertaking the war, and that if it had not been commenced by the Florentines in Romagna, the Duke would have assailed them in Tuscany. But since it had pleased God that the Florentine people should be overcome, their loss would be still greater if they allowed themselves to be dejected. But if they set a bold front against adversity and made good use of the means within their power, they would not be sensible of their loss or the Duke of his victory. He assured them they ought not to be alarmed by impending expenses and consequent taxation, because the latter might be reduced, and the future expense would not be so great as the former had been. For less preparation is necessary for those engaged in self-defense than for those who design to attack others. He advised them to imitate the conduct of their forefathers, who, by courageous conduct in adverse circumstances, had defended themselves against all their enemies. Thus encouraged, the citizens engaged Count Otto the son of Braccio, and united with him for directing the operations of the war, Niccolò Piccinino, a pupil of his father's, and one of the most celebrated of all who had served under him. To these they added other leaders, and remounted some of those who had lost their horses in the late defeat. They also appointed 20 citizens to levy new taxes, who, finding the great quite subdued by the recent loss, took courage and drained them without mercy. These burdens were very grievous to the nobility, who at first, in order to conciliate, did not complain of their own particular hardships, but censured the tax generally as unjust, and advised that something should be done in the way of relief, but their advice was rejected in the councils. Therefore, to render the law as offensive as possible, and to make all sensible of its injustice, they contrived that the taxes should be levied with the utmost rigor, and made it lawful to kill any that might resist the officers employed to collect them. Hence followed many lamentable collisions attended with the blood and death of citizens. It began to be the impression of all that arms would be resorted to, and all prudent persons apprehended some approaching evil, for the higher ranks, accustomed to be treated with respect, could not endure to be used like dogs, and the rest were desirous that the taxation should be equalized. In consequence of this state of things, many of the first citizens met together, and it was resolved that it had become necessary for their safety that some attempt should be made to recover the government, since their want of vigilance had encouraged men to censure public actions, and allowed those to interfere in affairs who had hitherto been merely the leaders of the rabble. Having repeatedly discussed the subject, they resolved to meet again at an appointed hour, when upwards of 70 citizens assembled in the church of St. Stephen, with the permission of Lorenzo Ridolfi and Francesco Gianfigliazzi, both members of the Signory. Giovanni de' Medici was not among them either, because being under suspicion he was not invited, or that entertaining different views he was unwilling to interfere. Rinaldo degli Albizzi addressed the assembly, describing the condition of the city, and showing how by their own negligence it had again fallen under the power of the plebeians, from whom it had been wrested by their fathers in 1381. He reminded them of the iniquity of the government which was in power from 1378 to 1381, and that all who were then present had to lament some a father, others a grandfather put to death by its tyranny. He assured them they were now in the same danger, and that the city was sinking under the same disorders. The multitude had already imposed a tax of its own authority, and would soon, if not restrained by greater force or better regulations, appoint the magistrates who, in this case, would occupy their places and overturn the government which for 42 years had ruled the city with so much glory. The citizens would then be subject to the will of the multitude, and lie disorderly and dangerous, or be under the command of some individual who might make himself prince. For these reasons he was of opinion that whoever loved his country and his honor must arouse himself, and call to mind the virtue of Bardo Mancini, who, by the ruin of the Alberti, rescued the city from the dangers then impending, and that the cause of the audacity now assumed by the multitude was the extensive squittini or pollings, which, by their negligence, were allowed to be made, for thus the palace had become filled with low men. He therefore concluded that the only means of remedying the evil was to restore the government to the nobility, and diminish the authority of the minor trades by reducing the companies from 14 to 7, which would give the plebeians less authority in the councils, both by the reduction in their number and by increasing the authority of the great, who, on account of former enmities, would be disinclined to favor them. He added that it is a good thing to know how to avail themselves of men according to the times, and that as their fathers had used the plebeians to reduce the influence of the great, that now, the great having been humbled, and the plebeians become insolent, it was well to restrain the insolence of the latter by the assistance of the former. To effect this, they might proceed either openly or otherwise, for some of them belonging to the council of 10 forces might be led into the city without exciting observation. Rinaldo was much applauded, and his advice was approved of by the whole assembly. Niccolò da Uzzano, who, among others, replied to it, said, all that Rinaldo had advanced was correct, and the remedies he proposed good and certain, if they could be adopted without an absolute division of the city. And this, he had no doubt, would be effected if they could induce Giovanni de' Medici to join them, for with him on their side, the multitude being deprived of their chief and stay, would be unable to oppose them, but that if he did not concur with them, they could do nothing without arms, and that with them they would incur the risk of being vanquished, or of not being able to reap the fruit of victory. He then modestly reminded them of what he had said upon a former occasion, and of their reluctance to remedy the evil when it might easily have been done. That now the same remedy could not be attempted without incurring the danger of greater evils, and therefore there was nothing left for them to do but to gain him over to their side, if practicable. Rinaldo was then commissioned to wait upon Giovanni and try if he could induce him to join them. He undertook this commission, and the most prevailing words he could make use of endeavored to induce him to coincide with their views, and begged that he would not, by favoring an audacious mob, enable them to complete the ruin both of the government and the city. To this Giovanni replied that he considered it the duty of a good and wise citizen to avoid altering the institutions to which a city is accustomed, there being nothing so injurious to the people as such a change, for many are necessarily offended, and where there are several discontented, some unpropitious event may be constantly apprehended. He said it appeared to him that their resolution would have 2 exceedingly pernicious effects, the one conferring honors on those who, having never possessed them, esteemed them the less, and therefore had the less occasion to grieve for their absence, the other taking them from those who, being accustomed to their possession, would never be at rest till they were restored to them. It would thus be evident that the injury done to one party was greater than the benefit they had conferred upon the other, so that whoever was the author of the proposition, he would gain few friends and make many enemies, and that the latter would be more resolutely bent on injuring him than the former would be zealous for his defense, for mankind are naturally more disposed to revenge than to gratitude, as if the latter could only be exercised with some inconvenience to themselves, while the former brings alike gratification and profit. Then, directing his discourse more particularly to Rinaldo, he said, "And you, if you could call to mind past events, and knew how craftily affairs are conducted in this city, would not be so eager in this pursuit. For he who advises it, when by your aid he has wrested the power from the people, will, with the people's assistance, who will have become your enemies, deprive you of it, and it will happen to you as to Benedetto Alberti, who, at the persuasion of those who were not his friends, consented to the ruin of Giorgio Scali and Tommaso Strozzi, and shortly afterward was himself sent into exile by the very same men. He therefore advised Rinaldo to think more maturely of these things, and endeavor to imitate his father, who, to obtain the benevolence of all, reduced the price of salt, provided that whoever owed taxes under half a florin should be at liberty to pay them or not, as he thought proper, and that at the meeting of the councils every one should be free from the importunities of his creditors. He concluded by saying that as regarded himself, he was disposed to let the government of the city remain as it was. Chapter 3, Book 4. These events, and the circumstances attending them, becoming known to the people, contributed greatly to increase the reputation of Giovanni, and brought odium on those who had made the proposals. But he assumed an appearance of indifference in order to give less encouragement to those who, by his influence, were desirous of change. In his discourse he intimated to everyone that it is not desirable to promote factions, but rather to extinguish them, and that whatever might be expected of him, he only sought the union of the city. This, however, gave offense to many of his party, for they would have rather seen him exhibit greater activity. Among others so disposed was Alamanno de' Medici, who, being of a restless disposition, never ceased exciting him to persecute enemies and favor friends, condemning his coldness and slow method of proceeding, which he said was the cause of his enemies practicing against him, and that these practices would one day effect the ruin of himself and his friends. He endeavored to excite Cosmo, his son, with similar discourses, but Giovanni, for all that was either disclosed or foretold him, remained unmoved, although parties were now declared, and the city in manifest disunion. There were at the palace, in the service of the Signory, 2 chancellors, Ser Martino and Ser Pagolo. The latter favored the party of Niccolò da Uzzano, the former that of Giovanni, and Rinaldo, seeing Giovanni unwilling to join them, thought it would be advisable to deprive Ser Martino of his office, that he might have the palace more completely under his control. The design becoming known to his adversaries, Ser Martino was retained and Ser Pagolo discharged, to the great injury and displeasure of Rinaldo and his party. This circumstance would soon have produced most mischievous effects, but for the war with which the city was threatened, and the recent defeat suffered at Zaganara, which served to check the audacity of the people. For while these events were in progress at Florence, Agnolo della Pergola, with the forces of the Duke, had taken all the towns and cities possessed by the Florentines in Romagna, except Castrocaro and Modigliano, partly from the weakness of the places themselves, and partly by the misconduct of those who had the command of them. In the course of the campaign, 2 instances occurred, which served to show how greatly courage is admired even in enemies, and how much cowardice and pusillanimity are despised. Biagio del Milano was Castellon, in the fortress of Monte Petroso. Being surrounded by enemies, and seeing no chance of saving the place, which was already in flames, he cast clothes and straw from a part which was not yet on fire, and upon these he threw his 2 little children, saying to the enemy, "Take to yourselves those goods which fortune has bestowed upon me, and of which you may deprive me, but those of the mind, in which my honor and glory consist, I will not give up. Neither can you wrest them from me." The besiegers ran to save the children, and placed for their father ropes and ladders, by which to save himself, but he would not use them, and rather chose to die in the flames than owe his safety to the enemies of his country, an example worthy of that much lauded antiquity which offers nothing to surpass it, and which we admire the more from the rarity of any similar occurrence. Whatever could be recovered from the ruins was restored for the use of the children, and carefully conveyed to their friends, nor was the Republic less grateful. For as long as they lived, they were supported at her charge. An example of an opposite character occurred at Galliata, where Zanobi del Pino was governor. He, without offering the least resistance, gave up the fortress to the enemy, and besides this, advised Agnolo della Pergola to leave the Alps of Romagna and come among the smaller hills of Tuscany, where he might carry on the war with less danger and greater advantage. Agnolo could not endure the mean and base spirit of this man, and delivered him to his own attendants, who, after many reproaches, gave him nothing to eat but paper painted with snakes, saying that of a Guelph they would make him a Ghibelline, and thus fasting, he died in a few days. At this time Count Otto and Niccolò Piccinino entered the Val di Lamona, with the design of bringing the Lord of Faenza over to the Florentines, or at least inducing him to restrain the incursions of Agnolo della Pergola into Romagna. But as this valley is naturally strong, and its inhabitants warlike, Count Otto was slain there, and Niccolò Piccinino sent a prisoner to Faenza. Fortune, however, caused the Florentines to obtain by their loss what perhaps they would have failed to acquire by victory. For Niccolò so prevailed with the Lord of Faenza and his mother that they became friends of the Florentines. By this treaty Niccolò Piccinino was set at liberty, but did not take the advice he had given others. For while in treaty with the city concerning the terms of his engagement, either the conditions proposed were insufficient, or he found better elsewhere, for quite suddenly he left Arezzo, where he had been staying, passed into Lombardy, and entered the service of the Duke. The Florentines, alarmed by this circumstance, and reduced to despondency by their frequent losses, thought themselves unable to sustain the war alone, and sent ambassadors to the Venetians to beg they would lend their aid to oppose the greatness of one who, if allowed to aggrandize himself, would soon become as dangerous to them as to the Florentines themselves. The Venetians were advised to adopt the same course by Francesco Carmignola, one of the most distinguished warriors of those times, who had been in the service of the Duke, and had afterward quitted it, but they hesitated, not knowing how far to trust him, for they thought his enmity with the Duke was only feigned. While in this suspense, it was found that the Duke, by means of a servant of Carmignola, had caused poison to be given him in his food, which, although it was not fatal, reduced him to extremity, the truth being discovered. The Venetians laid aside their suspicion, and as the Florentines still solicited their assistance, a treaty was formed between the two powers, by which they agreed to carry on the war at the common expense of both. The conquests in Lombardy to be assigned to the Venetians, those in Romagna and Tuscany to the Florentines, and Carmignola was appointed captain general of the League. By this treaty the war was commenced in Lombardy, where it was admirably conducted, for in a few months many places were taken from the Duke, together with the city of Brescia, the capture of which was in those days considered a most brilliant exploit. The war had continued from 1422 to 1427, and the citizens of Florence were so wearied of the taxes that had been imposed during that time that it was resolved to revise them, preparatory to their amelioration. That they might be equalized according to the means of each citizen, it was proposed that whoever possessed property of the value of 100 florins should pay half a florin of taxes. Individual contribution would thus be determined by an invariable rule, and not left to the discretion of parties. And as it was found that the new method would press heavily upon the powerful classes, they used their utmost endeavors to prevent it from becoming law. Giovanni de' Medici alone declared himself in favor of it, and by his means it was passed, in order to determine the amount each had to pay. It was necessary to consider his property in the aggregate, which the Florentines call accatastare, in which in this application of it would signify to rate or value, and hence this tax received the name of catasta. The new method of rating formed a powerful check to the tyranny of the great, who could no longer oppress the lower classes or silence them with threats in the council, as they had formerly done, and it therefore gave general satisfaction. Though to the wealthy classes it was in the highest degree offensive, but as it is found, men are never satisfied, but that the possession of one advantage only makes them desire more, the people, not content with the equality of taxation which the new law produced, demanded that the same rule should be applied to past years, that an investigation should be made to determine how much, according to the catasta, the rich had paid less than their share, and that they should now pay up to an equality with those who, in order to meet the demand unjustly made, had been compelled to sell their possessions. This proposal alarmed the great more than the catasto had done, and in self-defense they unceasingly decried it, declaring it in the highest degree unjust in being laid not only on immovable but movable property, which people possess today and lose tomorrow. That many persons have hidden wealth which the catasto cannot reach, that those who leave their own affairs to manage those of the republic should be less burdened by her, it being enough for them to give their labor, and that it was unjust of the city to take both their property and their time, while of others she only took money. The advocates of the catasto replied that if movable property varies, the taxes would also vary, and frequently rating it would remedy the evil to which it was subject, that it was unnecessary to mention those who possessed hidden reason about it, for it would be unreasonable to take taxes for that which produced no interest, and that if it paid anything, it could not fail to be discovered that those who did not like to labor for the republic might cease to do so, for no doubt she would find plenty of loving citizens who would take pleasure in assisting her with both money and counsel, that the advantages and honors of a participation in the government are so great, that of themselves they are a sufficient remuneration to those who thus employ themselves without wishing to be excused from paying their share of taxes. But, they added, the real grievance had not been mentioned, for those who were offended with the catasto regretted they could no longer involve the city in all the difficulties of war without injury themselves, now that they had to contribute like the rest. And that, if this law had then been enforced, they would not have gone to war with King Ladislaus, or the Duke Filippo, both which enterprises had been not through necessity, but to impoverish the citizens. The excitement was appeased by Giovanni de' Medici, who said, "It is not well to go into things so long past, unless to learn something for our present guidance, and if in former times the taxation has been unjust, we ought to be thankful that we have now discovered a method of making it equitable, and hope that this will be the means of uniting the citizens, not of dividing them, which would certainly be the case were they to attempt the recovery of taxes for the past, and make them equal to the present, and that he who is content with a moderate victory is always most successful, for those who would more than conquer commonly lose." With such words as these he calmed the disturbance, and this retrospective equalization was no longer contemplated. The war with the Duke still continued, but peace was at length restored by means of a legate of the Pope. The Duke, however, from the first disregarded the conditions, so that the League again took arms, and meeting the enemy's forces at Maclovio, routed them. After this defeat, the Duke again made proposals for peace, to which the Florentines and Venetians both agreed, the former from jealousy of the Venetians, thinking they had spent quite enough money in the aggrandizement of others, the latter, because they found Carmignuola, after the defeat of the Duke, proceed but coldly in their cause, so that they thought it no longer safe to trust him. A treaty was therefore concluded in 1428, by which the Florentines recovered the places they had lost in Romagna, and the Venetians kept Brescia, to which the Duke added Bergamo and the country around it. In this war, the Florentines expended 3.5 millions of ducats, extended the territory and power of the Venetians, and brought poverty and disunion upon themselves, being at peace with their neighbors, domestic troubles reckoned. The great citizens could not endure the catasto, and not knowing how to set it aside, they endeavored to raise up more numerous enemies to the measure, and thus provide themselves with allies to assist them in annulling it. They therefore instructed the officers appointed to levy the tax, that the law required them to extend the catasto over the property of their nearest neighbors, to see if Florentine wealth was concealed among it. The dependent states were therefore ordered to present a schedule of their property against a certain time. This was extremely offensive to the people of Volterra, who sent to the Signory to complain of it, but the officers, in great wrath, committed 18 of the complainants to prison. The Volterrani, however, out of regard for their fellow countrymen who were arrested, did not proceed to any violence. Chapter 4, Book 4. About this time Giovanni de' Medici was taken ill, and finding his end approach, called his sons Cosmo and Lorenzo to him, to give them his last advice, and said, "I find I have nearly reached the term which God and nature appointed at my birth, and I die content, knowing that I leave you rich, healthy, and of such standing in society that if you pursue the same course that I have, you will live respected in Florence and in favor with everyone. Nothing cheers me so much at this moment as the recollection that I have never willfully offended anyone, but have always used my utmost endeavors to confer benefits upon all. I would have you do so too. With regard to state affairs, if you would live in security, take just such a share as the laws and your countrymen think proper to bestow. Thus you will escape both danger and envy. For it is not what is given to any individual, but what he has determined to possess, that occasions odium. You will thus have a larger share than those who endeavor to engross more than belongs to them, for they thus usually lose their own, and before they lose it, live in constant disquiet. By adopting this method, although among so many enemies and surrounded by so many conflicting interests, I have not only maintained my reputation, but increased my influence. If you pursue the same course, you will be attended by the same good fortune. If otherwise, you may be assured, your end will resemble that of those who, in our own times, have brought ruin both upon themselves and their families. Soon after this interview with his sons, Giovanni died, regretted by everyone, as his many excellencies deserved. He was compassionate, not only bestowing alms on those who asked them, but very frequently relieving the necessities of the poor, without having been solicited so to do. He loved all, praised the good, and pitied the infirmities of the wicked. He never sought the honors of government, yet enjoyed them all and never went to the palace unless by request. He loved peace and shunned war, relieved mankind in adversity, and assisted them in prosperity. Never applied the public money to his own uses, but contributed to the public wealth. He was courteous in office, not a man of great eloquence, but possessed of extraordinary prudence. His demeanor expressed melancholy, but after a short time his conversation became pleasant and facetious. He died exceedingly rich in money, but still more in good fame and the best wishes of mankind, and the wealth and respect he left behind him were not only preserved but increased by his son, Cosmo. The Volterran ambassadors grew weary of lying in prison, and to obtain their liberty promised to comply with the commands of the Florentines. Being set free and returned to their city, the time arrived for the new priors to enter upon office. And among those who were drawn was one named Giusto, a plebeian but possessing great influence with his class, and one of those who had been imprisoned at Florence. He, being inflamed with hatred against the Florentines on account of his public as well as personal injuries, was further stimulated by Giovanni di Contugi, a man of noble family and his colleague in office, to induce the people, by the authority of the priors and his own influence, to withdraw their country from the power of the Florentines, and make himself prince. Prompted by these motives, Giusto took arms, rode through the city, seized the Capitano, who resided in it, on behalf of the Florentines, and with the consent of the people, became Lord of Volterra. This circumstance greatly displeased the Florentines, but having just made peace with the Duke, and the treaty being yet uninfringed on either side, they bethought themselves in a condition to recover the place, and that the opportunity might not be lost, they immediately appointed Rinaldo degli Albizzi and Paolo Struzzi commissaries, and sent them upon the expedition. In the meantime, Giusto, who expected the Florentines would attack him, requested assistance of Lucca and Siena. The latter refused, alleging her alliance with Florence, and Pagolo Guinigi to regain the favor of the Florentines, which he imagined he had lost in the war with the Duke, and by his friendship for Filippo not only refused assistance to Giusto, but sent his messenger prisoner to Florence. The commissaries, to come upon the Volterrani unawares, assembled their cavalry, and having raised a good body of infantry in the Val d'Arno Inferior, and the country about Pisa, proceeded to Volterra. Although attacked by the Florentines and abandoned by his neighbors, Giusto did not yield to fear, but, trusting to the strength of the city and the ruggedness of the country around it, prepared for his defense. There lived at Volterra one Arcolano, brother of that Giovanni Contugi, who had persuaded Giusto to assume the command. He possessed influence among the nobility, and having assembled a few of his most confidential friends, he assured them that by this event God had come to the relief of their necessities. For if they would only take arms to deprive Giusto of the signory, and give up the city to the Florentines, they might be sure of obtaining the principal offices, and the place would retain all its ancient privileges. Having gained them over, they went to the palace in which Giusto resided, and while part of them remained below, Arcolano, with 3 others, proceeded to the chamber above, where, finding him with some citizens, they drew him aside, as if desirous to communicate something of importance, and conversing on different subjects, led him to the lower apartment, and fell upon him with their swords. They, however, were not so quick as to prevent Giusto from making use of his own weapon, for with it he seriously wounded 2 of them, but being unable to resist so many, he was at last slain, and his body thrown into the street. Arcolano and his party gave up the city to the Florentine commissaries, who, being at hand with their forces, immediately took possession. But the condition of Volterra was worse than before, for among other things which operated to her disadvantage, most of the adjoining countryside was separated from her, and she was reduced to the rank of a vicariate. Volterra, having been lost and recovered almost at the same time, present circumstances afforded nothing of sufficient importance to occasion a new war, if ambition had not again provoked one. Niccolò Fortebraccio, the son of a sister of Braccio da Perugia, had been in the service of the Florentines during most of their wars with the Duke. Upon the restoration of peace, he was discharged, but when the affair of Volterra took place, being encamped with his people at Fucecchio, the commissaries availed themselves both of himself and his forces. Some thought that while Rinaldo conducted the expedition along with him, he persuaded him, under one pretext or another, to attack the Lucchese, assuring him that if he did so, the Florentines would consent to undertake an expedition against them, and would appoint him to the command. When Volterra was recovered and Niccolò returned to his quarters at Fucecchio, he, either at the persuasion of Rinaldo or of his own accord in November 1429, took possession of Ruoti and Campito, castles belonging to the Lucchese, with 300 cavalry and as many infantry, and then descending into the plain, plundered the inhabitants to a vast amount. The news of this incursion having reached Florence, persons of all classes were seen gathered in parties throughout the city discussing the matter, and nearly all were in favor of an expedition against Lucca. Of the grandees thus disposed were the Medici and their party, and with them also Rinaldo, either because he thought the enterprise beneficial to the Republic, or induced by his own ambition and the expectation of being appointed to the command. Niccolò da Uzzano and his party were opposed to the war. It seems hardly credible that such contrary opinions should prevail, though at different times, in the same men in the same city, upon the subject of war. For the same citizens and people that, during the 10 years of peace, had incessantly blamed the war undertaken against Duke Filippo in defense of liberty now, after so much expense and trouble, with their utmost energy, insisted on hostilities against Lucca, which, if successful, would deprive that city of her liberty, while those who had been in favor of a war with the Duke were opposed to the present. So much more ready are the multitude to covet the possessions of others than to preserve their own, and so much more easily are they led by the hope of acquisition than by the fear of loss. The suggestions of the latter appear incredible till they are verified, and the pleasing anticipations of the former are cherished as facts, even while the advantages are very problematical, or at best remote. The people of Florence were inspired with hope by the acquisitions which Niccolò Fortebraccio had made, and by letters received from their rectors in the vicinity of Lucca, for their deputies at Vico and Pescia had written that if permission were given to them to receive the castles that offered to surrender, the whole country of Lucca would very soon be obtained. It must, however, be added that an ambassador was sent by the governor of Lucca to Florence, to complain of the attack made by Niccolò, and to entreat that the Signory would not make war against a neighbor, and a city that had always been friendly to them. The ambassador was Jacopo Viviani, who, a short time previously, had been imprisoned by Pagolo Guinigi, governor of Lucca, for having conspired against him. Although he had been found guilty, his life was spared, and as Pagolo thought the forgiveness mutual, he reposed confidence in him. Jacopo, more mindful of the danger he had incurred than of the lenity exercised toward him, on his arrival in Florence, secretly instigated the citizens to hostilities, and these instigations, added to other hopes, induced the Signory to call the council together, at which 498 citizens assembled, before whom the principal men of the city discussed the question. Among the first who addressed the assembly in favor of the expedition was Rinaldo. He pointed out the advantage that would accrue from the acquisition and justified the enterprise from its being left open to them by the Venetians and the Duke, and that as the Pope was engaged in the affairs of Naples, he could not interfere. He then remarked upon the facility of the expedition, showing that Lucca, being now in bondage to one of her own citizens, had lost her natural vigor and former anxiety for the preservation of her liberty, and would either be surrendered to them by the people in order to expel the tyrant, or by the tyrant for fear of the people. He recalled the remembrance of the injuries done to the Republic by the governor of Lucca, his malevolent disposition toward them, and their embarrassing situation with regard to him, if the Pope or the Duke were to make war upon them, and concluded that no enterprise was ever undertaken by the people of Florence with such perfect facility, more positive advantage, or greater justice in its favor. In a reply to this, Niccolò da Uzzano stated that the city of Florence never entered on a more unjust or more dangerous project, or one more pregnant with evil than this. In the first place, they were going to attack a Guelphic city that had always been friendly to the Florentine people, and had frequently, at great hazard, received the Guelphs into her bosom when they were expelled from their own country. That in the history of the past there was not an instance, while Lucca was free, of her having done an injury to the Florentines, and that if they had been injured by her enslavers, as formerly by Castruccio, and now by the present governor, the fault was not in the city, but in her tyrant. That if they could assail the latter without detriment to the people, he should have less scruple. But as this was impossible, he could not consent that a city which had been friendly to Florence should be plundered of her wealth. However, as it was usual at present to pay little or no regard either to equity or injustice, he would consider the matter solely with reference to the advantage of Florence. He thought that what could not easily be attended by pernicious consequences might be esteemed useful, but he could not imagine how an enterprise should be called advantageous in which the evils were certain, and the utility doubtful. The certain evils were the expenses with which it would be attended, and these he foresaw would be sufficiently great to alarm even a people that had long been in repose, much more one wearied as they were by a tedious and expensive war. The advantage that might be gained was the acquisition of Lucca, which he acknowledged to be great, but the hazards were so enormous and immeasurable as in his opinion to render the conquest quite impossible. He could not induce himself to believe that the Venetians or Filippo would willingly allow them to make the acquisition, for the former only consented in appearance in order to avoid the semblance of ingratitude, having so lately, with Florentine money, acquired such an extent of dominion, that as regarded the Duke it would greatly gratify him to see them involved in new wars and expenses, for being exhausted and defeated on all sides he might again assail, and that if, after having undertaken it, their enterprise against Lucca were to prove successful, and offer them the fullest hope of victory, the Duke would not want an opportunity of frustrating their labors, either by assisting the Lucchese secretly with money, or by apparently disbanding his own troops, and then sending them as if they were soldiers of fortune to their relief. He therefore advised that they should give up the idea, and behave toward the tyrant in such a way as to create him as many enemies as possible, for there was no better method of reducing Lucca than to let them live under the tyrant, oppressed and exhausted by him. For if prudently managed, that city would soon get into such a condition that he could not retain it, and being ignorant or unable to govern itself, it must of necessity fall into their power. But he saw that his discourse did not please them, and that his words were unheeded. He would, however, predict this to them, that they were about to commence a war in which they would expend vast sums, incur great domestic dangers, and instead of becoming masters of Lucca, they would deliver her from her tyrant, and of a friendly city, feeble and oppressed, they would make one free and hostile, and that in time she would become an obstacle to the greatness of their own republic. The question having been debated on both sides, they proceeded to vote as usual, and of the citizens present only 98 were against the enterprise. Thus determined in favor of war, they appointed a council of 10 for its management, and hired forces both horse and foot. Astorgiani and Rinaldo degli Albizzi were appointed commissaries, and Niccolò Fortebraccio, on agreeing to give up to the Florentines the places he had taken, was engaged to conduct the enterprise as their captain. The commissaries, having arrived with the army in the country of the Lucchese, divided their forces, one part of which, under Astor, extended itself along the plain toward Camaiore and Pietrasanta, while Rinaldo, with the other division, took the direction of the hills, presuming that when the citizens found themselves deprived of the surrounding country, they would easily submit. The proceedings of the commissaries were unfortunate, not that they failed to occupy many places, but from the complaints made against them of mismanaging the operations of the war, and Astorgiani had certainly given very sufficient cause for the charges against him. There is a fertile and populous valley near Pietrasanta called Cervetza, whose inhabitants, on learning the arrival of the commissary, presented themselves before him and begged he would receive them as faithful subjects of the Florentine Republic. Astori pretended to accept their proposal, but immediately ordered his forces to take possession of all the passes and strong positions of the valley, assembled the men in the principal church, took them all prisoners, and then caused his people to plunder and destroy the whole country with the greatest avarice and cruelty, making no distinction in favor of consecrated places, and violating the women, both married and single. These things being known in Florence displeased not only the magistracy but the whole city. Chapter 5, Book 4. A few of the inhabitants of the valley of Cervetza, having escaped the hands of the commissary, came to Florence and acquainted everyone in the streets with their miserable situation. And by the advice of those who, either through indignation at his wickedness or from being of the opposite party, wished to punish the commissary, they went to the Council of 10 and requested an audience. This being granted, one of them spoke to the following effect. We feel assured, magnificent lords, that we shall find credit and compassion from the Signory when you learn how your commissary has taken possession of our country, and in what manner he has treated us. Our valley, as the memorials of your ancient houses abundantly testify, was always Guelphic, and has often proved a secure retreat to your citizens when persecuted by the Ghibellines. Our forefathers, and ourselves too, have always revered the name of this noble republic as the leader and head of their party. While the Lucchese were Guelphs, we willingly submitted to their government, but when enslaved by the tyrant who forsook his old friends to join the Ghibelline faction, we have obeyed him more through force than goodwill. And God knows how often we have prayed that we might have an opportunity of showing our attachment to our ancient party. But how blind are mankind in their wishes! That which we desired for our safety has proved our destruction. As soon as we learned that your ensigns were approaching, we hastened to meet your commissary, not as an enemy, but as the representative of our ancient lords, placed our valley, our persons, and our fortunes in his hands, and commended them to his good faith, believing him to possess the soul, if not of a Florentine, at least of a man. Your lordships will forgive us, for unable to support his cruelties, we are compelled to speak. Your commissary has nothing of the man but the shape, nor of a Florentine but the name. A more deadly pest, a more savage beast, a more horrid monster never was imagined in the human mind. For, having assembled us in our church under pretense of wishing to speak with us, he made us prisoners. He then burned and destroyed the whole valley, carried off our property, ravaged every place, destroyed everything, violated the women, dishonored the virgins, and dragging them from the arms of their mothers, gave them up to the brutality of his soldiery. If by any injury to the Florentine people we merited such treatment, or if he had vanquished us armed in our defense, we should have less reason for complaint. We should have accused ourselves and thought that either our mismanagement or our arrogance had deservedly brought the calamity upon us. But after having freely presented ourselves to him unarmed, to be robbed and plundered with such unfeeling barbarity is more than we can bear. And though we might have filled Lombardy with complaints and charges against this city, and spread the story of our misfortunes over the whole of Italy, we did not wish to slander so just and pious a republic with the baseness and perfidy of one wicked citizen, whose cruelty and avarice, had we known them before our ruin was complete, we should have endeavored to satiate, though indeed they are insatiable, and with one half of our property have saved the rest. But the opportunity is past. We are compelled to have recourse to you, and beg that you will succor the distresses of your subjects, that others may not be deterred by our example from submitting themselves to your authority. And if our extreme distress cannot prevail with you to assist us, be induced by your fear of the wrath of God, who has seen his temple plundered and burned, and his people betrayed in his bosom. Having said this, they threw themselves on the ground, crying aloud, and praying that their property and their country might be restored to them, and that if the Signory could not give them back their honor, they would at least restore husbands to their wives, and children to their fathers. The atrocity of the affair having already been made known, and now by the living words of the sufferers presented before them, excited the compassion of the magistracy. They ordered the immediate return of Astor, who being tried was found guilty and admonished. They sought the goods of the inhabitants of Seravezza. All that could be recovered was restored to them, and as time and circumstance gave opportunity, they were compensated for the rest. Complaints were made against Rinaldo degli Albizzi, that he carried on the war not for the advantage of the Florentine people, but his own private emolument, that as soon as he was appointed commissary, he lost all desire to take Lucca, for it was sufficient for him to plunder the country, fill his estates with cattle, and his house with booty, and not content with what his own satellites took, he purchased that of the soldiery, so that instead of a commissary, he became a merchant. These calumnies coming to his ears disturbed the temper of this proud but upright man more than quite became his dignity. He was so exasperated against the citizens and magistracy that without waiting for or asking permission, he returned to Florence and, presenting himself before the Council of Ten, he said that he well knew how difficult and dangerous a thing it was to serve an unruly people and a divided city, for the one listens to every report, the other pursues improper measures. They neglect to reward good conduct, and heap censure upon whatever appears doubtful, so that victory wins no applause, error is accused by all, and if vanquished, universal condemnation is incurred. From one's own party through envy, and from enemies through hatred, persecution results. He confessed that the baseness of the present calumnies had conquered his patience and changed the temper of his mind, but he would say he had never, for fear of a false accusation, avoided doing what appeared to him beneficial to the city. However, he trusted the magistrates would in future be more ready to defend their fellow citizens, so that the latter might continue anxious to effect the prosperity of their country. That as it was not customary at Florence to award triumphs for success, they ought at least to be protected from calumny, and that being citizens themselves, and at any moment liable to false accusations, they might easily conceive how painful it is to an upright mind to be oppressed with slander. The Ten endeavored, as well as circumstances would admit, to soothe the acerbity of his feelings, and confided the care of the expedition to Neri di Gino and Alamanno Salviati, who, instead of overrunning the country, advanced near to Lucca. As the weather had become extremely cold, the forces established themselves at Campanile, which seemed to the commissaries waste of time, and wishing to draw nearer the place, the soldiery refused to comply, although the 10 had insisted they should pitch their camp before the city, and would not hear of any excuse. At that time there lived at Florence a very distinguished architect named Filippo di Ser Brunelleschi, of whose works our city is full, and whose merit was so extraordinary that after his death his statue in marble was erected in the principal church, with an inscription underneath which still bears testimony to those who read it of his great talents. This man pointed out that in consequence of the relative positions of the river Serchio and the city of Lucca, the wastes of the river might be made to inundate the surrounding country and place the city in a kind of lake. His reasoning on this point appeared so clear, and the advantage to the besiegers so obvious and inevitable that the 10 were induced to make the experiment. The result, however, was quite contrary to their expectation, and produced the utmost disorder in the Florentine camp. For the Lucchese raised high embankments in the direction of the ditch made by our people to conduct the waters of the Serchio, and one night cut through the embankment of the ditch itself. So that having first prevented the water from taking the course designed by the architect, they now caused it to overflow the plain, and compelled the Florentines, instead of approaching the city as they wished, to take a more remote position. The design having failed, the Council of 10, who had been re-elected, sent as commissary Giovanni Guicciardini, who encamped before Lucca with all possible expedition. Pagolo Guinigi, finding himself thus closely pressed, by the advice of Antonio del Rosso, then representative of the Sienese at Lucca, sent Salvestro Trento and Leonardo Bonvisi to Milan to request assistance from the Duke, but finding him indisposed to comply, they secretly engaged, on the part of the people, to deliver their governor up to him and give him possession of the place, at the same time intimating that if he did not immediately follow this advice, he would not long have the opportunity. Since it was the intention of Pagolo to surrender the city to the Florentines, who were very anxious to obtain it, the Duke was so much alarmed with this idea that, setting aside all other considerations, he caused Count Francesco Sforza, who was engaged in his service, to make a public request for permission to go to Naples, and having obtained it, he proceeded with his forces directly to Lucca, though the Florentines, aware of the deception and apprehensive of the consequences, had sent to the Count Boccaccino Alamanni, his friend, to frustrate this arrangement. Upon the arrival of the Count at Lucca, the Florentines removed their camp to Labrafada, and the Count proceeded immediately to Pescia, where Pagolo di Aceto was lieutenant governor, who, promoted by fear rather than any better motive, fled to Pistoia, and if the place had not been defended by Giovanni Malavolti, to whom the command was entrusted, it would have been lost. The Count, failing in his attempt, went to Borgo Buano, which he took, and burned the castle of Stiviano in the same neighborhood. The Florentines, being informed of these disasters, found they must have recourse to those remedies which, upon former occasions, had often proved useful. Knowing that with mercenary soldiers, when force is insufficient, corruption commonly prevails, they offered the Count a large sum of money on condition that he should quit the city and give it up to them. The Count, finding that no more money was to be had from Lucca, resolved to take it of those who had it to dispense, and agreed with the Florentines not to give them Lucca, which for decency he could not consent to, but to withdraw his troops, and abandon it on condition of receiving 50,000 ducats. And having made this agreement to induce the Lucchese to excuse him to the Duke, he consented that they should expel their tyrant. Antonio del Rosso, as we remarked above, was Sienese ambassador at Lucca, and with the authority of the Count he contrived the ruin of Pagolo Guinigi. The heads of the conspiracy were Piero Cinnamami and Giovanni da Chivizzano. The Count resided upon the Serchio at a short distance from the city, and with him was Lanzolao, the son of Pagolo. The conspirators, about 40 in number, went armed at night in search of Pagolo, who, on hearing the noise they made, came toward them quite astonished, and demanded the cause of their visit, to which Piero Cinnamami replied that they had long been governed by him, and led about against the enemy, to die either by hunger or the sword, but were resolved to govern themselves for the future, and demanded the keys of the city and the treasure. Pagolo said the treasure was consumed, but the keys and himself were in their power. He only begged that, as his command had begun and continued without bloodshed, it might conclude in the same manner. Count Francesco conducted Pagolo and his son to the Duke, and they afterward died in prison. The departure of the Count, having delivered Lucca from her tyrant, and the Florentines from their fear of his soldiery, the former prepared for her defense, and the latter resumed the siege. They appointed the Count of Urbino to conduct their forces, and he pressed the Lucchese so closely that they were again compelled to ask the assistance of the Duke, who dispatched Niccolò Piccinino under the same pretense as he previously sent Count Francesco. The Florentine forces met him on his approach to Lucca, and at the passage of the Serchio a battle ensued, in which they were routed. the commissary with a few of his men escaping to Pisa. This defeat filled the Florentines with dismay, and as the enterprise had been undertaken with the entire approbation of the great body of the people, they did not know whom to find fault with, and therefore railed against those who had been appointed to the management of the war, reviving the charges made against Rinaldo. They were, however, more severe against Giovanni Guicciardini than any other, declaring that if he had wished, he might have put a period to the war at the departure of Count Francesco, but that he had been bribed with money, for he had sent home a large sum, naming the party who had been entrusted to bring it, and the persons to whom it had been delivered. These complaints and accusations were carried to so great a length that the captain of the people, induced by the public voice, and pressed by the party opposed to the war, summoned him to trial. Giovanni appeared, though full of indignation. However, his friends, from regard to their own character, adopted such a course with the Capitano as induced him to abandon the inquiry. After this victory, the Luccheses not only recovered the places that had belonged to them, but occupied all the country of Pisa except Biantina, Calcinigia, Livorno, and Librafada. And had not a conspiracy been discovered that was formed in Pisa, they would have secured that city also. The Florentines again prepared for battle and appointed Machiavelli, a pupil of Sforza, to be their leader. The Duke, on the other hand, followed up this victory, and that he might bring a greater power against the Florentines, induced the Genoese, the Sienese, and the governor of Piombino to enter into a league for the defense of Lucca, and to engage Niccolò Piccinino to conduct their forces. Having by this step declared his design, the Venetians and the Florentines renewed their league, and the war was carried on openly in Tuscany and Lombardy, in each of which several battles were fought with variety of fortune. At length, both sides being wearied out, they came to terms for the cessation of hostilities in May 1433. By this arrangement, the Florentines, Lucchese, and Sienese, who had each occupied many fortresses belonging to the others, gave them all up, and each party resumed its original possessions. Chapter 6, Book 4. During the war, the malignant humors of the city were in constant activity. Cosmo de' Medici, after the death of Giovanni, engaged more earnestly in public affairs, and conducted himself with more zeal and boldness in regard to his friends than his father had done, so that those who rejoiced at Giovanni's death, finding what the son was likely to become, perceived they had no cause for exultation. Cosmo was one of the most prudent of men, of grave and courteous demeanor, extremely liberal and humane. He never attempted anything against parties or against rulers, but was bountiful to all, and by the unwearied generosity of his disposition, made himself partisans of all ranks of the citizens. This mode of proceeding increased the difficulties of those who were in the government, and Cosmo himself hoped that by its pursuit he might be able to live in Florence as much respected and as secure as any other citizen. Or if the ambition of his adversaries compelled him to adopt a different course, arms and the favor of his friends would enable him to become more so. Everardo de' Medici and Puccio Pucci were greatly instrumental in the establishment of his power. The former by his boldness, the latter by unusual prudence and sagacity, contributed to his aggrandizement. Indeed, the advice and wisdom of Puccio were so highly esteemed that Cosmo's party was rather distinguished by the name of Puccio than by his own. By this divided city, the enterprise against Lucca was undertaken, and the bitterness of party spirit, instead of being abated, increased. Although the friends of Cosmo had been in favor of it, many of the adverse faction were sent to assist in the management, as being men of greater influence in the state. Everardo de' Medici, and the rest being unable to prevent this, endeavored with all their might to calumniate them, and when any unfavorable circumstance occurred, and there were many, fortune and the exertions of the enemy were never supposed to be the causes, but solely the want of capacity in the commissary. This disposition aggravated the offenses of Astorgiani. This excited the indignation of Rinaldo degli Albizzi, and made him resign his commission without leave. This, too, compelled the captain of the people to require the appearance of Giovanni Guicciardini, and from this arose all the other charges which were made against the magistrates and the commissary. Real evils were magnified, unreal ones feigned, and the true and the false were equally believed by the people, who were almost universally their foes. All these events and extraordinary modes of proceeding were perfectly known to Niccolò di Asano and the other leaders of the party, and they had often consulted together for the purpose of finding a remedy, but without effect, though they were aware of the danger of allowing them to increase, and the great difficulty that would attend any attempt to remove or abate them. Niccolò da Asano was the earliest to take offense, and while the war was proceeding without, and these troubles within, Niccolò Barbadoro, desirous of inducing him to consent to the ruin of Cosmo, waited upon him at his house, and finding him alone in his study and very pensive, endeavored with the best reasons he could advance to persuade him to agree with Rinaldo on Cosmo's expulsion. Niccolò da Asano replied as follows: "It would be better for thee and thy house, as well as for our republic, if thou, and those who follow thee in this opinion, had beards of silver instead of gold, as is said of thee, for advice proceeding from the hoary head of long experience would be wiser and of greater service to all. It appears to me that those who talk of driving Cosmo out of Florence would do well to consider what is their strength and what that of Cosmo. You have named one party, that of the nobility, the other that of the plebeians. If the fact corresponded with the name, the victory would still be most uncertain, and the example of the ancient nobility of this city, who were destroyed by the plebeians, ought rather to impress us with fear than with hope. We have, however, still further cause for apprehension from the division of our party, and the union of our adversaries. In the first place, Neri di Gino and Nerone di Nigi, two of our principal citizens, have never so fully declared their sentiments as to enable us to determine whether they are most our friends or those of our opponents. There are many families, even many houses divided. Many are opposed to us through envy of brothers or relatives. I will recall to your recollection 2 or 3 of the most important. You may think of the others at your leisure. Of the sons of Maso degli Albizzi, Luca, from envy of Rinaldo, has thrown himself into their hands. In the house of Guicciardini, of the sons of Luigi, Piero is the enemy of Giovanni, and in favor of our adversaries. Tommaso and Niccolò Soderini openly oppose us on account of their hatred of their uncle Francesco. So that if we consider well what we are, and what our enemies, I cannot see why we should be called noble any more than they. If it is because they are followed by the plebeians, we are in a worse condition on that account, and they a better. For were it to come either to arms or to votes, we should not be able to resist them. True it is, we still preserve our dignity, our precedence, the priority of our position, but this arises from the former reputation of the government, which has now continued 50 years. And whenever we come to the proof, or they discover our weakness, we shall lose it, if you were to say. The justice of our cause ought to augment our influence and diminish theirs, I answer, that this justice requires to be perceived and believed by others, as well as by ourselves, but this is not the case. For the justice of our cause is wholly founded upon our suspicion that Cosmo designs to make himself prince of the city. And although we entertain this suspicion and suppose it to be correct, others have it not. But what is worse, they charge us with the very design of which we accuse him. Those actions of Cosmo which lead us to suspect him are that he lends money indiscriminately, and not to private persons only, but to the public, and not to Florentines only, but to the condottieri, the soldiers of fortune. Besides, he assists any citizen who requires magisterial aid, and by the universal interest he possesses in the city, raises first one friend, and then another to higher grades of honor. Therefore, to adduce our reasons for expelling him would be to say that he is kind, generous, liberal, and beloved by all. Now tell me, what law is there which forbids, disapproves, or condemns men for being pious, liberal, and benevolent? And though they are all modes adopted by those who aim at sovereignty, they are not believed to be such, nor have we sufficient power to make them to be so esteemed. For our conduct has robbed us of confidence, and the city, naturally partial and having always lived in faction, corrupt, cannot lend its attention to such charges. But even if we were successful in an attempt to expel him, which might easily happen under a favorable signory, how could we, being surrounded by his innumerable friends, who would constantly reproach us, and ardently desire to see him again in the city, prevent his return. It would be impossible, for they being so numerous, and having the goodwill of all upon their side, we should never be secure from them. And as many of his first discovered friends as you might expel, so many enemies would you make, so that in a short time he would return, and the result would be simply this: that we had driven him out a good man, and he had returned to us a bad one. For his nature would be corrupted by those who recalled him, and he, being under obligation, could not oppose them, or should you design to put him to death, you could not attain your purpose with the magistrates for his wealth, and the corruption of your minds will always save him. But let us suppose him put to death, or that, being banished, he did not return. I cannot see how the condition of a republic will be ameliorated. For if we relieve her from Cosmo, we at once make her subject to Rinaldo, and it is my most earnest desire that no citizen may ever, in power and authority, surpass the rest. But if one of these must prevail, I know of no reason that should make me prefer Rinaldo to Cosmo. I shall only say, may God preserve the city from any of her citizens usurping the sovereignty. But if our sins have deserved this, in mercy save us from Rinaldo. I pray thee, therefore, do not advise the adoption of a course on every account pernicious, nor imagine that, in union with a few, you would be able to oppose the will of the many. For the citizens, some from ignorance, and others from malice, are ready to sell the republic at any time, and fortune has so much favored them that they have found a purchaser. Take my advice, then, endeavor to live moderately, and with regard to liberty, you will find as much cause for suspicion in our party as in that of our adversaries. And when troubles arise, being of neither side, you will be agreeable to both, and you will thus provide for your own comfort, and do no injury to any. These words somewhat abated the eagerness of Barbadoro, so that tranquillity prevailed during the war with Lucca. But this being ended, and Niccolò da Zano dead, the city being at peace and under no restraint, unhealthy humors increased with fearful rapidity. Rinaldo, considering himself now the leader of the party, constantly entreated and urged every citizen whom he thought likely to be gonfalonier to take up arms and deliver the country from him who, from the malevolence of a few and the ignorance of the multitude, was inevitably reducing it to slavery. These practices of Rinaldo and those of the contrary side kept the city full of apprehension, so that whenever a magistracy was created, the numbers of each party composing it were made publicly known. And upon drawing for the signory, the whole city was aroused. Every case brought before the magistrates, however trivial, was made a subject of contention among them. Secrets were divulged. Good and evil alike became objects of favor and opposition. The benevolent and the wicked were alike assailed, and no magistrate fulfilled the duties of his office with integrity. In this state of confusion, Rinaldo, anxious to abate the power of Cosmo, and knowing that Bernardo Guadagni was likely to become gonfalonier, paid his arrears of taxes, that he might not, by being indebted to the public, be incapacitated for holding the office. The drawing soon after took place, and fortune, opposed to our welfare, caused Bernardo to be appointed for the months of September and October. Rinaldo immediately waited upon him and intimated how much the party of the nobility, and all who wished for repose, rejoiced to find he had attained that dignity, that it now rested with him to act in such a manner as to realize their pleasing expectations. He then enlarged upon the danger of disunion, and endeavored to show that there was no means of attaining the blessing of unity but by the destruction of Cosmo, for he alone, by the popularity acquired with his enormous wealth, kept them depressed, that he was already so powerful, that if not hindered, he would soon become prince, and that it was the part of a good citizen, in order to prevent such a calamity, to assemble the people in the piazza, and restore liberty to his country. Rinaldo then reminded the new Gonfalonier how Salvestro de' Medici was able, though unjustly, to restrain the power of the Guelphs, to whom, by the blood of their ancestors, shed in its cause, the government rightly belonged, and argued that what he was able unjustly to accomplish against so many might surely be easily performed with justice in its favor against one. He encouraged him with the assurance that their friends would be ready in arms to support him, that he need not regard the plebeians who adored Cosmo, since their assistance would be of no greater avail than Giorgio Scali had found it on a similar occasion, and that with regard to his wealth no apprehension was necessary. For when he was under the power of the Signory, his riches would be so too. In conclusion, he averred that this course would unite and secure the Republic and crown the Gonfaloniere with glory. Bernardo briefly replied that he thought it necessary to act exactly as Rinaldo had advised, and that as the time was suitable for action, he should provide himself with forces, being assured from what Rinaldo had said, he would be supported by his colleagues. Bernardo entered upon the duties of his office, prepared his followers, and having concerted with Rinaldo, summoned Cosmo, who, though many friends dissuaded him from it, obeyed the call, trusting more to his own innocence than to the mercy of the Signory. As soon as he had entered the palace, he was arrested. Rinaldo, with a great number of armed men and accompanied by nearly the whole of his party, proceeded to the piazza, when the Signory assembled the people and created a balia of 200 persons for the reformation of the city. With the least possible delay, they entered upon the consideration of reform and of the life or death of Cosmo. Many wished him to be banished, others to be put to death, and several were silent, either from compassion toward him or for fear of the rest, so that these differences prevented them from coming to any conclusion. There is an apartment in the tower of the palace which occupies the whole of one floor, and is called the Albergatino, in which Cosmo was confined under the charge of Federigo Malavolti. In this place, hearing the assembly of the councils, the noise of arms which proceeded from the piazza, and the frequent ringing of the bell to assemble the balia, he was greatly apprehensive for his safety, but still more or less his private enemies should cause him to be put to death in some unusual manner. He scarcely took any food, so that in 4 days he ate only a small quantity of bread. Federigo, observing his anxiety, said to him, "Cosmo, you are afraid of being poisoned, and are evidently hastening your end with hunger. You wrong me if you think I would be a party to such an atrocious act. I do not imagine your life to be in much danger, since you have so many friends both within the palace and without. But if you should eventually lose it, be assured they will use some other medium than myself for that purpose, for I will never imbue my hands in the blood of any, still less in yours, who never injured me. Therefore cheer up, take some food, and preserve your life for your friends and your country, and that you may do so with greater assurance, I will partake of your meals with you." These words were of great relief to Cosmo, who with tears in his eyes embraced and kissed Federigo, earnestly thanking him for so kind and affectionate conduct, and promising, if ever the opportunity were given him, he would not be ungrateful. Chapter 7, Book 4. Cosmo in some degree recovered his spirits, and while the citizens were disputing about him, Federigo, by way of recreation, brought an acquaintance of the Gonfaloniere to take supper with him, an amusing and facetious person, whose name was Il Farnagaccio. The repast being nearly over, Cosmo, who thought he might turn this visit to advantage, for he knew the man very intimately, gave a sign to Federigo to leave the apartment, and he, guessing the cause, under pretense of going for something that was wanted on the table, left them together. Cosmo, after a few friendly expressions addressed to Il Farnagaccio, gave him a small slip of paper, and desired him to go to the director of the hospital of Santa Maria Nuova for 1,100 ducats. He was to take the 100 for himself and carry the 1,000 to the Gonfaloniere, and beg that he would take some suitable occasion of coming to see him. Farnagaccio undertook the commission. The money was paid, Bernardo became more humane, and Cosmo was banished to Padua, contrary to the wish of Rinaldo, who earnestly desired his death. Averardo and many others of the house of Medici were also banished, and with them Puccio and Giovanni Pucci. To silence those who were dissatisfied with the banishment of Cosmo, they endowed with the power of a balia, the aid of war, and the capitano of the people. After his sentence, Cosmo, on the 3rd of October, 1433, came before the Signory by whom the boundary to which he was restricted was specified, and they advised him to avoid passing it, unless he wished them to proceed with greater severity both against himself and his property. Cosmo received his sentence with a cheerful look, assuring the Signory that wherever they determined to send him, he would willingly remain. He earnestly begged that as they had preserved his life, they would protect it, for he knew there were many in the piazza who were desirous to take it, and assured them that wherever he might be, himself and his means were entirely at the service of the city, the people, and the Signory. He was respectfully attended by the Gonfalonier, who retained him in the palace till night, then conducted him to his own house to supper, and caused him to be escorted by a strong armed force to his place of banishment. Wherever the cavalcade passed, Cosmo was honorably received, and was publicly visited by the Venetians, not as an exile, but with all the respect due to one in the highest station. Florence, widowed of so great a citizen, one so generally beloved, seemed to be universally sunk in despondency. Victors and the vanquished were alike in fear. Rinaldo, as if inspired with a presage of his future calamities, in order not to appear deficient to himself or his party, assembled many citizens, his friends, and informed them that he foresaw their approaching ruin, for having allowed themselves to be overcome by the prayers, the tears, and the money of their enemies, and that they did not seem aware they would soon themselves have to entreat and weep, when their prayers would not be listened to, or their tears excite compassion, and that of the money received. They would have to restore the principal and pay the interest in tortures, exile, and death. That it would have been much better for them to have done nothing than to have left Cosmo alive, and his friends in Florence. For great offenders ought either to remain untouched, or be destroyed, that there was now no remedy but to strengthen themselves in the city, so that upon the renewed attempts of their enemies which would soon take place, they might drive them out with arms, since they had not sufficient civil authority to expel them. The remedy to be adopted, he said, was one that he had long before advocated, which was to regain the friendship of the grandees, restoring and conceding to them all the honors of the city, and thus make themselves strong with that party, since their adversaries had joined the plebeians, that by this means they would become the more powerful side. For they would possess greater energy, more comprehensive talent, and an augmented share of influence, and that if this last and only remedy were not adopted, he knew not what other means could be made use of to preserve the government among so many enemies, or prevent their own ruin and that of the city. Mariotto Baldovinetti, one of the assembly, was opposed to this plan, on account of the pride and insupportable nature of the nobility, and said that it would be folly to place themselves again under such inevitable tyranny, for the sake of avoiding imaginary dangers from the plebeians. Rinaldo, finding his advice unfavorably received, vexed at his own misfortune and that of his party, imputed the whole to heaven itself, which had resolved upon it, rather than to human ignorance and blunders. In this juncture of affairs, no remedial measure being attempted, a letter was found written by Niccolò Acciajuoli to Cosmo, acquainting him with the disposition of the city in his favor, and advising him, if possible, to excite a war and gain the friendship of Mary di Gina. For he imagined the city to be in want of money, and as she would not find anyone to serve her, the remembrance of him would be revived in the minds of the citizens, and they would desire his return, and that if Neri were detached from Rinaldo, the party of the latter would be so weakened as to be unable to defend themselves. This letter coming to the hands of the magistrates, Agnolo was taken, put to the torture, and sent into exile. This example, however, did not at all deter Cosmo's party. It was now almost a year since Cosmo had been banished, and the end of August 1434 being come, Niccolò di Cocco was drawn Gonfalonier for the 2 succeeding months, and with him 8 singers, all partisans of Cosmo. This struck terror into Rinaldo and his party, and as it is usual for 3 days to elapse before the new Signory assumed the magistracy and the old resigned their authority, Rinaldo again called together the heads of his party. He endeavored to show them their certain and immediate danger, and that their only remedy was to take arms, and caused Donato Velluti, who was yet Gonfalonier, to assemble the people in the piazza and create a balia. He would then deprive the new Signory of the magistracy, appoint another, burn the present balloting purses, and by means of a new squittini, provide themselves with friends. Many thought this course safe and requisite, others that it was too violent, and likely to be attended with great evil. Among those who disliked it was Palestruzzi, a peaceable, gentle, and humane person, better adapted for literary pursuits than for restraining a party or opposing civil strife. He said that bold and crafty resolutions seemed promising at their commencement, but are afterward found difficult to execute and generally pernicious at their conclusion. That he thought the fear of external wars, the Duke's forces being upon the confines of Magna, would occupy the minds of the Signory more than internal dissensions. But still, if any attempt should be made, and it could not take place unnoticed, they would have sufficient time to take arms and adopt whatever measures might be found necessary for the common good, which being done upon necessity would occasion less excitement among the people and less danger to themselves. It was therefore concluded that the new Signory should come in, that their proceedings should be watched, and if they were found attempting anything against the party, each should take arms and meet in the piazza of San Pulinari, situated near the palace, and whence they might proceed wherever it was found necessary. Having come to this conclusion, Rinaldo's friends separated. The new Signory entered upon their office, and the Gonfalonier, in order to acquire reputation and deter those who might intend to oppose him, sent Donato Velluti, his predecessor, to prison upon the charge of having applied the public money to his own use. He then endeavored to sound his colleagues with respect to Cosmo. Seeing them desirous of his return, he communicated with the leaders of the Medici party, and, by their advice, summoned the hostile chiefs, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, Rodolfo Peruzzi, and Niccolò Barbadoro. After this citation, Rinaldo thought further delay would be dangerous. He therefore left his house with a great number of armed men, and was soon joined by Rodolfo Peruzzi and Niccolò Barbadoro. The force accompanying them was composed of several citizens and a great number of disbanded soldiers then in Florence, and all assembled, according to appointment, in the piazza of San Pulinari. Palla Strozzi and Giovanni Guicciardini, though each had assembled a large number of men, kept in their houses, and therefore Rinaldo sent a messenger to request their attendance and to reprove their delay. Giovanni replied that he should lend sufficient aid against their enemies, if by remaining at home he could prevent his brother Piero from going to the defense of the palace. After many messages, Palla came to San Pulinari on horseback, accompanied by 2 of his people on foot and unarmed. Rinaldo, on meeting him, sharply reproved him for his negligence, declaring that his refusal to come with the others arose either from defect of principle or want of courage, both of which charges should be avoided by all who wished to preserve such a character as he had hitherto possessed, and that if he thought this abominable conduct to his party would induce their enemies when victorious to spare him from death or exile, he deceived himself. But for himself, Rinaldo, whatever might happen, he had the consolation of knowing that, previously to the crisis, he had never neglected his duty in council, and that when it occurred, he had used every possible exertion to repel it with arms. But that Palla and the others would experience aggravated remorse when they considered they had upon 3 occasions betrayed their country. First, when they saved Cosmo. Next, when they disregarded his advice. And now the 3rd time by not coming armed in her defense according to their engagement. To these reproaches Palla made no reply audible to those around, but, muttering something as he left them, returned to his house. The Signory, knowing Rinaldo and his party had taken arms, finding themselves abandoned, caused the palace to be shut up, and having no one to consult, they knew not what course to adopt. However, Rinaldo, by delaying his coming to the piazza, having waited in expectation of forces which did not join him, lost the opportunity of victory, gave them courage to provide for their defense, and allowed many others to join them, who advised that means should be used to induce their adversaries to lay down their arms. Thereupon some of the least suspected went on the part of the Signory to Rinaldo and said they did not know what occasion they had given his friends for thus assembling in arms, that they never had any intention of offending him, and if they had spoken of Cosmo, they had no design of recalling him. So, if their fears were thus occasioned, they might at once be dispelled, for that, if they came to the palace, they would be graciously received, and all their complaints attended to. These words produced no change in Rinaldo's purpose. He bade them provide for their safety by resigning their offices, and said that then the government of the city would be reorganized, for the mutual benefit of all. It rarely happens, where authorities are equal and opinions contrary, that any good resolution is adopted. Rodolfo Peruzzi, moved by the discourse of the citizens, said that all he desired was to prevent the return of Cosmo, and this being granted to them seemed a sufficient victory, nor would he, to obtain a greater, fill the city with blood. He would therefore obey the Signory, and accordingly went with his people to the palace, where he was received with a hearty welcome. Thus, Rinaldo's delay at San Pulinari, Palla's want of courage, and Rodolfo's desertion deprived their party of all chance of success, while the ardor of the citizens abated, and the Pope's authority did not contribute to its revival. Pope Eugenius was at this time at Florence, having been driven from Rome by the people. These disturbances coming to his knowledge, he thought it a duty suitable to his pastoral office to appease them, and sent the Patriarch Giovanni Vitelleschi, Rinaldo's most intimate friend, to entreat the latter to come to an interview with him, as he trusted he had sufficient influence with the Signory to ensure his safety and satisfaction without injury or bloodshed to the citizens. By his friend's persuasion, Rinaldo proceeded with all his followers to Santa Maria Nuova, where the Pope resided. Eugenius gave him to understand that the Signory had empowered him to settle the differences between them, and that all would be arranged to his satisfaction if he laid down his arms. Rinaldo, having witnessed Palla's want of zeal and the fickleness of Rodolfo Peruzzi, and no better course being open to him, placed himself in the Pope's hands, thinking that at all events the authority of his holiness would ensure his safety. Eugenius then sent word to Niccolò Barbadoro, and the rest who remained without, that they were to lay down their arms, for Rinaldo was remaining with the pontiff to arrange terms of agreement with the Signors, upon which they immediately dispersed and laid aside their weapons. The Signory, seeing their adversaries disarmed, continued to negotiate an arrangement by means of the Pope, but at the same time sent secretly to the mountains of Pistoia for infantry, which, with what other forces they could collect, were brought into Florence by night. Having taken possession of all the strong positions in the city, they assembled the people in the piazza and created a new Balia, which, without delay, restored Cosmo and those who had been exiled with him to their country and banished, of the opposite party, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, Rodolfo Peruzzi, Niccolò Barbadoro, and Palestruzzi, with so many other citizens, that there were few places in Italy which did not contain some, and many others beyond her limits were full of them. By this and similar occurrences, Florence was deprived of men of worth, and of much wealth and industry. The Pope, seeing such misfortunes befall those who by his entreaties were induced to lay down their arms, was greatly dissatisfied, and condoled with Rinaldo on the injuries he had received through his confidence in him, but advised him to be patient, and hope for some favorable turn of fortune. Rinaldo replied, "The want of confidence in those who ought to have trusted me, and the great trust I have reposed in you, have ruined both me and my party. But I blame myself principally for having thought that you, who were expelled from your own country, could preserve me in mind. I have had sufficient experience of the freaks of fortune, and as I have never trusted greatly to prosperity, I shall suffer less inconvenience from adversity, and I know that when she pleases she can become more favorable. But if she should never change, I shall not be very desirous of living in a city in which individuals are more powerful than the laws, for that country alone is desirable in which property and friends may be safely enjoyed, not one where they may easily be taken from us, and where friends, from fear of losing their property, are compelled to abandon each other in their greatest need. Besides, it has always been less painful to good men to hear of the misfortunes of their country than to witness them, and an honorable exile is always held in greater esteem than slavery at home." He then left the Pope, and full of indignation, blaming himself, his own measures, and the coldness of his friends, went into exile. Cosmo, on the other hand, being informed of his recall, returned to Florence, and it has seldom occurred that any citizen coming home triumphant from victory was received by so vast a concourse of people, or such unqualified demonstrations of regard as he was upon his return from banishment. For by universal consent he was hailed as the benefactor of the people and the father of his country. Chapter 1, Book 5. It may be observed that provinces, amid the vicissitudes to which they are subject, pass from order into confusion, and afterward recur to a state of order again, for the nature of mundane affairs not allowing them to continue in an even course. When they have arrived at their greatest perfection, they soon begin to decline. In the same manner, having been reduced by disorder and sunk to their utmost state of depression, unable to descend lower, they of necessity reascend, and thus from good they gradually decline to evil, and from evil again return to good. The reason is that valor produces peace, peace, repose, repose, disorder, disorder, ruin. So from disorder order springs, from order virtue, and from this glory and good fortune. Hence, wise men have observed that the age of literary excellence is subsequent to that of distinction in arms, and that in cities and provinces great warriors are produced before philosophers, arms having secured victory, and victory peace. The buoyant vigor of the martial mind cannot be enfeebled by a more excusable indulgence than that of letters, nor can indolence with any greater or more dangerous deceit enter a well-regulated community. Cato was aware of this when the philosophers Diogenes and Carneades were sent ambassadors to the Senate by the Athenians, for perceiving with what earnest admiration the Roman youth began to follow them. And knowing the evils that might result to his country from this specious idleness, he enacted that no philosopher should be allowed to enter Rome. Provinces by this means sink to ruin, from which, men's sufferings having made them wiser, they again recur to order, if they be not overwhelmed by some extraordinary force. These causes made Italy first under the ancient Tuscans, and afterward under the Romans by turns happy and unhappy. And although nothing has subsequently arisen from the ruins of Rome, at all corresponding to her ancient greatness, which under a well-organized monarchy might have been gloriously effected, still there was so much bravery and intelligence in some of the new cities and governments that afterward sprang up, that although none ever acquired dominion over the rest, they were nevertheless so balanced and regulated among themselves, as to enable them to live in freedom and defend their country from the barbarians. Among these governments, the Florentines, although they possessed a smaller extent of territory, were not inferior to any in power and authority, for being situated in the middle of Italy, wealthy and prepared for action, they either defended themselves against such as thought proper to assail them, or decided victory in favor of those to whom they became allies, from the valor they fought. Of these new governments, if no seasons occurred of long continued peace, neither were any exposed to the calamities of war, for that cannot be called peace in which states frequently assail each other with arms. Nor can those be considered wars in which no men are slain, cities plundered, or sovereignties overthrown. For the practice of arms fell into such a state of decay that wars were commenced without fear, continued without danger, and concluded without loss. Thus the military energy which is in other countries exhausted by a long peace was wasted in Italy by the contemptible manner in which hostilities were carried on, as will be clearly seen in the events to be described from 1434 to 1494, from which it will appear how the barbarians were again admitted into Italy, and she again sunk under subjection to them. Although the transactions of our princes at home and abroad will not be viewed with admiration of their virtue and greatness like those of the ancients, perhaps they may on other accounts be regarded with no less interest, seeing what masses of high-spirited people were kept in restraint by such weak and disorderly forces. And if, in detailing the events which took place in this wasted world, we shall not have to record the bravery of the soldier, the prudence of the general, or the patriotism of the citizen, it will be seen with what artifice, deceit, and cunning princes, warriors, and leaders of republics conducted themselves to support a reputation they never deserved. This, perhaps, will not be less useful than a knowledge of ancient history, for if the latter excites the liberal mind to imitation, the former will show what ought to be avoided and decried. Italy was reduced to such a condition by her rulers that when, by consent of her princes, peace was restored, it was soon disturbed by those who retained their armies, so that glory was not gained by war, nor repose by peace. Thus, when the League and the Duke of Milan agreed to lay aside their arms in 1433, the soldiers resolved upon war directed their efforts against the Church. There were at this time two factions or armed parties in Italy, the Sforzesca and the Braccesca. The leader of the former was the Count Francesco, the son of Sforza, and of the latter, Niccolò Piccinino and Niccolò Fortebraccio. Under the banner of one or other of these parties, almost all the forces of Italy were assembled. Of the two, the Sforzesca was in greatest repute, as well from the bravery of the Count himself, as from the promise which the Duke of Milan had made him of his natural daughter, Madonna Bianca, the prospect of which alliance greatly strengthened his influence. After the peace of Lombardy, these forces from various causes attacked Pope Eugenius. Niccolò Fortebraccio was instigated by the ancient enmity which Braccio had always entertained against the Church. The Count was induced by ambition, so that Niccolò assailed Rome, and the Count took possession of La Marca. The Romans, in order to avoid the war, drove Pope Eugenius from their city, and he, having with difficulty escaped, came to Florence, where, seeing the imminent danger of his situation, being abandoned by the princes, for they were unwilling again to take up arms in his cause, after having been so anxious to lay them aside, he came to terms with the Count, and ceded to him the sovereignty of La Marca, although, to the injury of having occupied it, he had added insult, for in signing the place, from which he addressed letters to his agents, he said in Latin, according to the Latin custom, ex gerfalco nostro Firmiano, invito Petro et Paulo. Neither was he satisfied with this concession, but insisted upon being appointed gonfalonier of the church, which was also granted. So much more was Eugenius alarmed at the prospect of a dangerous war than of an ignominious peace. Having thus been reconciled to the pontiff, attacked Niccolò Fortebraccio, and during many months various encounters took place between them, from all which greater injury resulted to the Pope and his subjects than to either of the belligerents. At length, by the intervention of the Duke of Milan, an arrangement by way of a truce was made, by which both became princes in the territories of the Church. The war thus extinguished at Rome was rekindled in Romagna by Battista da Caneto, who at Bologna slew some of the family of the Grifoni, and expelled from the city the governor who resided there for the Pope, along with others who were opposed to him. To enable himself to retain the government, he applied for assistance to Filippo, and the Pope, to avenge himself for the injury, sought the aid of the Venetians and Florentines. Both parties obtained assistance, so that very soon 2 large armies were on foot in Romagna. Niccolò Piccinino commanded for the Duke, Gattamelata and Niccolò da Tolentino for the Venetians and Florentines. They met near Mala, where a battle ensued, in which the Florentines and Venetians were routed, and Niccolò da Tolentino was sent prisoner to Milan, where either through grief for his loss, or by some unfair means, he died in a few days, the Duke. On this victory, either being exhausted by the late wars, or thinking the League after their defeat would not be in haste to resume hostilities, did not pursue his good fortune, and thus gave the Pope and his colleagues time to recover themselves. They therefore appointed the Count Francesco for their leader, and undertook to drive Niccolò Fortebraccio from the territories of the Church, and thus terminate the war which had been commenced in favor of the pontiff. The Romans, finding the Pope supported by so large an army, sought a reconciliation with him, and being successful admitted his commissary into the city. Among the places possessed by Niccolò Fortebraccio were Tivoli, Montefiascone, Città di Castello, and Assisi, to the last of which, not being able to keep the field, he fled, and the Count besieged him there. Niccolò's brave defense making it probable that the war would be of considerable duration, the Duke deemed it necessary to prevent the League from obtaining the victory, and said that if this were not effected, he would very soon have to look at the defense of his own territories. Resolving to divert the Count from the siege, he commanded Niccolò Piccinino to pass into Tuscany by way of Romagna, and the League, thinking it more important to defend Tuscany than to occupy Assisi, ordered the Count to prevent the passage of Niccolò, who was already with his army at Furli. The Count accordingly moved with his forces and came to Cesena. Having left the war of La Marca and the care of his own territories to his brother Lion, and while Niccolò Piccinino was endeavoring to pass by, and the Count to prevent him, Fortebraccio attacked Leon with great bravery, made him prisoner, routed his forces, and pursuing the advantage of his victory, at once possessed himself of many places in La Marca. This circumstance greatly perplexed the count, who thought he had lost all his territories. So, leaving part of his force to check Piccinino, with the remainder he pursued Fortebraccio, whom he attacked and conquered. Fortebraccio was taken prisoner in the battle, and soon after died of his wounds. This victory restored to the pontiff all the places that had been taken from him by Fortebraccio, and compelled the Duke of Milan to sue for peace, which was concluded by the intercession of Niccolò d'Este, Marquis of Ferrara, the Duke restoring to the church the places he had taken from her, and his forces retiring into Lombardy. Battista da Caneto, as in the case with all who retain authority only by the consent and forces of another, when the Duke's people had quitted Romagna, unable with his own power to keep possession of Bologna, fled, and Antonio Bentivogli, the head of the opposite party, returned to his country. All this took place during the exile of Cosmo, after whose return those who had restored him, and a great number of persons injured by the opposite party, resolved at all events to make themselves sure of the government. And the Signory for the months of November and December, not content with what their predecessors had done in favor of their party, extended the term and changed the residences of several who were banished, and increased the number of exiles. In addition to these evils, it was observed that citizens were more annoyed on account of their wealth, their family connections, or private animosities, than for the sake of the party to which they adhered. So that if these proscriptions had been accompanied with bloodshed, they would have resembled those of Octavius and Sylla, though in reality they were not without some stains. For Antonio de Bernardo Guadagni was beheaded, and 4 other citizens, among whom were Zanobi, de Belfratelli, and Cosmo Barbadori, passing the confines to which they were limited, proceeded to Venice, where the Venetians, valuing the friendship of Cosmo de' Medici more than their own honor, sent them prisoners to him, and they were basely put to death. This circumstance greatly increased the influence of that party, and struck their enemies with terror, finding that such a powerful republic would so humble itself to the Florentines. This, however, was supposed to have been done, not so much out of kindness to Cosmo as to excite dissensions in Florence, and by means of bloodshed make greater certainty of division among the citizens. For the Venetians knew there was no other obstacle to their ambition so great as the union of her people, the city being cleared of the enemies or suspected enemies of the state. Those in possession of the government now began to strengthen their party by conferring benefits upon such as were in a condition to serve them. And the family of the Alberti, with all who had been banished by the former government, were recalled. All the nobility, with few exceptions, were reduced to the ranks of the people, and the possessions of the exiles were divided among themselves, upon each paying a small acknowledgment. They then fortified themselves with new laws and provisos, made new squittini, withdrawing the names of their adversaries from the purses, and filling them with those of their friends. Taking advice from the ruin of their enemies, they considered that to allow the great offices to be filled by mere chance of drawing did not afford the government sufficient security. They therefore resolved that the magistrates possessing the power of life and death should always be chosen from among the leaders of their own party, and therefore that the accopiere or person selected for the imbursation of the new squittini, with the signory who had to retire from office, should make the new appointments. They gave the guard authority to proceed capitally, and provided that the exiles, when their term of banishment was complete, should not be allowed to return unless from the signory and colleagues, which were 37 in number, the consent of 34 was obtained. It was made unlawful to write to or to receive letters from them. Every word, sign, or action that gave offense to the ruling party was punished with the utmost rigor. And if there was still in Florence any suspected person whom these regulations did not reach, he was oppressed with taxes imposed for the occasion. Thus, in a short time, having expelled or impoverished the whole of the adverse party, they established themselves firmly in the government. Not to be destitute of external assistance and to deprive others of it, who might use it against themselves, they entered into a league offensive and defensive with the Pope, the Venetians, and the Duke of Milan. Chapter 2, Book 5. The affairs of Florence being in this condition, Giovanna, Queen of Naples, died, and by her will appointed René of Anjou to be her successor. Alfonso, King of Aragon, was at this time in Sicily, and having obtained the concurrence of many barons, prepared to take possession of the kingdom. The Neapolitans, with whom a greater number of barons were also associated, favored Rene. The Pope was unwilling that either of them should obtain it, but desired the affairs of Naples to be administered by a governor of his own appointing. In the meantime, Alfonso entered the kingdom, and was received by the Duke of Sessa. He brought with him some princes, whom he had engaged in his service, with the design, already possessing Capua, which the Prince of Tirano held in his name, of subduing the Neapolitans, and sent his fleet to attack Gaeta, which had declared itself in their favor. They therefore demanded assistance of the Duke of Milan, who persuaded the Genoese to undertake their defense, and they to satisfy the Duke their sovereign and protect the merchandise they possessed. Both at Naples and Gaeta armed a powerful fleet. Alfonso, hearing of this, augmented his own naval force, went in person to meet the Genoese, and coming up with them near the island of Ponzio, an engagement ensued, in which the Aragonese were defeated, and Alfonso, with many of the princes of his suite, made prisoners and sent by the Genoese to the Filippo. This victory terrified the princes of Italy, who, being jealous of the Duke's power, thought it would give him a great opportunity of being sovereign of the whole country. But so contrary are the views of men that he took a directly opposite course. Alfonso was a man of great sagacity, and as soon as an opportunity presented itself of communicating with Filippo, he proved to him how completely he contravened his own interest by favoring Rennes and opposing himself. For it would be the business of the former, on becoming King of Naples, to introduce the French into Milan, that in an emergency he might have assistance at hand without the necessity of having to solicit a passage for his friends. But he could not possibly secure this advantage without effecting the ruin of the Duke and making his dominions a French province, and that the contrary of all this would result from himself becoming Lord of Naples. For having only the French to fear, he would be compelled to love and caress, nay, even to obey those who had it in their power to open a passage for his enemies, that thus the title of King of Naples would be with himself, Alfonso. But the power and authority with Filippo, so that it was much more the Duke's business than his own to consider the danger of one course and the advantage of the other, unless he rather wished to gratify his private prejudices than to give security to his dominions. In the one case, he would be a free prince; in the other, placed between two powerful sovereigns, he would either be robbed of his territories or live in constant fear and have to obey them like a slave. These arguments so greatly influenced the Duke that, changing his design, he set Alfonso at liberty, sent him honorably to Genoa and then to Naples. From thence the king went to Gaeta, which, as soon as his liberation had become known, was taken possession of by some nobles of his party. The Genoese, seeing that the Duke, without the least regard for them, had liberated the king, and gained credit to himself through the devoir and expense which they had incurred, that he enjoyed all the honor of the liberation, and they were themselves exposed to the odium of the capture, and the injuries consequent upon the king's defeat, were greatly exasperated in the city of Genoa, while in the enjoyment of her liberty, a magistrate is created with the consent of the people, whom they call the Doge. Not that he is absolutely a prince, or that he alone has the power of determining matters of government, but that, as the head of the state, he proposes those questions or subjects which have to be considered and determined by the magistrates and the councils. In that city are many noble families so powerful that they are with great difficulty induced to submit to the authority of the law. Of these the most powerful are the Fregosa and the Adorna, from whom arise the dissensions of the city, and the impotence of her civil regulations, for the possession of this high office being contested by means inadmissible in well-regulated communities, and most commonly with arms in their hand. It always occurs that one party is oppressed and the other triumphant, and sometimes those who fail in the pursuit have recourse to the arms of strangers, and the country they are not allowed to rule they subject to foreign authority. Hence it happens that those who govern in Lombardy most commonly command in Genoa, as occurred at the time Alfonso of Aragon was made prisoner. Among the leading Genoese who had been instrumental in subjecting the Republic to Filippo was Francesco Spinola, who soon after he had reduced his country to bondage, as always happens in such cases, became suspected by the Duke. Indignant at this, he withdrew to a sort of voluntary exile at Gaeta, and being there when the naval expedition was in preparation, and having conducted himself with great bravery in the action, he thought he had again merited so much of the Duke's confidence as would obtain for him permission to remain undisturbed at Genoa. But the Duke still retained his suspicions, for he could not believe that a vacillating defender of his own country's liberty would be faithful to himself, and Francesco Spinola resolved again to try his fortune, and if possible restore freedom to his country and honorable safety for himself. For he was there was no probability of regaining the forfeited affection of his fellow citizens, but by resolving at his own peril to remedy the misfortunes which he had been so instrumental in producing. Finding the indignation against the Duke universal, on account of the liberation of the king, he thought the moment propitious for the execution of his design. He communicated his ideas to some whom he knew to be similarly inclined, and his arguments ensured their cooperation. The great festival of St. John the Baptist being come, when Arismeno, the new governor sent by the Duke, was to enter Genoa, and he being already arrived, accompanied by Opicino, the former governor, and many Genoese citizens, Francesco Spinola thought further delay improper, and, issuing from his house with those acquainted with his design, all armed, they raised the cry of liberty. It was wonderful to see how eagerly the citizens and people assembled at the word, so that those who, for any reason, might be favorable to Filippo, not only had no time to arm, but scarcely to consider the means of escape. Arismeno, with some Genoese, fled to the fortress which was held for the Duke Opicino, thinking that if he could reach the palace where 2,000 men were in arms and at his command, he might be able either to effect his own safety, or induce his friends to defend themselves, took that direction. But before he arrived at the piazza, he was slain, his body divided into many pieces and scattered about the city. The Genoese, having placed the government in the hands of free magistrates, in a few days recovered the castle, and the other strongholds possessed by the Duke, and delivered themselves entirely from his yoke. These transactions, though at first they had alarmed the princes of Italy with the apprehension that the Duke would become too powerful, now gave them hope, seeing the turn they had taken of being able to restrain him. And notwithstanding the recent league, the Florentines and Venetians entered into alliance with the Genoese. Rinaldo degli Albizzi and the other leading Florentine exiles, observing the altered aspect of affairs, conceived hopes of being able to induce the Duke to make war against Florence, and having arrived at Milan, Rinaldo addressed him in the following manner: "If we, who were once your enemies, come now confidently to supplicate your assistance to enable us to return to our country, neither you nor anyone who considers the course and vicissitudes of human affairs can be at all surprised. For of our past conduct toward yourself and our present intentions toward our country, we can adduce palpable and abundant reasons. No good man will ever reproach another who endeavors to defend his country, whatever be his mode of doing so. Neither have we had any design of injuring you, but only to preserve our country from detriment. And we appeal to yourself, whether, during the greatest victories of our league, when you were really desirous of peace, we were not even more anxious for it than yourself, so that we do not think we have done aught to make us despair altogether of favor from you. Nor can our country itself complain that we now exhort you to use those arms against her, from which we have so pertinaciously defended her, for that state alone merits the love of all her citizens, which cares with equal affection for all, not one that favors a few and casts from her the great mass of her children. Nor are the arms that men use against their country to be universally condemned. For communities, although composed of many, resemble individual bodies, and as in these, many infirmities arise which cannot be cured without the application of fire or of steel. So in the former there often occur such numerous and great evils, that a good and merciful citizen, when there is a necessity for the sword, would be much more to blame in leaving her uncured than by using this remedy for her preservation. What greater disease can afflict a republic than slavery? And what remedy is more desirable for adoption than the one by which alone it can be effectually removed? No wars are just but those that are necessary, and force is merciful when it presents the only hope of relief. I know not what necessity can be greater than ours, or what compassion can exceed that which rescues our country from slavery. Our cause is therefore just, and our purpose merciful, as both yourself and we may be easily convinced. The amplest justice is on your side, for the Florentines have not hesitated, after a peace concluded with so much solemnity, to enter into league with those who have rebelled against you. So that if our cause is insufficient to excite you against them, let your own just indignation do so. And the more so, seeing the facility of the undertaking, you need be under no apprehension from the memory of the past, in which you may have observed the power of that people and their pertinency in self-defense, though these might reasonably excite fear if they were still animated by the valor of former time. But now, all is entirely the reverse, for what power can be expected in a city that has recently expelled the greatest part of her wealth and industry? What indomitable resolution need be apprehended from the people whom so many and such recent enmities have disunited? The disunion which still prevails will prevent wealthy citizens advancing money as they used to do on former occasions. For though men willingly contribute according to their means, when they see their own credit, glory, and private advantage dependent upon it, or when there is a hope of regaining in peace what has been spent in war, but not when equally oppressed under all circumstances, when in war they suffer the injuries of the enemy, and in peace the insolence of those who govern them. Besides this, the people feel more deeply the avarice of their rulers than the rapacity of the enemy, for there is hope of being ultimately relieved from the latter evil, but none from the former. Thus, in the last war you had to contend with the whole city, but now with only a small portion. You attempted to take the government from many good citizens, but now you oppose only a few bad ones. You then endeavored to deprive a city of her liberty, now you come to restore it. As it is unreasonable to suppose that under such disparity of circumstances, the result should be the same, you have now every reason to anticipate an easy victory, and how much it will strengthen your own government. You may easily judge, having Tuscany friendly and bound by so powerful an obligation in your enterprises, she will be even of more service to you than Milan. And although on former occasions such an acquisition might be looked upon as ambitious and unwarrantable, it will now be considered merciful and just. Then do not let this opportunity escape, and be assured that although your attempts against the city have been attended with difficulty, expense, and disgrace, this will with facility procure you incalculable advantage and honorable renown. Many words were not requisite to induce the Duke to hostilities against the Florentines, for he was incited to it by hereditary hatred and blind ambition, and still more by the fresh injuries which the league with the Genoese involved. Yet his past expenses, the dangerous measures necessary, the remembrance of his recent losses, and the vain hopes of the exiles, alarmed him. As soon as he had learned the revolt of Genoa, he ordered Niccolò Piccinino to proceed thither with all his cavalry and whatever infantry he could raise for the purpose of recovering her, before the citizens had time to become settled and establish a government, for he trusted greatly in the fortress within the city which was held for him. And although Niccolò drove the Genoese from the mountains, took from them the valley of Pozevere where they had entrenched themselves, and obliged them to seek refuge within the walls of the city, he still found such an insurmountable obstacle in the resolute defense of the citizens, that he was compelled to withdraw. On this, at the suggestion of the Florentine exiles, he commanded Niccolò to attack them on the eastern side, upon the confines of Pisa in the Genoese territory, and to push the war with his utmost vigor, thinking this plan would manifest and develop the course best to be adopted. Niccolò therefore besieged and took Cerizana, and having committed great ravages by way of further alarming the Florentines, he proceeded to Lucca, spreading a report that it was his intention to go to Naples to render assistance to the King of Aragon. Upon these new events, Pope Eugenius left Florence and proceeded to Bologna, where he endeavored to effect an amicable arrangement between the League and the Duke, intimating to the latter that if he would not consent to some treaty, the pontiff must send Francesco Sforza to assist the League, for the latter was now his confederate and served in his pay. Although the Pope greatly exerted himself in this affair, his endeavors were unavailing, for the Duke would not listen to any proposal that did not leave him the possession of Genoa, and the League had resolved that she should remain free, and therefore each party, having no other resource, prepared to continue the war. In the meantime, Niccolò Piccinino arrived at Lucca, and the Florentines, being doubtful what course to adopt, ordered Neri di Gino to lead their forces into the Pisan territory, induced the pontiff to allow Count Francesco to join him, and with their forces they halted at San Gonda. Piccinino then demanded admission into the kingdom of Naples, and this being refused, he threatened to force a passage. The armies were equal, both in regard of numbers and the capacity of their leaders, and unwilling to tempt fortune during the bad weather. It being the month of December, they remained several days without attacking each other. The first movement was made by Niccolò Piccinino, who, being informed that if he attacked Vico Pisano by night, he could easily take possession of the place, made the attempt, and having failed, ravaged the surrounding country, and then burned and plundered the town of San Giovanni alla Vinata. This enterprise, though of little consequence, excited him to make further attempts, the more so from being assured that the Count and Neri were yet in their quarters, and he attacked Santa Maria in Castello and Falletto, both which places he took. Still the Florentine forces would not stir, not that the Count entertained any fear, but because out of regard to the Pope, who still labored to effect an accommodation, the government of Florence had deferred giving their final consent to the war. This course, which the Florentines adopted from prudence, was considered by the enemy to be only the result of timidity, and with increased boldness they led their forces up to Barga, which they resolved to besiege. This new attack made the Florentines set aside all other considerations, and resolve not only to relieve Barga, but to invade the Lucchese territory. Accordingly, the Count proceeded in pursuit of Niccolò, and coming up with him before Barga, an engagement took place, in which Piccinino was overcome and compelled to raise the siege. The Venetians, considering the Duke to have broken the peace, sent Giovan Francesco da Gonzaga, their captain, to Cajaradada, who, by severely wasting the Duke's territories, induced him to recall Niccolò Piccinino from Tuscany. Together with the victory obtained over Niccolò, emboldened the Florentines to attempt the recovery of Lucca, since the Duke, whom alone they feared, was engaged with the Venetians, and the Lucchese, having received the enemy into their city, and allowed him to attack them, would have no ground of complaint. Chapter 3. Book 5. The Count commenced operations against Lucca in April 1437, and the Florentines, desirous of recovering what they had themselves lost before they attacked others, retook Santa Maria in Castello, and all the places which Piccinino had occupied. Then, entering the Lucchese territory, they besieged Camaiore, the inhabitants of which, although faithful to their rulers, being influenced more by immediate danger than by attachment to their distant friends, surrendered. In the same manner, they obtained Massa and Cerezana. Toward the end of May, they proceeded in the direction of Lucca, burning the towns, destroying the growing crops, grain, trees, and vines, driving away the cattle, and leaving nothing undone to injure the enemy. The Lucchese, finding themselves abandoned by the Duke and hopeless of defending the open country, forsook it, entrenched and fortified the city, which they doubted not, being well garrisoned, they would be able to defend for a time, and that in the interim some event would occur for their relief, as had been the case during the former wars which the Florentines had carried on against them. Their only apprehension arose from the fickle minds of the plebeians, who, becoming weary of the siege, would have more consideration of their own danger than of others' liberty, and would thus compel them to submit to some disgraceful and ruinous capitulation. In order to animate them to defense, they were assembled in the public piazza, and some of the eldest and most esteemed of the citizens addressed them in the following terms. You are doubtless aware that what is done from necessity involves neither censure nor applause. Therefore, if you should accuse us of having caused the present war by receiving the ducal forces into the city and allowing them to commit hostilities against the Florentines, you are greatly mistaken. You are well acquainted with the ancient enmity of the Florentines against you, which is not occasioned by any injuries you have done them, or by fear on their part, but by our weakness and their own ambition. For the one gives them hope of being able to oppress us, and the other incites them to attempt it. It is then vain to imagine that any merit of yours can extinguish that desire in them, or that any offense you can commit can provoke them to greater animosity. They endeavored to deprive you of your liberty, you must resolve to defend it, and whatever they may undertake against us for that purpose, although we may lament, we need not wonder. We may well grieve, therefore, that they attack us, take possession of our towns, burn our houses, and waste our country. But who is so simple as to be surprised at it? For were it in our power, we should do just the same to them, or even worse. They declare war against us now, they say, for having received Niccolò, but if we had not received him, they would have done the same and assigned some other ground for it, and if the evil had been delayed, it would most probably have been greater. Therefore you must not imagine it to be occasioned by his arrival, but rather by your own ill fortune and their ambition, for we could not have refused admission to the Duke's forces. And being come, we could not prevent their aggression. You know that without the aid of some powerful ally, we are incapable of self-defense, and that none can render us this service more powerfully or faithfully than the Duke. He restored our liberty, it is reasonable to expect he will defend it. He has always been the greatest foe of our inveterate enemies. If therefore to avoid incensing the Florentines we excited his anger, we should have lost our best friend, and rendered our enemy more powerful and more disposed to oppress us. So that it is far preferable to have this war upon our hands, and enjoy the favor of the Duke than to be in peace without it. Besides, we are justified in expecting that he will rescue us from the dangers into which we are brought on his account, if we only do not abandon our own cause. You all know how fiercely the Florentines have frequently assailed us, and with what glory we have maintained our defense. We have often been deprived of every hope, except in God, and the casualties which time might produce, and both have proved our friends. And, as they have delivered us formerly, why should they not continue to do so? Then we were forsaken by the whole of Italy. Now we have the Duke in our favor. Besides, we have a right to suppose that the Venetians will not hastily attack us, for they will not willingly see the power of Florence increased. On a former occasion, the Florentines were more at liberty. They had greater hope of assistance and were more powerful in themselves, while we were in every respect weaker. For then a tyrant governed us, now we defend ourselves. Then the glory of our defense was another's. Now it is our own. Then they were in harmony. Now they are disunited, all Italy being filled with their banished citizens. But were we without the hope which these favorable circumstances present, our extreme necessity should make us firmly resolved on our defense. It is reasonable to fear every enemy, for all seek their own glory and your ruin. Above all others, you have to dread the Florentines, for they would not be satisfied by submission and tribute, or the dominion of our city, but they would possess our entire substance and persons, that they might satiate their cruelty with our blood, and their avarice with our property, so that all ranks ought to dread them. Therefore, do not be troubled at seeing our crops destroyed, our towns burned, our fortresses occupied. For if we preserve the city, the rest will be saved as a matter of course. If we lose her, all else would be of no advantage to us. For while retaining our liberty, the enemy can hold them only with the greatest difficulty. While losing it, they would be preserved in vain. Therefore, and when in the fight, remember that the reward of victory will be safety, not only to your country, but to your homes, your wives, and your children. The speaker's last words were received with the utmost enthusiasm by the people, who promised one and all to die rather than abandon their cause, or submit to any terms that could violate their liberty. They then made arrangements for the defense of the city. In the meantime, the Florentine forces were not idle, and after innumerable mischiefs done to the country took Monte Carlo by capitulation. They then besieged Uzzano, in order that the Lucchese, being pressed on all sides, might despair of assistance and be compelled to submission by famine. The fortress was very strong and defended by a numerous garrison, so that its capture would be by no means an easy undertaking. The Lucchese, as might be expected, seeing the imminent peril of their situation, had recourse to the Duke, and employed prayers and remonstrances to induce him to render them aid. They enlarged upon their own merits and the offenses of the Florentines, and showed how greatly it would attach the Duke's friends to him to find they were defended, and how much disaffection it would spread among them. If they were left to be overwhelmed by the enemy, that if they lost their liberties and their lives, he would lose his honor and his friends, and forfeit the confidence of all who from affection might be induced to incur dangers in his behalf, and added tears to entreaties, so that if he were unmoved by gratitude to them, he might be induced to their defense by motives of compassion. The Duke influenced by his inveterate hostility against the Florentines, his new obligation to the Lucchese, and above all, by his desire to prevent so great an acquisition from falling into the hands of his ancient enemies, determined either to send a strong force into Tuscany, or vigorously to assail the Venetians, so as to compel the Florentines to give up their enterprise and go to their relief. It was soon known in Florence that the Duke was preparing to send forces into Tuscany. This made the Florentines apprehensive for the success of their enterprise, and in order to retain the Duke in Lombardy, they requested the Venetians to press him with their utmost strength, but they also were alarmed, the Marquis of Mantua having abandoned them and gone over to the Duke, and thus finding themselves almost defenseless, they replied that instead of increasing their responsibilities, they should be unable to perform their part in the war, unless the Count Francesco were sent to them to take the command of the army, and with the special understanding that he should engage to cross the Po in person. They declined to fulfill their former engagements unless he were bound to do so, for they could not carry on the war without a leader or repose confidence in any except the Count, and he himself would be useless to them, unless he came under an obligation to carry on the war whenever they might think needful. The Florentines thought the war ought to be pushed vigorously in Lombardy, but they saw that if they lost the Count, their enterprise against Lucca was ruined, and they knew well that the demand of the Venetians arose less from any need they had of the Count than from their desire to frustrate this expedition. The Count, on the other hand, was ready to pass into Lombardy whenever the League might require him, but would not alter the tenor of his engagement, for he was unwilling to sacrifice the hope of the alliance promised to him by the Duke. The Florentines were thus embarrassed by two contrary impulses, the wish to possess Lucca and the dread of a war with Milan. As commonly happens, fear was the most powerful, and they consented, after the capture of Lozano, that the Count should go into Lombardy. There still remained another difficulty, which, depending on circumstances beyond the reach of their influence, created more doubts and uneasiness than the former. The Count would not consent to pass the Po, and the Venetians refused to accept him on any other condition, seeing no other method of arrangement than that each should make liberal concessions. The Florentines induced the Count to cross the river by a letter addressed to the Signory of Florence, intimating that this private promise did not invalidate any public engagement, and that he might still refrain from crossing. Hence it resulted that the Venetians, having commenced the war, would be compelled to proceed, and that the evil apprehended by the Florentines would be averted. To the Venetians, on the other hand, they averred that this private letter was sufficiently binding, and therefore they ought to be content. For if they could save the Count from breaking with his father-in-law, it was well to do so, and that it could be of no advantage either to themselves or the Venetians to publish it without some manifest necessity. It was thus determined that the Count should pass into Lombardy, and having taken Azzano, and raised bastions about Lucca to restrain in her inhabitants, placed the management of the siege in the hands of the commissary, crossed the Apennine, and proceeded to Reggio, when the Venetians, alarmed at his progress, and in order to discover his intentions, insisted upon his immediately crossing the Po and joining the other forces. The Count refused compliance, and many mutual recriminations took place between him and Andrea Morosino, their messenger on this occasion, each charging the other with arrogance and treachery. After many protestations, the one of being under no obligation to perform that service, and the other of not being bound to any payment, they parted, the Count to return to Tuscany, the other to Venice. The Florentines had sent the Count to encamp in the Pisan territory, and were in hopes of inducing him to renew the war against the Lucchese, but found him indisposed to do so, for the Duke, having been informed that out of regard to him he had refused to cross the Po, thought that by this means he might also save the Luccheses, and begged the Count to endeavor to effect an accommodation between the Florentines and the Lucchese, including himself in it if he were able, declaring at the same time the promised marriage should be solemnized whenever he thought proper. The prospect of this connection had great influence with the Count, for as the Duke had no sons, it gave him hope of becoming sovereign of Milan. For this reason he gradually abated his exertions in the war, declared he would not proceed unless the Venetians fulfilled their engagement as to the payment, and also retained him in the command, that the discharge of the debt would not alone be sufficient, for desiring to live peaceably in his own dominions. He needed some alliance other than that of the Florentines, and that he must regard his own interests, shrewdly hinting that if abandoned by the Venetians, he would come to terms with the Duke. These indirect and crafty methods of procedure were highly offensive to the Florentines, for they found their expedition against Lucca frustrated, and trembled for the safety of their own territories if ever the Count and the Duke should enter into a mutual alliance. To induce the Venetians to retain the Count in the command, Cosmo de' Medici went to Venice, hoping his influence would prevail with them, and discussed the subject at great length before the Senate, pointing out the condition of the Italian states, the disposition of their armies, and the great preponderance possessed by the Duke. He concluded by saying that if the Count and the Duke were to unite their forces, they, the Venetians, might return to the sea, and the Florentines would have to fight for their liberty. To this the Venetians replied, that they were acquainted with their own strength and that of the Italians, and thought themselves able at all events to provide for their own defense, that it was not their custom to pay soldiers for serving others, that, as the Florentines had used the Count's services, they must pay him themselves, with respect to the security of their own states. It was rather desirable to check the Count's pride than to pay him, for the ambition of men is boundless, and if he were now paid without serving, he would soon make some other demand still more unreasonable and dangerous. It therefore seemed necessary to curb his insolence, and not allow it to increase till it became incorrigible, and that if the Florentines, from fear or any other motive, wished to preserve his friendship, they must pay him themselves. Cosmo returned without having effected any part of his object. The Florentines used the weightiest arguments they could adopt to prevent the Count from quitting the service of the League, a course he was himself reluctant to follow. But his desire to conclude the marriage so embarrassed him that any trivial accident would have been sufficient to determine his course, as indeed shortly happened. The Count had left his territories in Marca to the care of Il Furlano, one of his principal condottieri, who was so far influenced by the Duke as to take command under him and quit the Count's service. This circumstance caused the latter to lay aside every idea but that of his own safety, and to come to agreement with the Duke, among the terms of which compact was one that he should not be expected to interfere in the affairs of Romagna and Tuscany. The Count then urged the Florentines to come to terms with the Lucchese, and so convinced them of the necessity of this, that seeing no better course to adopt, they complied in April 1438, by which treaty the Lucchese retained their liberty, and the Florentines Monte Carlo and a few other fortresses. After this, being full of exasperation, they dispatched letters to every part of Italy, overcharged with complaints, affecting to show that since God and men were averse to the Lucchese coming under their dominion, they had made peace with them. And it seldom happens that any suffer so much for the loss of their own lawful property as they did, because they could not obtain the possessions of others. Though the Florentines had now so many affairs in hand, they did not allow the proceedings of their neighbors to pass unnoticed or neglect the decoration of their city. As before observed, Niccolò Fortebraccio was dead. He had married a daughter of the Count de' Papi, who at the decease of his son-in-law held the Borgo San Sepolcro and other fortresses of that district, and while Niccolò lived, governed them in his name. Claiming them as his daughter's portion, he refused to give them up to the Pope, who demanded them as property held of the Church, and who, upon his refusal, sent the Patriarch with forces to take possession of them. The Count, finding himself unable to sustain the attack, offered them to the Florentines, who declined them. But the Pope having returned to Florence, they interceded with him in the Count's behalf, difficulties arising. The Patriarch attacked the Casentino, took Prato Vecchio and Romana, and offered them also to the Florentines, who refused them likewise, unless the Pope would consent they should restore them to the Count, to which, after much hesitation, he acceded on condition that the Florentines should prevail with the Count di Papi to restore the Borgo to him. The Pope was thus satisfied, and the Florentines, having so far completed the building of their cathedral church of Santa Reparata, which had been commenced long ago, as to enable them to perform divine service in it, requested his Holiness to consecrate it. To this the pontiff willingly agreed, and the Florentines, to exhibit the wealth of the city and the splendor of the edifice, and do greater honor to the Pope, erected a platform from Santa Maria, where he resided, to the cathedral he was about to consecrate, 6 feet in height and 12 feet wide, covered with rich drapery, for the accommodation of the pontiff and his court, upon which they proceeded to the building, accompanied by those civic magistrates and other officers who were appointed to take part in the procession. The usual ceremonies of consecration having been completed, the Pope, to show his affection for the city, conferred the honor of knighthood upon Giuliano Davanzati, their Gonfalonier of Justice, and a citizen of the highest reputation, and the Signory, not to appear less gracious than the Pope, granted to the new created knight the government of Pisa for 1 year. There were at that time certain differences between the Roman and the Greek churches, which prevented perfect conformity in divine service, and at the last council of Bale, the prelates of the Western Church having spoken at great length upon the subject, it was resolved that efforts should be made to bring the emperor and the Greek prelates to the council at Bale, to endeavor to reconcile the Greek church with the Roman, though this resolution was derogatory to the majesty of the Greek Empire, and offensive to its clergy, yet being then oppressed by the Turks, and fearing their inability for defense, in order to have a better ground for requesting assistance, they submitted. And therefore the emperor, the Patriarch, with other prelates and barons of Greece, to comply with the resolution of the council assembled at Bale, came to Venice, but being terrified by the plague then prevailing, it was resolved to terminate their differences at Florence. The Roman and Greek prelates, having held a conference during several days, in which many long discussions took place, the Greeks yielded and agreed to adopt the ritual of the Church of Rome. Chapter 4. Book 5. Peace being restored between the Lucchese and Florentines, and the Duke and the Count having become friends, hopes were entertained that the arms of Italy would be laid aside, although those in the kingdom of Naples, between René of Anjou and Alfonso of Aragon, could find repose only by the ruin of one party or the other. And though the Pope was dissatisfied with the loss of so large a portion of his territory, and the ambition of the Duke and the Venetians was obvious, still it was thought that the Pontiff, from necessity, and the others from weariness, would be advocates of peace. However, a different state of feeling prevailed, for neither the Duke nor the Venetians were satisfied with their condition, so that hostilities were resumed, and Lombardy and Tuscany were again harassed by the horrors of war. The proud mind of the Duke could not endure that the Venetians should possess Bergamo and Brescia, and he was still further annoyed by hearing that they were constantly in arms and in the daily practice of annoying some portion of his territories. He thought, however, that he should not only be able to restrain them, but to recover the places he had lost, if the Pope, the Florentines, and the Count could be induced to forego the Venetian alliance. He therefore resolved to take Romagna from the Pontiff, imagining that his Holiness could not injure him, and that the Florentines, finding the conflagration so near, either for their own sake would refrain from interference, or if they did not, could not conveniently attack him. The Duke was also aware of the resentment of the Florentines against the Venetians, on account of the affair of Lucca, and he therefore judged they would be the less eager to take arms against him on their behalf. With regard to the Count Francesco, he trusted that their new friendship, and the hope of his alliance would keep him quiet, to give as little color as possible for complaint, and to lull suspicion, particularly because in consequence of his treaty with the Count, the latter could not attack Romagna. He ordered Niccolò Piccinino, as if instigated by his own ambition to do so. When the agreement between the Duke and the Count was concluded, Niccolò was in Romagna, and in pursuance of his instructions from the Duke, affected to be highly incensed that a connection had been established between him and the Count, his inveterate enemy. He therefore withdrew himself and his forces to Camerata, a place between Furli and Ravenna, which he fortified as if designing to remain there some time, or till a new enterprise should present itself, the report of his resentment being diffused. Niccolò gave the Pope to understand how much the Duke was under obligation to him, and how ungrateful he proved, and he was persuaded that, possessing nearly all the arms of Italy, under the two principal generals, he could render himself sole ruler. But if his holiness pleased, of the two principal generals whom he fancied he possessed, one would become his enemy, and the other be rendered useless. For if money were provided him, and he were kept in pay, he would attack the territories held of the Church by the Count, who, being compelled to look to his own interests, could not subserve the ambition of Filippo. The Pope, giving entire credence to this representation, on account of its apparent reasonableness, sent Niccolò 5,000 ducats, and loaded him with promises of states for himself and his children. And though many informed him of the deception, he could not give credit to them, nor would he endure the conversation of any who seemed to doubt the integrity of Niccolò's professions. The city of Ravenna was held for the Church by Ostasio da Polenta. Niccolò, finding further delay would be detrimental, since his son Francesco had, to the Pope's great dishonor, pillaged Spoleto, determined to attack Ravenna, either because he judged the enterprise easy or because he had a secret understanding with Ostasio. For in a few days after the attack, the place capitulated. He then took Bologna, Imola, and Furli, and, what is worthy of remark, of 20 fortresses held in that country for the Pope, not one escaped falling into his hands. Not satisfied with these injuries inflicted on the pontiff, he resolved to banter him by his words as well as ridicule him by his deeds, and wrote that he had only done as his holiness deserved, for having unblushingly attempted to divide two such attached friends as the Duke and himself, and for having dispersed over Italy letters intimating that he had quitted the Duke to take part with the Venetians. Having taken possession of Romagna, Niccolò left it under the charge of his son, Francesco, and with the greater part of his troops went into Lombardy, where, joining the remainder of the Duke's forces, he attacked the country about Brescia, and having soon completely conquered it, besieged the city itself. The Duke, who desired the Venetians to be left defenseless, excused himself to the Pope, the Florentines, and the Count, saying that if the doings of Niccolò were contrary to the terms of the treaty, they were equally contrary to his wishes, and by secret messengers assured them that when an occasion presented itself, he would give them a convincing proof that they had been performed in disobedience to his instructions. Neither the Count nor the Florentines believed him, but thought, with reason, that these enterprises had been carried on to keep them at bay, till he had subdued the Venetians, who, being full of pride and thinking themselves able alone to resist the Duke, had not deigned to ask for any assistance, but carried on the war under their captain, Gattamelata. Count Francesco would have wished, with the consent of the Florentines, to go to the assistance of King René, if the events of Romagna and Lombardy had not hindered him. And the Florentines would willingly have consented from their ancient friendship to the French dynasty, but the Duke was entirely in favor of Alfonso. Each being engaged in wars near home, refrained from distant undertakings. The Florentines, finding Romagna occupied with the Duke's forces and the Venetians defeated, as if foreseeing their own ruin and that of others, entreated the Count to come to Tuscany, where they might consider what should be done to resist Filippo's power, which was now greater than it had ever before been, assuring him that if his insolence were not in some way curbed, all the powers of Italy would soon have to submit to him. The Count felt the force of the fears entertained by the Florentines, but his desire to secure the Duke's alliance kept him in suspense, and the Duke, aware of this desire, gave him the greatest assurance that his hopes would be realized as shortly as possible if he abstained from hostilities against him. As the lady was now of marriageable age, the Duke had frequently made all suitable preparations for the celebration of the ceremony, but on one pretext or another they had always been wholly set aside. He now, to give the Count greater confidence, added deeds to his words, and sent him 30,000 florins, which, by the terms of the marriage contract, he had engaged to pay. Still the war in Lombardy proceeded with greater vehemence than ever. The Venetians constantly suffered fresh losses of territory, and the fleets they equipped upon the rivers were taken by the Duke's forces. The country around Verona and Brescia was entirely occupied, and the two cities themselves so pressed that their speedy fall was generally anticipated. The Marquis of Mantua, who for many years had led the forces of their republic, quite unexpectedly resigned his command and went over to the Duke's service. Thus the course which pride prevented them from adopting at the commencement of the war, fear compelled them to take during its progress, for knowing there was no help for them. But in the friendship of the Florentines and the Count, they began to make overtures to obtain it, though with shame and apprehension, for they were afraid of receiving a reply similar to that which they had given the Florentines. When the latter applied for assistance in the enterprise against Lucca and the Count's affairs, however, they found the Florentines more easily induced to render aid than they expected, or their conduct deserved. So much more were the former swayed by hatred of their ancient enemy than by resentment of the ingratitude of their old and habitual friends, having foreseen the necessity into which the Venetians must come. They had informed the Count that their ruin must involve his own, that he was deceived if he thought the Duke, while fortune, would esteem him more than if he were in adversity, that the Duke was induced to promise him his daughter by the fear he entertained of him, that what necessity occasions to be promised, it also causes to be performed, and it was therefore desirable to keep the Duke in that necessity, which could be done without supporting the power of the Venetians. Therefore he might perceive that if the Venetians were compelled to abandon their inland territories, he would not only lose the advantages derivable from them, but also those to be obtained from such as feared them, and that if he considered well the powers of Italy, he would see that some were poor and others hostile, that the Florentines alone were not, as he had often said, sufficient for his support, so that on every account it was best to keep the Venetians powerful by land. These arguments, conjoined with the hatred which the Count had conceived against Filippo, by supposing himself duped with regard to the promised alliance, induced him to consent to a new treaty, but still he would not consent to cross the Po. The agreement was concluded in February 1438, the Venetians agreeing to pay 2/3 of the expense of the war, the Florentines 1/3, and each engaging to defend the states which the Count possessed in La Margata. Nor were these the only forces of the League, for the Lord of Faenza, the sons of Pandolfo Malatesti da Rimino, and Pietro Giampagolo Orsini also joined them. They endeavored by very liberal offers to gain over the Marquis of Mantua, but could not prevail against the friendship and stipend of the Duke, and the Lord of Faenza, after having entered into compact with the League, being tempted by more advantageous terms, went over to him. This made them despair of being able to effect an early settlement of the troubles of Romagna. The affairs of Lombardy were in this condition. Brescia was so closely besieged by the Duke's forces that constant apprehensions were entertained of her being compelled by famine to a surrender, while Verona was so pressed that a similar fate was expected to await her. And if one of these cities were lost, all the other preparations for the war might be considered useless, and the expenses already incurred as completely wasted. For this there was no remedy but to send the Count into Lombardy, and to this measure 3 obstacles presented themselves. The first was to induce him to cross the Po and prosecute the war in whatever locality might be found most advisable. The second, that the Count being at a distance, the Florentines would be left almost at the mercy of the Duke, who, issuing from any of his fortresses, might, with part of his troops, keep the Count at bay, and with the rest introduce into Tuscany the Florentine exiles, whom the existing government already dreaded. The third was to determine what route the Count should take to arrive safely in the Paduan territory and join the Venetian forces. Of these three difficulties, the second, which particularly regarded the Florentines, was the most serious. But, knowing the necessity of the case, and wearied out by the Venetians, who with unceasing importunity demanded the Count, intimating that without him they should abandon all hope, they resolved to relieve their allies rather than listen to the suggestions of their own fears. There still remained the question about the route to be taken, for the safety of which they determined the Venetians should provide. And as they had sent Neri Capponi to treat with the Count and induce him to cross the Po, they determined that the same person should also proceed to Venice in order to make the benefit the more acceptable to the Signory, and see that all possible security were given to the passage of the forces. Neri embarked at Cesena and went to Venice, nor was any prince ever received with so much honor as he was. For upon his arrival, and the matters which his intervention was to decide and determine, the safety depend. Being introduced to the Senate, and in presence of the Doge, he said, "The Signory of Florence, most serene prince, has always perceived in the Duke's greatness the source of ruin, both to this republic and our own, and that the safety of both states depends upon their separate strength and mutual confidence. If such had been the opinion of this illustrious Signory, we should ourselves have been in better condition, and your republic would have been free from the dangers that now threaten it. But as at the proper crisis you withheld from us confidence and aid, we could not come to the relief of your distress, nor could you, being conscious of this, freely ask us. For neither in your prosperity nor adversity have you clearly perceived our motives. You have not observed that those whose deeds have once incurred our hatred can never become entitled to our regard, nor can those who have once merited our affection ever after absolutely cancel their claim. Our attachment to your most serene Signory is well known to you all, for you have often seen Lombardy filled with our forces and our money for your assistance. Our hereditary enmity to Filippo and his house is universally known, and it is impossible that love or hatred, strengthened by the growth of years, can be eradicated from our minds by any recent act, either of kindness or neglect. We have always thought, and are still of the same opinion, that we might now remain neutral, greatly to the Duke's satisfaction, and with little hazard to ourselves. For if by your ruin he were to become Lord of Lombardy, we should still have sufficient influence in Italy and free us from any apprehension on our own account. For every increase of power and territory augments that animosity and envy from which arise wars and the dismemberment of states. We are also aware what heavy expenses and imminent perils we should avoid by declining to involve ourselves in these disputes, and how easily the field of battle may be transferred from Lombardy to Tuscany by our interference in your behalf. Yet all these apprehensions are at once overborne by our ancient affection for the Senate and people of Venice, and we have resolved to come to your relief with the same zeal with which we should have armed in our own defense had we been attacked. Therefore, the Senate of Florence, judging it primarily necessary to relieve Verona and Brescia, and thinking this impossible without the Count, have sent me, in the first instance, to persuade him to pass into Lombardy, and carry on the war wherever it may be most needful. For you are aware he is under no obligation to cross the Po. To induce him to do so, I have advanced such arguments as are suggested by the circumstances themselves, and which would prevail with us. He, being invincible in arms, cannot be surpassed in courtesy, and the liberality he sees the Florentines exercise toward you, he has resolved to outdo, for he is well aware to what dangers Tuscany will be exposed after his departure, and since we have made your affairs our primary consideration, he has also resolved to make his own subservient to yours. I come, therefore, to tender his services with 7,000 cavalry and 2,000 infantry, ready at once to march against the enemy, wherever he may be, and I beg of you, so do my lords at Florence and the Count, that as his forces exceed the number he has engaged to furnish you, out of your liberality would remunerate him, that he may not repent of having come to your assistance, nor we, who have prevailed with him to do so. This discourse of Neri to the Senate was listened to with that profound attention which an oracle might be imagined to command, and his audience were so moved by it that they could not restrain themselves, till the prince had replied as strict decorum on such occasions required, But rising from their seats with uplifted hands, and most of them with tears in their eyes, they thanked the Florentines for their generous conduct, and the ambassador for his unusual dispatch, and promised that time should never cancel the remembrance of such goodness, either in their own hearts or their children's, and that their country thenceforth should be common to the Florentines with themselves. Chapter 5. Book 5. When their demonstrations of gratitude had subsided, the Venetian Senate, by the aid of Neriagino, began to consider the route the Count ought to take, and how to provide him with necessaries. There were 4 several roads, one by Ravenna along the beach, which, on account of its being in many places interrupted by the sea and by marshes, was not approved. The next was the most direct, but rendered inconvenient by a tower called the Uzzolino, which being held for the Duke it would be necessary to capture, and to do this would occupy more time than could be spared with safety to Verona and Brescia. The third was by the brink of the lake, but as the Po had overflowed its banks, to pass in this direction was impossible. The fourth was by the way Bologna to Ponte Puledrano, Cento, and Pieve, then between the Bondino and the Finale to Ferrara, and thence they might by land or water enter the Paduan territory and join the Venetian forces. This route, though attended with many difficulties, and in some parts liable to be disputed by the enemy, was chosen as the least objectionable. The Count, having received his instructions, commenced his march, and by exerting the utmost celerity, reached the Paduan territory on the 20th of June. The arrival of this distinguished commander in Lombardy filled Venice and all her dependencies with hope. For the Venetians, who only an instant before had been in fear for their very existence, began to contemplate new conquest. The Count, before he made any other attempt, hastened to the relief of Verona, and to counteract his design, Niccolò led his forces to Soave, a castle situated between the Vicentino and the Veronese, and entrenched himself by a ditch that extended from Soave to the marshes of the Adige. The Count, finding his passage by the plain cut off, resolved to proceed by the mountains, and thus reach Verona, thinking Niccolò would imagine this way to be so rugged and elevated as to be impracticable. Or if he thought otherwise, he would not be in time to prevent him. So with provisions for 8 days he took the mountain path, and with his forces arrived in the plain below Soave. Niccolò had even upon this route erected some bastions for the purpose of preventing him, but they were insufficient for the purpose, and finding the enemy had, contrary to his expectations, effected a pass. To avoid a disadvantageous engagement, he crossed to the opposite side of the Adige, and the Count entered Verona without opposition. Having happily succeeded in his first project, that of relieving Verona, the Count now endeavored to render a similar service to Brescia. This city is situated so close to the Lake of Garda that although besieged by land, provisions may always be sent into it by water. On this account the Duke had assembled a large force in the immediate vicinity of the lake, and at the commencement of his victories occupied all the places which, by its means, might relieve Brescia. The Venetians also had galleys upon the lake, but they were unequal to a contest with those of the Duke. The Count therefore deemed it advisable to aid the Venetian fleet with his land forces, by which means he hoped to obtain without much difficulty those places which kept Brescia in blockade. He therefore encamped before Bardolino, a fortress situated upon the lake, trusting that after it was taken the others would surrender. But fortune opposed this design, for a great part of his troops fell sick. So, giving up the enterprise, he went to Zevio, a Veronese castle, in a healthy and plentiful situation, Niccolò, upon the Count's retreat. Not to let slip an opportunity of making himself master of the lake, left his camp at Vegasio, and with a body of picked men took the way thither, attacked the Venetian fleet with the utmost impetuosity, and took nearly the whole of it. By this victory almost all the fortresses upon the lake fell into his hands. The Venetians, alarmed at this loss, and fearing that in consequence of it Brescia would surrender, solicited the Count by letters and messengers to go to its relief. And he, perceiving that all hope of rendering assistance from the lake was cut off, and that to attempt an approach by land, on account of the ditches, bastions, and other defenses erected by Niccolò, was marching to certain destruction, determined that as the passage by the mountains had enabled him to relieve Verona, it should also contribute to the preservation of Brescia. Having taken this resolution, the Count left Zevio, and by way of the Val d'Acri, went to the lake of St. Andrea, and thence to Torboli and Peneda upon the lake of Garda. He then proceeded to Tenna, and besieged the fortress which it was necessary to occupy before he could reach Brescia. Niccolò, on being acquainted with the Count's design, led his army to Peschiera. He then, with the Marquis of Mantua and a chosen body of men, went to meet him, and coming to an engagement, was routed, his people dispersed, and many of them taken, while others fled to the fleet, and some to the main body of his army. It was now nightfall, and Niccolò had escaped to Tenna, but he knew that if he were to remain there till morning, he must inevitably fall into the enemy's hands. Therefore, to avoid a catastrophe which might be regarded as almost fatal, he resolved to make a dangerous experiment. Of all his attendants, he had only with him a single servant, a Dutchman of great personal strength, and who had always been devotedly attached to him. Niccolò induced this man to take him upon his shoulders in a sack, as if he had been carrying property of his master's, and to bear him to a place of security. The enemy's line surrounded Tenna, but on account of the previous day's victory, all was in disorder and no guard was kept, so that the Dutchman, disguised as a trooper, passed through them without any opposition and brought his master in safety to his own troops. Had this victory been as carefully improved as it was fortunately obtained, Brescia would have derived from it greater relief and the Venetians more permanent advantage. But they, having thoughtlessly let it slip, the rejoicings were soon over, and Brescia remained in her former difficulties. Niccolò, having returned to his forces, resolved by some extraordinary exertion to cancel the impression of his death, and deprive the Venetians of the change of relieving Brescia. He was acquainted with the topography of the citadel of Verona, and had learned from prisoners whom he had taken that it was badly guarded, and might be very easily recovered. He perceived at once that fortune presented him with an opportunity of regaining the laurels he had lately lost, and of changing the joy of the enemy for their recent victory into sorrow for a succeeding disaster. The city of Verona is situated in Lombardy, at the foot of the mountains which divide Italy from Germany, so that it occupies part both of hill and plain. The river Adige rises in the valley of Trento, and entering Italy, does not immediately traverse the country, but winding to the left along the base of the hills, enters Verona and crosses the city, which it divides unequally, giving much the larger portion to the plain. On the mountain side of the river are two fortresses, formidable rather from their situation than from their actual strength, for being very elevated they command the whole place. One is called San Piero, the other San Felice. On the opposite side of the Adige, upon the plain with their backs against the city walls, are two other fortresses, about a mile distant from each other, one called the Old, the other the New Citadel, and a wall extends between them that may be compared to a bowstring, of which the city wall is the arc. The space comprehended within this segment is very populous, and is called the Borgo of St. Zeno. Niccolò Piccinino designed to capture these fortresses and the Borgo, and he hoped to succeed without much difficulty, as well on account of the ordinary negligence of the guard, which their recent successes would probably increase, as because in war no enterprise is more likely to be successful than one which by the enemy is deemed impossible. With a body of picked men and accompanied by the Marquis of Mantua, he proceeded by night to Verona, silently scaled the walls and took the new citadel. Then, entering the place with his troops, he forced the gate of S. Antonio, and introduced the whole of his cavalry. The Venetian garrison of the old citadel, hearing an uproar, when the guards of the new were slaughtered, and again when the gate was forced, being now aware of the presence of enemies, raised an alarm and called the people to arms. The citizens, awaking in the utmost confusion, some of the boldest armed and hastened to the rector's piazza. In the meantime, Niccolò's forces had pillaged the Borgo of San Zeno, and proceeding onward were ascertained by the people to be the duke's forces. But being defenseless, they advised the Venetian rectors to take refuge in the fortresses, and thus save themselves in the place, as it was more advisable to preserve their lives in so rich a city for better fortune then by endeavoring to repel the present evil, encounter certain death and incur universal pillage. Upon this, the rectors and all the Venetian party fled to the fortress of San Felice. Some of the first citizens, anxious to avoid being plundered by the troops, presented themselves before Niccolò and the Marquis of Mantua, and begged they would rather take possession of a rich city with honor to themselves than of a poor one to their own disgrace, particularly as they had not induced either the favor of its former possessors or the animosity of its present masters. By self-defense, the Marquis and Niccolò encouraged them and protected their property to the utmost of their power during such a state of military license. As they felt sure the Count would endeavor to recover the city, they made every possible exertion to gain possession of the fortresses, and those they could not seize they cut off from the rest of the place by ditches and barricades, so that the enemy might be shut out. The Count Francesco was with his army at Tenna, and when the report was first brought to him, he refused to credit it. But being assured of the fact by parties whom it would have been ridiculous to doubt, he resolved, by the exertion of uncommon celerity, to repair the evil negligence had occasioned. And though all his officers advised the abandonment of Verona and Brescia, and a march to Vicenza, lest he might be besieged by the enemy in his present situation, he refused, but resolved to attempt the recovery of Verona. During the consultation, he turned to the Venetian commissaries and to Bernardo de' Medici, who was there as commissary for the Florentines, and promised them the recovery of the place if one of the fortresses hold out. Having collected his forces, he proceeded with the utmost speed to Verona. Observing his approach, Niccolò thought he designed, according to the advice he had received, to go to Vicenza, but finding him continue to draw near, and taking the direction of San Felice, he prepared for its defense. Though too late, for the barricades were not completed, his men were dispersed in quest of plunder or extorting money from the inhabitants by way of ransom, and he could not collect them in time to prevent the Count's troops from entering the fortress. They then descended into the city, which they happily recovered, to Niccolò's disgrace, and with the loss of great numbers of his men. He himself, with the Marquis of Mantua, first took refuge in the citadel, and thence escaping into the country, fled to Mantua, where, having assembled the relics of their army, they hastened to join those who were at the siege of Brescia. Thus, in 4 days Verona was lost and again recovered from the Duke. The Count, after this victory, it being now winter and the weather very severe, having first with considerable difficulty thrown provisions into Brescia, went into quarters at Verona and ordered that during the cold season galleys should be provided at Torboli, that upon the return of spring they might be in a condition to proceed vigorously to effect the permanent relief of Brescia. The Duke, finding the war suspended for a time, the hope he had entertained of occupying Brescia and Verona, annihilated, and the money and counsels of the Florentines the cause of this. And seeing that neither the injuries they had received from the Venetians could alienate them, nor all the promises he had made attach them to himself, he determined, in order to make them feel more closely the effects of the course they had adopted, to attack Tuscany, to which he was strenuously advised by the Florentine exiles. And Niccolò advocated this from his desire to recover the states of Braccio and expel the Count from La Marca, the former from their wish to return home, and each by suitable arguments endeavored to induce the Duke to follow the plan congenial to their own views. Niccolò argued that he might be sent into Tuscany and continue the siege of Brescia, for he was master of the lake. The fortresses were well provided, and their officers were qualified to oppose the Count should he undertake any fresh enterprise, which it was not likely he would do without first relieving Brescia, a thing impossible. And thus the Duke might carry on the war in Tuscany without giving up his attempts in Lombardy, intimating that the Florentines would be compelled, as soon as he entered Tuscany, to recall the Count to avoid complete ruin. And whatever course they took, victory to the Duke must be the result. The exiles affirmed that if Niccolò with his army were to approach Florence, the people oppressed with taxes and wearied out by the insolence of the great would most assuredly not oppose him, and pointed out the facility of reaching Florence, for the way by the Casentino would be open to them through the friendship of Rinaldo and the Count di Papi, and thus the Duke, who was previously inclined to the attempt, was induced by their joint persuasions to make it. The Venetians, on the other hand, though the winter was severe, incessantly urged the Count to relieve Brescia with all his forces. The Count questioned the possibility of so doing, and advised them to wait the return of spring, in the meantime strengthening their fleet as much as possible, and then assisted both by land and water. This rendered the Venetians dissatisfied. They were dilatory in furnishing provisions, and consequently many deserted from their army. The Florentines, being informed of these transactions, became alarmed, perceiving the war threatening themselves, and the little progress made in Lombardy. Nor did the suspicion entertained by them of the troops of the church give them less uneasiness. Not that the Pope was their enemy, but because they saw those forces more under the sway of the Patriarch, who was their greatest foe. Giovanni Vitelleschi of Corneto was at first apostolic notary, then bishop of Recanati, and afterward Patriarch of Alexandria. But at last becoming the cardinal, he was called Cardinal of Florence. He was bold and cunning, and having obtained great influence, was appointed to command all the forces of the church and conduct all the enterprises of the pontiff, whether in Tuscany, Romagna, the kingdom of Naples, or in Rome. Hence he acquired so much power over the pontiff and the papal troops that the former was afraid of commanding him, and the latter obeyed no one else. The cardinal's presence at Rome, when the report came of Niccolò's design to march into Tuscany, redoubled the fear of the Florentines, for since Rinaldo was expelled, he had become an enemy of the Republic, from finding that the arrangements made by his means were not only disregarded, but converted to Rinaldo's prejudice, and caused the laying down of arms, which had given his enemies an opportunity of banishing him. In consequence of this, the government thought it would be advisable to restore and indemnify Rinaldo, in case Niccolò came into Tuscany and were joined by him. Their apprehensions were increased by their being unable to account for Niccolò's departure from Lombardy, and his leaving one enterprise almost completed to undertake another so entirely doubtful, which they could not reconcile with their ideas of consistency, except by supposing some new design had been adopted, or some hidden treachery intended. They communicated their fears to the Pope, who was now sensible of his error in having endowed the cardinal with too much authority. Chapter 6. Book 5. While the Florentines were thus anxious, fortune disclosed the means of securing themselves against the Patriarch's malevolence. The Republic everywhere exercised the very closest espionage over epistolary communication, in order to discover if any persons were plotting against the state. It happened that letters were intercepted at Montepulciano, which had been written by the Patriarch to Niccolò without the Pope's knowledge, and although they were written in an unusual character, and the sense so involved that no distinct idea could be extracted, the obscurity itself and the whole aspect of the matter so alarmed the pontiff that he resolved to seize the person of the cardinal, a duty he committed to Antonio Rito of Padua, who had the command of the castle of St. Angelo, and who, after receiving his instructions, soon found an opportunity of carrying them into effect. The Patriarch, having determined to go into Tuscany, prepared to leave Rome on the following day, and ordered the castellan to be upon the drawbridge of the fortress in the morning, for he wished to speak with him as he passed. Antonio perceived this to be the favorable moment, informed his people what they were to do, and awaited the arrival of the Patriarch upon the bridge which adjoined the building, and might for the purpose of security be raised or lowered as occasion required. The appointed time found him punctual, and Antonio, having drawn him, as if for the convenience of conversation, on to the bridge, gave a signal to his men, who immediately raised it, and in a moment the cardinal, from being a commander of armies, found himself a prisoner of the castellan. The Patriarch's followers at first began to use threats, but being informed of the Pope's directions, they were appeased. The castellan comforting him with kind words, he replied, that the great do not make each other prisoners to let them go again, and that those whom it is proper to take, it is not well to set free. He shortly afterward died in prison. The Pope appointed Lodovico, Patriarch of Aquileia, to command his troops, and though previously unwilling to interfere in the wars of the League and the Duke, he was now content to take part in them, and engaged to furnish 4,000 horse and 2,000 foot for the defense of Tuscany. The Florentines, freed from this cause for anxiety, were still apprehensive of Niccolò and feared confusion in the affairs of Lombardy from the differences of opinion that existed between the Count and the Venetians. In order the better to become acquainted with the intentions of the parties, they sent Neri di Gini Caponi and Giuliano d'Avanzati to Venice, with instructions to assist in the arrangement of the approaching campaign, and ordered that Neri, having discovered how the Venetians were disposed, should proceed to the Count, learn his designs, and induce him to adopt the course that would be most advantageous to the League. The ambassadors had only reached Ferrara when they were told that Niccolò Piccinino had crossed the Po with 6,000 horse. This made them travel with increased speed, and, having arrived at Venice, they found the Signory fully resolved that Brescia should be relieved without waiting for the return of spring, for they said that the city would be unable to hold out so long, the fleet could not be in readiness, and that, seeing no more immediate relief, she would submit to the enemy, which would render the Duke universally victorious, and cause them to lose the whole of their inland possessions. Neri then proceeded to Verona to ascertain the Count's opinion, who argued for many reasons that to march to Brescia before the return of spring would be quite useless, or even worse. For the situation of Brescia, being considered in conjunction with the season, nothing could be expected to result but disorder and fruitless toil to the troops, so that when the suitable period should arrive, he would be compelled to return to Verona with his army, to recover from the injuries sustained in the winter, and provide necessaries for the summer, and thus the time available for the war would be wasted in marching and countermarching. Orsano, Giustiniani, and Giovanna Pisani were deputed on the part of Venice to the Count at Verona, having been sent to consider these affairs. And with them it was agreed that the Venetians should pay the Count 90,000 ducats for the coming year, and to each of the soldiers 40 ducats, that he should set out immediately with the whole army and attack the Duke, in order to compel him, for his own preservation, to recall Niccolò into Lombardy. After this agreement, the ambassadors returned to Venice, and the Venetians, having so large an amount of money to raise, were very remiss with their commissaries. In the meantime, Niccolò Piccinino pursued his route and arrived in Romagna, where he prevailed upon the sons of Pandolfo Malatesti to desert the Venetians and enter the Duke's service. This circumstance occasioned much uneasiness in Venice, and still more at Florence, for they thought that with the aid of the Malatesti they might resist Niccolò. But finding them gone over to the enemy, they were in fear lest their captain, Piero Ciampagolo Orsini, who was in the territories of the Malatesti, should be disarmed and rendered powerless. The Count also felt alarmed, for through Niccolò's presence in Tuscany, he was afraid of losing La Marca, and urged by a desire to look after his own affairs. He hastened to Venice, and being introduced to the Doge, informed him that the interests of the League required his presence in Tuscany, for the war ought to be carried on where the leader and forces of the enemy were, and not where his garrisons and towns were situated, for when the army is vanquished the war is finished, but to take towns and leave the armament entire usually allowed the war to break out again with greater violence. That Tuscany and La Marca would be lost if Niccolò were not vigorously resisted, and that if lost, there would be no possibility of the preservation of Lombardy. But supposing the danger to Lombardy not so imminent, he did not intend to abandon his own subjects and friends, and that having come into Lombardy as a prince, he did not intend to return a mere condottiere. To this, the Doge replied, it was quite manifest that, if he left Lombardy or even recrossed the Po, all their inland territories would be lost. In that case, they were unwilling to spend any more money in their defense, for it would be folly to attempt defending a place which must, after all, inevitably be lost, and that it is less disgraceful and less injurious to lose dominions only than to lose both territory and money. That if the loss of their inland possessions should actually result, it would then be seen how highly important to the preservation of Romagna and Tuscany the reputation of the Venetians had been. On these accounts, they were of quite a different opinion from the Count, for they saw that whoever was victor in Lombardy would be so everywhere else that conquest would be easily attainable now. When the territories of the Duke were left almost defenseless by the departure of Niccolò, and that he would be ruined before he could order Niccolò's recall, or provide himself with any other remedy. That whoever attentively considered these things would see that the Duke had sent Niccolò into Tuscany for no other reason than to withdraw the Count from his enterprise, and cause the war, which was now at his own door, to be removed to a greater distance, that if the Count were to follow Niccolò, unless at the instigation of some very pressing necessity, he would find his plan successful and rejoice in the adoption of it. But if he were to remain in Lombardy, and allow Tuscany to shift for herself, the Duke would, when too late, see the imprudence of his conduct, and find that he had lost his territories in Lombardy and gained nothing in Tuscany. Each party having spoken, it was determined to wait a few days to see what would result from the agreement of the Malatesti with Niccolò, whether the Florentines could avail themselves of Piero Giampagolo, and whether the Pope intended to join the league with all the earnestness he had promised. Not many days after these resolutions were adopted, it was ascertained that the Malatesti had made the agreement more from fear than any ill will toward the league, that Piero Giampagolo had proceeded with his force toward Tuscany, and that the Pope was more disposed than ever to assist them. This favorable intelligence dissipated the Count's fears, and he consented to remain in Lombardy, and that Neri Capponi should return to Florence with 1,000 of his own horse, and 500 from the other parties. It was further agreed that if the affairs of Tuscany should require the Count's presence, Neri should write to him, and he would proceed thither to the exclusion of every other consideration. Neri arrived at Florence with his forces in April, and Giampagolo joined them the same day. In the meantime, Niccolò Piccinino, the affairs of Romagna being settled, purposed making the descent into Tuscany, and designing to go by the mountain passes of San Benedetto and the valley of Montone, found them so well guarded by the contrivance of Niccolò da Pisa that his utmost exertions would be useless in that direction, as the Florentines, upon this sudden attack, were unprovided with troops and officers. They had sent into the defiles of these hills many of their citizens, with infantry raised upon the emergency to guard them, among whom was Bartolomeo Orlandini, a cavalier, to whom was entrusted the defense of the castle of Moradi and the adjacent passes. Niccolò Piccinino, finding the route by San Benedetto impracticable on account of the bravery of its commander, thought the cowardice of the officer who defended that of Moradi would render the passage easy. Moradi is a castle situated at the foot of the mountains which separate Tuscany from Romagna, and though destitute of walls, the river, the mountains, and the inhabitants make it a place of great strength. For the peasantry are warlike and faithful, and the rapid current undermining the banks has left them of such tremendous height that it is impossible to approach it from the valley if a small bridge over the stream be defended. While on the mountain side the precipices are so steep and perpendicular as to render it almost impregnable. In spite of these advantages, the pusillanimity of Bartolomeo Orlandini rendered the men cowardly, and the fortress untenable. For as soon as he heard of the enemy's approach, he abandoned the place, fled with all his forces, and did not stop till he reached the town of San Lorenzo. Niccolò, entering the deserted fortress, wondered it had not been defended, and, rejoicing over his acquisition, descended into the valley of the Mugello, where he took some castles, and halted with his army at Pulicano. Thence he overran the country as far as the mountains of Fiesole, and his audacity so increased that he crossed the Arno, plundering and destroying everything to within 3 miles of Florence. The Florentines, however, were not dismayed. Their first concern was to give security to the government, for which they had no cause for apprehension. So universal was the goodwill of the people toward Cosmo, and, besides this, they had restricted the principal offices to a few citizens of the highest class, who with their vigilance would have kept the populace in order, even if they had been discontented or desirous of change. They also knew by the compact made in Lombardy what forces Neri would bring with him, and expected the troops of the Pope. These prospects sustained their courage till the arrival of Neri di Gino, who, on account of the disorders and fears of the city, determined to set out immediately and check Niccolò. With the cavalry he possessed, and a body of infantry raised entirely from the people, he recovered Romola from the hands of the enemy, where, having encamped, he put a stop to all further depredations, and gave the inhabitants hopes of repelling the enemy from the neighborhood. Niccolò, finding that, although the Florentines were without troops, no disturbance had arisen, and learning what entire composure prevailed in the city, thought he was wasting time, and resolved to undertake some other enterprise to induce them to send forces after him and give him a chance of coming to an engagement, by means of which, if victorious, he trusted everything would succeed to his wishes. Francesco Count di Papi was in the army of Niccolò, having deserted the Florentines with whom he was in league, when the enemy entered the Mugello, and though with the intention of securing him as soon as they had an idea of his design, they increased his appointments, and made him commissary over all the places in his vicinity. Still, so powerful is the attachment to party, that no benefit or fear could eradicate the affection he bore toward Rinaldo in the late government. So that as soon as he knew Niccolò was at hand, he joined him, and with the utmost solicitude entreated him to leave the city and pass into the Casentino, pointing out to him the strength of the country, and how easily he might thence harass his enemies. Niccolò followed his advice, and arriving in the Casentino, took Romina and Bibbiena, and then pitched his camp before Castel San Niccolò. This fortress is situated at the foot of the mountains, which divide the Casentino from the Valdarno, and being in an elevated situation and well garrisoned, it was difficult to take, though Niccolò, with catapults and other engines, assailed it without intermission. The siege had continued more than 20 days, during which the Florentines had collected all their forces, having assembled under several leaders 3,000 horse at Feghin, commanded by Piero Giampaolo Orsini, their captain, and Neri Caponi and Bernardo de' Medici. Commissaries, 4 messengers from Castel San Niccolò, were sent to them to entreat succor. The commissaries, having examined the site, found it could not be relieved except from the Alpine regions in the direction of the Valdarno, the summit of which was more easily attainable by the enemy than by themselves on account of their greater proximity, and because the Florentines could not approach without observation, so that it would be making a desperate attempt and might occasion the destruction of the forces. The commissaries, therefore, commended their fidelity and ordered that when they could hold out no longer, they should surrender. Niccolò took the fortress after a siege of 32 days, and the loss of so much time, for the attainment of so small an advantage was the principal cause of the failure of his expedition. For had he remained with his forces near Florence, he would have almost deprived the government of all power to compel the citizens to money. Nor would they so easily have assembled forces and taken other precautions, if the enemy had been close upon them, as they did while he was at a distance. Besides this, many would have been disposed to quiet their apprehensions of Niccolò by concluding a peace, particularly as the contest was likely to be of some duration. The desire of the Count di Papi to avenge himself on the inhabitants of San Niccolò, long his enemies, occasioned his advice to Piccinino, who adopted it for the purpose of pleasing him, and this caused the ruin of both. It seldom happens that the gratification of private feelings fails to be injurious to the general convenience. Niccolò, pursuing his good fortune, took Rassina and Chiusi. The Count di Papi advised him to halt in these parts, arguing that he might divide his people between Chiusi, Caprese, and the Pieve, render himself master of this branch of the Apennines, and descend at pleasure into the Casentino, the Valdarno, the Val di Tavire, or the Val di Tavire, as well as be prepared for every movement of the enemy. But Niccolò, considering the sterility of these places, told him his horses could not eat stones, and went to the Borgo San Sepolcro, where he was amicably received, but found that the people of Città di Castello, who were friendly to the Florentines, could not be induced to yield to his overtures. Wishing to have Perugia at his disposal, he proceeded thither with 40 horse, and being one of her citizens, met with a kind reception. But in a few days he became suspected, and having attempted unsuccessfully to tamper with the legate and people of Perugia, he took 8,000 ducats from them, and returned to his army. He then set on foot secret measures to seduce Cortona from the Florentines, but the affair being discovered, his attempts were fruitless. Among the principal citizens was Bartolomeo di Senso, who, being appointed to the evening watch of one of the gates, a countryman, his friend, told him that if he went he would be slain, Bartolomeo requesting to know what was meant. He became acquainted with the whole affair and revealed it to the governor of the place, who, having secured the leaders of the conspiracy and doubled the guards at the gates, waited till the time appointed for the coming of Niccolò, who, finding his purpose discovered, returned to his encampment. Chapter 7, Book 5. While these events were taking place in Tuscany, so little to the advantage of the Duke, his affairs in Lombardy were in a still worse condition. The Count Francesco, as soon as the season would permit, took the field with his army, and the Venetians having again covered the lake with their galleys, he determined first of all to drive the Duke from the water. Judging that this once effected, his remaining task would be easy. He therefore, with the Venetian fleet, attacked that of the Duke and destroyed it. His land forces took the castles held for Filippo, and the ducal troops who were besieging Brescia, being informed of these transactions, withdrew. And thus the city, after standing a 3 years' siege, was at length relieved. The Count then went in quest of the enemy, whose forces were encamped before Soncino, a fortress situated upon the river Oglio. These he dislodged and compelled to retreat to Cremona, where the Duke again collected his forces and prepared for his defense. But the Count constantly pressing him more closely, he became apprehensive of losing either the whole or the greater part of his territories. And perceiving the unfortunate step he had taken in sending Niccolò into Tuscany in order to correct his error, he wrote to acquaint him with what had transpired, desiring him with all possible dispatch to leave Tuscany and return to Lombardy. In the meantime, the Florentines, under their commissaries, had drawn together their forces, and being joined by those of the Pope, halted at Anghiari, a castle placed at the foot of the mountains that divide the Val di Tavira from the Val di Chiane, distant 4 miles from the Borgo San Sepolcro, on a level road, and in a country suitable for the evolutions of cavalry or a battlefield. As the Signory had heard of the Count's victory and the recall of Niccolò, they imagined that without again drawing a sword or disturbing the dust under their horses' feet, the victory was their own. And the war at an end, they wrote to the commissaries, desiring them to avoid an engagement, as Niccolò could not remain much longer in Tuscany. These instructions coming to the knowledge of Piccinino, and perceiving the necessity of his speedy return, to leave nothing unattempted, he determined to engage the enemy, expecting to find them unprepared and not disposed for battle. In this determination he was confirmed by Rinaldo, the Count di Poppi, and other Florentine exiles, who saw their inevitable ruin in the departure of Niccolò, and hoped that if he engaged the enemy they would either be victorious or vanquished without dishonor. This resolution being adopted, Niccolò led his army, unperceived by the enemy, from Città di Castello to the Borgo, where he enlisted 2,000 men, who, trusting the general's talents and promises, followed him in hope of plunder. Niccolò then led his forces in battle array toward Anghiari, and had arrived within 2 miles of the place, when Micheletto Attendulo observed great clouds of dust, and, conjecturing at once that it must be occasioned by the enemy's approach, immediately called the troops to arms. Great confusion prevailed in the Florentine camp, for the ordinary negligence and want of discipline were now increased by their presuming the enemy to be at a distance, and they were more disposed to fight than to battle, so that everyone was unarmed, and some wandering from the camp, either led by their desire to avoid the excessive heat, or in pursuit of amusement. So great was the diligence of the commissaries and of the captain, that before the enemy's arrival the men were mounted and prepared to resist their attack, and as Micheletto was the first to observe their approach, he was also first armed and ready to meet them, and with his troops hastened to the bridge which crosses the river at a short distance from Anghiari. Pietro Giampagolo, having previous to the surprise, filled up the ditches on either side of the road, and leveled the ground between the bridge and Anghiari, and Micheletto, having taken his position in front of the former, the legate and Simoncino, who led the troops of the church, took post on the right, and the commissaries of the Florentines, with Pietro Giampagolo, their captain, on the left, the infantry being drawn up along the banks of the river. Thus the only course the enemy could take was the direct one over the bridge, nor had the Florentines any other field for their exertions, excepting that their infantry were ordered, in case their cavalry were attacked in flank by the hostile infantry, to assail them with their crossbows and prevent them from wounding the flanks of the horses crossing the bridge. Micheletto bravely withstood the enemy's charge upon the bridge, but Astor and Francesco Piccinino coming up, with a picked body of men, attacked him so vigorously that he was compelled to give way, and was pushed as far as the foot of the hill which rises toward the Borgo d'Anghiari. But they were in turn repulsed and driven over the bridge by the troops that took them in flank. The battle continued 2 hours, during which each side had frequent possession of the bridge, and their attempts upon it were attended with equal success. But on both sides of the river, the disadvantage of Niccolò was manifest, for when his people crossed the bridge, they found the enemy unbroken and the ground being leveled. They could maneuver without difficulty, and the weary be relieved by such as were fresh. But when the Florentines crossed, Niccolò could not relieve those that were harassed, on account of the hindrance interposed by the ditches and embankments on each side of the road. Thus, whenever his troops got possession of the bridge, they were soon repulsed by the fresh forces of the Florentines. But when the bridge was taken by the Florentines and they passed over and proceeded upon the road, Niccolò, having no opportunity to reinforce his troops, being prevented by the impetuosity of the enemy and the inconvenience of the ground, their rear guard became mingled with the van and occasioned the utmost confusion and disorder. They were forced to flee and hastened at full speed toward the Borgo. The Florentine troops fell upon the plunder, which was very valuable in horses, prisoners, and military stores, for not more than 1,000 of the enemy's cavalry reached the town. The people of the Borgo, who had followed Niccolò in the hope of plunder, became booty themselves, all of them being taken and obliged to pay a ransom. The colors and carriages were also captured. This victory was much more advantageous to the Florentines than injurious to the Duke, for had they been conquered, Tuscany would have been his own, but he by his defeat only lost the horses and accoutrements of his army, which could be replaced without any very serious expense. Nor was there ever an instance of wars being carried on in an enemy's country with less injury to the assailant than at this, for in so great a defeat, and in a battle which continued 4 hours, only 1 man died, and he not from wounds inflicted by hostile weapons, or any honorable means, but, having fallen from his horse, was trampled to death. Combatants then engaged with little danger, being nearly all mounted, covered with armor, and preserved from death whenever they chose to surrender. There was no necessity for risking their lives. While fighting, their armor defended them, and when they could resist no longer, they yielded and were safe. This battle, from the circumstances which attended and followed it, presents a striking example of the wretched state of military discipline in those times. The enemy's forces be defeated and driven into the Borgo. The commissaries desired to pursue them in order to make the victory complete, but not a single condottiere or soldier would obey, alleging as a sufficient reason for their refusal that they must take care of the booty and attend to their wounded. And what is still more surprising, the next day, without permission from the commissaries, or the least regard for their commanders, they went to Arezzo, and having secured their plunder, returned to Anghiari, a thing so contrary to military order and all subordination, that the merest shadow of a regular army would easily and most justly have wrested from them the victory they had so undeservedly obtained. Added to this, the men-at-arms, or heavy-armed horse, who had been taken prisoners, whom the commissaries wished to be detained that they might not rejoin the enemy, were set at liberty contrary to their orders. It is astonishing that an army so constructed should have sufficient energy to obtain the victory, or that any should be found so imbecile as to allow such a disorderly rabble to vanquish them. The time occupied by the Florentine forces in going and returning from Arezzo gave Niccolò opportunity of escaping from the Borgo and proceeding toward Romagna. Along with him also fled the Florentine exiles who, finding no hope of their return home, took up their abodes in various parts of Italy, each according to his own convenience. Rinaldo made choice of Ancona, and, to gain admission to the celestial country, having lost the terrestrial, he performed a pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre, whence having returned, he died suddenly while at table at the celebration of the marriage of one of his daughters. an instance of fortune's favor in removing him from the troubles of this world upon the least sorrowful day of his exile. Rinaldo d'Albizzi appeared respectable under every change of condition, and would have been more so had he lived in a united city, for many qualities were injurious to him in a factious community, which in an harmonious one would have done him honor. When the forces returned from Arezzo, Niccolò being then gone, the commissaries presented themselves at the Borgo, the people of which were willing to submit to the Florentines. But their offer was declined, and while negotiations were pending, the Pope's legate imagined the commissaries designed to take it from the church. Hard words were exchanged, and hostilities might have ensued between the Florentine and ecclesiastical forces if the misunderstanding had continued much longer. But as it was brought to the conclusion desired by the legate, peace was restored. While the affair of the Borgo San Sepolcro was in progress, Niccolò Piccinino was supposed to have marched toward Rome. Other accounts said La Marca, and hence the legate and the count's forces moved toward Perugia to relieve La Marca or Rome, as the case might be, and Bernardo de' Medici accompanied them. Neri led the Florentine forces to recover the Casentino and pitched his camp before Rassina, which he took together with Bibbiena, Pratovecchio, and Romena. From thence he proceeded to Papi and invested it on two sides with his forces in one direction toward the plain of Sertomondo, in the other upon the hill extending to Franzl. The count, finding himself abandoned to his fate, had shut himself up in Papi, not with any hope of assistance, but with a view to make the best terms he could. Neri pressing him, he offered to capitulate and obtained reasonable conditions, namely, security for himself and family, with leave to take whatever he could carry away, on condition of setting his territories and government to the Florentines. When he perceived the full extent of his misfortune, standing upon the bridge which crosses the Arno close to Papi, he turned to Neri in great distress, and said, "Had I well considered my own position and the power of the Florentines, I should now have been a friend of the Republic and congratulating you on your victory, not an enemy compelled to supplicate some alleviation of my woe. The recent events, which to you bring glory and joy, to me are full of wretchedness and sorrow. Once I possessed horses, arms, subjects, grandeur, and wealth. Can it be surprising that I part with them reluctantly? But as you possess both the power and the inclination to command the whole of Tuscany, we must of necessity obey you. And had I not committed this error, my misfortune would not have occurred, and your liberality could not have been exercised, so that if you were to rescue me from entire ruin, you would give the world a lasting proof of your clemency. Let your pity pass by my fault, and allow me to retain this single house to leave to the descendants of those from whom your fathers have received innumerable benefits." To this Neri replied, that his having expected great results from men who were capable of doing only very little had led him to commit so great a fault against the Republic of Florence, that, every circumstance considered, he must surrender all those places to the Florentines as an enemy, which he was unwilling to hold as a friend, that he had set such an example as it would be most highly impolitic to encourage, for, upon a change of fortune, it might injure the Republic, and it was not himself they feared, but his power while lord of the Casentino. If, however, he could live as a prince in Germany, the citizens would be very much gratified. And out of love to those ancestors of whom he had spoken, they would be glad to assist him. To this the count, in great anger, replied. He wished the Florentines at a much greater distance. Attempting no longer to preserve the least urbanity of demeanor, he ceded the place and all its dependencies to the Florentines, and with his treasure, wife, and children, took his departure, mourning the loss of a territory which his forefathers had held during 400 years. When all these victories were known at Florence, the government and people were transported with joy. Benedetto de' Medici, finding the report of Niccolò having proceeded either to Rome or to La Marca incorrect, returned with his forces to Neri, and they proceeded together to Florence, where the highest honors were decreed to them, which it was customary with the city to bestow upon her victorious citizens, and they were received by the Signory, the Capitani di Parte, and the whole city in triumphal pomp. Chapter 1, Book 6. Those who make war have always and very naturally designed to enrich themselves. and impoverish the enemy. Neither is victory sought or conquest desirable, except to strengthen themselves and weaken the enemy. Hence it follows that those who are impoverished by victory or debilitated by conquest must either have gone beyond or fallen short of the end for which wars are made. A republic or a prince is enriched by the victories he obtains, when the enemy is crushed and possession is retained of the plunder and ransom. Victory is injurious when the foe escapes, or when the soldiers appropriate the booty and ransom. In such a case, losses are unfortunate, and conquest still more so, for the vanquished suffers the injuries inflicted by the enemy, and the victor those occasioned by his friends, which being less justifiable must cause the greater pain, particularly from a consideration of his being thus compelled to oppress his people by an increased burden of taxation. A ruler possessing any degree of humanity cannot rejoice in a victory that afflicts his subjects. The victories of the ancient and well-organized republics enabled them to fill their treasuries with gold and silver won from their enemies, to distribute gratuities to the people, reduce taxation, and by games and solemn festivals disseminate universal joy. But the victories obtained in the times of which we speak first emptied the treasury, and then impoverished the people without giving the victorious party security from the enemy. This arose entirely from the disorders inherent in their mode of warfare, for the vanquished soldiery, divesting themselves of their accoutrements, and being neither slain nor detained prisoners, only deferred a renewed attack on the conqueror, till their leader had furnished them with arms and horses. Besides this, both ransom and booty being appropriated by the troops, the victorious princes could not make use of them for raising fresh forces, but were compelled to draw the necessary means from their subjects' purses, and this was the only result of victory experienced by the people, except that it diminished the ruler's reluctance to such a course, and made him less particular about his mode of oppressing them. To such a state had the practice of war been brought by the sort of soldiery then on foot, that the victor and the vanquished, when desirous of their services, alike needed fresh supplies of money, for the one had to re-equip them, and the other to bribe them. The vanquished could not fight without being remounted, and the conquerors would not take the field without a new gratuity. Hence it followed that the one derived little advantage from the victory, and the other was the less injured by defeat. For the routed party had to be re-equipped, and the victorious could not pursue his advantage. From this disorderly and perverse method of procedure, it arose that before Niccolò's defeat became known throughout Italy, he had again reorganized his forces and harassed the enemy with greater vigor than before. Hence also it happened that after his disaster at Tenna, he so soon occupied Verona, that being deprived of his army at Verona, he was shortly able to appear with a large force in Tuscany, that being completely defeated at Anghiari before he reached Tuscany, he was more powerful in the field than ever. He was thus enabled to give the Duke of Milan hopes of defending Lombardy, which by his absence appeared to be lost. For while Niccolò spread consternation throughout Tuscany, disasters in the former province so alarmed the Duke that he was afraid his utter ruin would ensue before Niccolò, whom he had recalled, could come to his relief and check the impetuous progress of the Count. Under these impressions, the Duke, to ensure by policy that success which he could not command by arms, had recourse to remedies which on similar occasions had frequently served his turn. He sent Niccolò da Este, Prince of Ferrara, to the Count, who was then at Peschiera, to persuade him that this war was not to his advantage, for if the Duke became so ruined as to be unable to maintain his position among the states of Italy, the Count would be the first to suffer, for he would cease to be of importance either with the Venetians or the Florentines. And to prove the sincerity of his wish for peace, he offered to fulfill the engagement he had entered into with regard to his daughter, and send her to Ferrara, so that, as soon as peace was established, the union might take place. The Count replied that if the Duke really wished for peace, he might easily be gratified, as the Florentines and the Venetians were equally anxious for. True, it was, he could with difficulty credit him, knowing that he had never made peace but from necessity, and when this no longer pressed him, again desired war. Neither could he give credence to what he had said concerning the marriage, having been so repeatedly deceived. Yet when peace was concluded, he would take the advice of his friends upon that subject. The Venetians, who were sometimes needlessly jealous of their soldiery, became greatly alarmed at these proceedings, and not without reason. The Count was aware of this, and wishing to remove their apprehensions, pursued the war with unusual vigor. But his mind had become so unsettled by ambition, and the Venetians by jealousy, that little further progress was made during the remainder of the summer, and upon the return of Niccolò into Lombardy, winter, having already commenced, the armies withdrew into quarters, the Count to Verona, the Florentine forces to Tuscany, the dukes to Cremona, and those of the Pope to Romagna. The latter, after having been victorious at Anghiari, made an unsuccessful attack upon Furli and Bologna, with a view to wrest them from Niccolò Piccinino. But they were gallantly defended by his son Francesco, however. The arrival of the papal forces so alarmed the people of Ravenna with the fear of becoming subject to the church, that by consent of Ostasio de Polena their lord, they placed themselves under the power of the Venetians, who, in return for the territory, and that Ostasio might never retake by force what he had imprudently given them, sent him and his son to Candia, where they died. In the course of these affairs, the Pope, notwithstanding the victory at Anghiari, became so in want of money that he sold the fortress of Borgo San Sepolcro to the Florentines for 25 ducats. Affairs being thus situated, each party supposed winter would protect them from the evils of war, and thought no more of peace. This was particularly the case with the Duke, who, being rendered doubly secure by the season, and by the presence of Niccolò, broke off all attempts to effect a reconciliation with the Count, reorganized Niccolò's forces, and made every requisite preparation for the future struggle. The Count, being informed of this, went to Venice to consult with the Senate on the course to be pursued during the next year. Niccolò, on the other hand, being quite prepared, and seeing the enemy unprovided, did not await the return of spring, but crossed the Adda during severe weather, occupied the whole Brescian territory, except Augila and Acerra, and made prisoners 2,000 horse belonging to Francesco's forces, who had no apprehension of an attack. But the greatest source of anxiety to the Count, and alarm to the Venetians, was the desertion of his service by C.R. Pellone, one of his principal officers. Francesco, on learning these matters, and arriving at Brescia, found that Niccolò, after doing all the mischief he could, had retired to his quarters, and therefore, finding the war concluded for the present, was not disposed to rekindle it, but rather to use the opportunity afforded by the season and his enemies of reorganizing his forces, so as to be able, when spring arrived, to avenge himself for his former injuries. To this end, he induced the Venetians to recall the forces they had in Tuscany in the Florentine service, and to order that, to succeed Gattamelata, who was dead, Micheletto e Tendolo should take the command. On the approach of spring, Niccolò Piccinino was the first to take the field, and encamped before Sagano, a fortress 12 miles from Brescia. The Count marched to its relief, and the war between them was conducted in the usual manner. The Count, apprehensive for the city of Bergamo, besieged Martinengo, a castle so situated that the possession of it would enable him to relieve the former, which was closely pressed by Niccolò, who, having foreseen that the enemy could impede him only from the direction of Martinengo, had put the castle into a complete state of defense, so that the Count was obliged to lend his whole force to the siege. Upon this, Niccolò placed his troops in a situation calculated to intercept the Count's provisions, and fortified himself with trenches and bastions in such a manner that he could not be attacked without the most manifest hazard to his assailant. Hence the besiegers were more distressed than the people of Martinengo whom they besieged. The Count could not hold his position for want of food, nor quit it without imminent danger, so that the Duke's victory appeared certain, and defeat equally inevitable to the Count and the Venetians. But fortune, never destitute of means to assist her favorites or to injure others, caused the hope of victory to operate so powerfully upon Niccolò Piccinino, and made him assume such a tone of unbounded insolence that, losing all respect for himself and the Duke, he sent him word that, having served under his ensign for so long, without obtaining sufficient land to serve him for a grave. He wished to know from himself what was to be the reward of his labors, for it was in his power to make him master of Lombardy and place all his enemies in his power. And, as a certain victory ought to be attended by a sure remuneration, he desired the Duke to concede to him the city of Piacenza, that when weary with his lengthened services he might at last betake himself to repose. Nor did he hesitate, in conclusion, to threaten, if his request were not granted, to abandon the enterprise. This injurious and most insolent mode of proceeding highly offended the Duke, and, on further consideration, he determined rather to let the expedition altogether fail than consent to his general's demand. Thus, what all the dangers he had incurred and the threats of his enemies could not draw from him, the insolent behavior of his friends made him willing to propose. He resolved to come to terms with the Count, and sent Antonio Guidobon of Tortona to offer his daughter in conditions of peace, which were accepted with great pleasure by the Count, and also by the colleagues as far as themselves were concerned. The terms being secretly arranged, the Duke sent to command Niccolò to make a truce with the Count for 1 year, intimating that being exhausted with the expense, he could not forego a certain peace for a doubtful victory. Niccolò was utterly astonished at this resolution, and could not imagine what had induced the Duke to lose such a glorious opportunity. Nor could he surmise that, to avoid rewarding his friends, he would save his enemies. And therefore, to the utmost of his power, he opposed this resolution. And the Duke was obliged, in order to induce his compliance, to threaten that if he did not obey, he would give him up to his soldiers and his enemies. Niccolò submitted with the feelings of one compelled to leave country and friends, complaining of his hard fate, that fortune and the Duke were robbing him of the victory over his enemies. The truce being arranged, the marriage of the Duke's daughter, Bianca, to the Count was solemnized, the Duke giving Cremona for her portion. This being over, peace was concluded in November 1441, at which Francesco Barbarico and Pagola Trono were present for the Venetians, and for the Florentines, Agnola, Acciajuoli. Ischira, Sola, and Lonato, castles in the Mantuan territory, were assigned to the Venetians. The war in Lombardy was concluded, but the dissensions in the kingdom of Naples continued, and the inability to compose them occasioned the resumption of those arms which had been so recently laid aside. Alfonso of Aragon had, during these wars, taken from Rennes the whole kingdom except Naples, so that, thinking he had the victory in his power, he resolved during the siege of Naples to take Benevento and his other possessions in that neighborhood from the Count, and thought he might easily accomplish this while the latter was engaged in the wars of Lombardy. Having heard of the conclusion of peace, Alfonso feared the Count would not only come for the purpose of recovering his territories, but also to favor Rene, and Rene himself had hope of his assistance for the same reason. The latter therefore sent to the Count, begging he would come to the relief of a friend and avenge himself of an enemy. On the other hand, Alfonso entreated Filippo, for the sake of the friendship which subsisted between them, to find the Count some other occupation, that being engaged in greater affairs, he might not have an opportunity of interfering between them. Filippo complied with this request, without seeming to be aware that he violated the peace recently made, so greatly to his disadvantage. He therefore signified to Pope Eugenius that the present was a favorable opportunity for recovering the territories which the Count had taken from the Church, and that he might be in a condition to use it, offered him the services of Niccolò Piccinino, and engaged to pay him during the war, who, since the peace of Lombardy, had remained with his forces in Romagna. Eugenius eagerly took the advice, induced by his hatred of the Count and his desire to recover his lost possessions, feeling assured that, although on a former occasion he had been duped by Niccolò, it would be improper, now that the Duke interfered, to suspect any deceit, and joining his forces to those of Niccolò, he assailed La Marca. The Count, astonished at such an unexpected attack, assembled his troops and went to meet the enemy. In the meantime, King Alfonso took possession of Naples, so that the whole kingdom, except Castelnuovo, was in his power. Leaving a strong guard at Castelnuovo, Rene set out and came to Florence, where he was most honorably received, and having remained a few days, finding he could not continue the war, he withdrew to Marseille. In the meantime, Alfonso took Castelnuova, and the Count found himself assailed in the Marca Inferiore, both by the Pope and Niccolò. He applied to the Venetians and the Florentines for assistance in men and money, assuring them that if they did not determine to restrain the Pope and King during his life, they would soon afterward find their very existence endangered, for both would join Filippo and divide Italy among them. The Florentines and Venetians hesitated for a time, both to consider the propriety of drawing upon themselves the enmity of the Pope and the King, and because they were then engaged in the affairs of the Bolognese. Annibale Bentivoglio had driven Francesco Piccinino from Bologna, and for defense against the Duke, who favored Francesco, he demanded and received assistance of the Venetians and Florentines, so that, being occupied with these matters, they could not resolve to assist the Count. But Annibale, having routed Francesco Piccinino, and those affairs seeming to be settled, they resolved to support him, designing, however, to make sure of the Duke. They offered to renew the league with him, to which he was not averse, for although he consented that war should be made against the Count, while King René was in arms, yet finding him now conquered and deprived of the whole kingdom, he was not willing that the Count should be despoiled of his territories, and therefore not only consented that assistance should be given him, but wrote to Alfonso to be good enough to retire to his kingdom, and discontinue hostilities against the Count. And although reluctantly, yet in acknowledgment of his obligations to the Duke, Alfonso determined to satisfy him, and withdrew with his forces beyond the Tronto. Chapter 2, Book 6. While the affairs of Romagna proceeded thus, the city of Florence was not tranquil. Among the citizens of highest reputation in the government was Neri di Gino Capponi, of whose influence Cosmo de' Medici had more apprehension than any other. For to the great authority which he possessed in the city was added his influence with the soldiery. Having been often leader of the Florentine forces, he had won their affection by his courage and talents, and the remembrance of his own and his father's victories, the latter having taken Pisa, and he himself having overcome Niccolò Piccinino at Anghiari, caused him to be beloved by many and feared by those who were averse to having associates in the government. An excellent soldier, for in those times there was not one in Italy who surpassed him in vigor, either of body or mind, and possessing so much influence with the infantry, whose leader he had always been. Many thought they would follow him wherever he chose to lead them. Baldaccio was the intimate friend of Neri, who loved him for his talents, of which he had been a constant witness. This excited great suspicion in the other citizens who, thinking it alike dangerous either to discharge or retain him in their service, determined to destroy him, and fortune seemed to favor their design. Bartolomeo Orlandini was Gonfalonier of Justice, the same person who was sent to the defense of Marari when Niccolò Piccinino came into Tuscany, as we have related above, and so basely abandoned the pass, which by its nature was almost impregnable. So flagrant an instance of cowardice was very offensive to Baldaccio, who on many occasions, both by words and letters, had contributed to make the disgraceful fact known to all. The shame and vexation of Bartolomeo were extreme, so that of all things he wished to avenge himself, thinking with the death of his accuser to efface the stain upon his character. This feeling of Bartolomeo Orlandini was known to other citizens, so that they easily persuaded him to put Baldaccio to death, and at one avenge himself, and deliver his country from a man whom they must either retain at great peril or discharge to their greater confusion. Bartolomeo, having therefore resolved to murder him, concealed in his own apartment at the palace several young men, all armed, and Baldaccio, entering the piazza, whither it was his daily custom to come, to confer with the magistrates concerning his command, the Gonfalonier sent for him, and he, without any suspicion, obeyed, meeting him in the corridor which leads to the chambers of the Signory. They took a few turns together, discoursing of his office, when being close to the door of the apartments, in which the assassins were concealed, Bartolomeo gave them the signal, upon which they rushed out, and finding Baldaccio alone and unarmed, they slew him and threw the body out of the window which looks from the palace toward the Dogano, or custom house. It was thence carried into the piazza, where the head being severed, it remained the whole day exposed to the gaze of the people. Boldaccio was married and had only one child, a boy, who survived him but a short time, and his wife Annalena, thus deprived of both husband and offspring, rejected every proposal for a second union. She converted her house into a monastery to which she withdrew, and, being joined by many noble ladies, lived in holy seclusion to the end of her days. The convent she founded, and which is named from her, preserves her story in perpetual remembrance. This circumstance served to weaken Neri's power, and made him lose both influence and friends. Nor did this satisfy the citizens who held the reins of government, for it being 10 years since their acquisition of power, and the authority of the Balia expired, many began to exhibit more boldness, both in words and deeds, than seemed consistent with their safety, and the leaders of the party judged that if they wished to preserve their influence, some means must be adopted to increase it. To this end, in 1444, the councils created a new Balia, which reformed the government, gave authority to a limited number to create the signory, re-established the chancery of reformations, depriving Filippo Peruzzi of his office of president in it, and appointing another wholly under their influence. They prolonged the term of exile to those who were banished, put Giovanni di Simone Vespucci in prison, deprived the Accoppiator of their enemies of the honors of government, and with them the sons of Piero Baroncelli, the whole of the Siragli, Bartolomeo Fortini, Francesco Castellani, and many others. By these means they strengthened their authority and influence, and humbled their enemies or those whom they suspected of being so. Having thus recovered and confirmed their government, they then turned their attention to external affairs. As observed above, Niccolò Piccinino was abandoned by King Alfonso, and the count, having been aggrandized by the assistance of the Florentines, attacked and routed him near Fermo, where, after losing nearly the whole of his troops, Niccolò fled to Montijo, which he fortified in such a manner that in a short time he had again assembled so large an army as enabled him to make head against the count, particularly as the season was now come for them to withdraw into quarters. His principal endeavor during the winter was to collect troops, and in this he was assisted both by the Pope and Alfonso, so that, upon the approach of spring, both leaders took the field, and Niccolò, being the strongest, reduced the count to extreme necessity, and would have conquered him if the Duke had not contrived to frustrate his design. Filippo sent to beg he would come to him with all speed, for he wished to have a personal interview, that he might communicate matters of the highest importance. Niccolò, anxious to hear them, abandoned a certain victory for a very doubtful advantage, and leaving his son Francesco to command the army, hastened to Milan. The count, being informed of the circumstance, would not let slip the opportunity of fighting in the absence of Niccolò, and coming to an engagement near the castle of Monteloro, routed the father's forces and took the son prisoner. Niccolò, having arrived at Milan, saw that the Duke had duped him, and learning the defeat of his army and the capture of his son, he died of grief in 45, at the age of 64, having been a brave rather than a fortunate leader. He left 2 sons, Francesco and Jacopo, who, possessing less talent than their father, were still more unfortunate, so that the arms of the family became almost annihilated, while those of Sforza, being favored by fortune, attained augmented glory. The Pope, seeing Niccolò's army defeated and himself dead, having little hope of assistance from Aragon, sought peace with the Count, and by the intervention of the Florentines succeeded. Of La Marca, the Pope only retained Osimo, Fabriano, and Recanati. All the rest remained in the Count's possession. Peace being restored to La Marca, the whole of Italy would have obtained repose had it not been disturbed by the Bolognese. There were in Bologna 2 very powerful families, the Caneschi and the Bentivogli. Of the latter, Annibale was the head. Of the former, Battista, who, as a means of confirming their mutual confidence, had contracted family alliances. But among men who have the same objects of ambition in view, it is easy to form connections, but difficult to establish friendship. The Bolognese were in a league with the Venetians and Florentines, which had been affected by the influence of Annibale, after they had driven out Francesco, Piccinino, and Battista, knowing how earnestly the Duke desired to have the city favorable to him, proposed to assassinate Annibale, and put Bologna into his power This being agreed upon, on the 25th of June 45, he attacked Annibale with his men and slew him. And then, with shouts of the Duke rode through the city. The Venetian and Florentine commissaries were in Bologna at the time, and at first kept themselves within doors. But finding that the people, instead of favoring the murderers, assembled in the piazza armed in great numbers. Mourning the death of Annibale, they joined them, and, assembling what forces they could, attacked the Conneschi, soon overpowered them, slew part, and drove the remainder out of the city. Battista, unable to effect his escape, or his enemies his capture, took refuge in a vault of his house, used for storing grain. The friends of the Bentivogli, having sought him all day, and knowing he had not left the city, so terrified his servants, that one of them, a groom, disclosed the place of his concealment, and being drawn forth in complete armor, he was slain, his body dragged about the streets, and afterward burned. Thus the Duke's authority was sufficient to prompt the enterprise, but his force was not at hand to support it. The tumults being settled by the death of Battista and the flight of the Conneschi, Bologna still remained in the greatest confusion. There not being one of the house of Bentivogli of age to govern, Annibale having left but one son, whose name was Giovanni, only 6 years old, it was apprehended that disunion would ensue among the Bentivogli, and cause the return of the connection, and the ruin both of their own country and party. While in this state of apprehension, Francesco, sometime Count di Poppi, being at Bologna, informed the rulers of the city that, if they wished to be governed by one of the blood of Annibale, he could tell them of one, and related that about 20 years ago, Ercole, cousin of Annibale, being a Poppi, became acquainted with a girl of the castle, of whom was born a son named Santi, whom Ercole, on many occasions, acknowledged to be his own, nor could he deny it, for whoever knew him and saw the boy could not fail to observe the strongest resemblance. The citizens gave credit to the tale, and immediately sent to Florence to see the young man and procure of Cosmo and Neri permission to return with him to Bologna. The reputed father of Santi was dead, and he lived under the protection of his uncle, whose name was Antonio da Cassese. Antonio was rich, childless, and a friend of Neri, to whom the matter becoming known, he thought it ought neither to be despised nor too hastily accepted, and that it would be best for Santi and those who had been sent from Bologna to confer in the presence of Cosmo. They were accordingly introduced, and Santi was not merely honored but adored by them, so greatly were they influenced by the spirit of party. However, nothing was done at the time except that Cosmo, taking Santi apart, spoke to him thus: "No one can better advise you in this matter than yourself, for you have to take that course to which your own mind prompts you. If you be the son of Ercole Bentivoglio, you will naturally aspire to those pursuits which are proper to your family and worthy of your father. But if you be the son of Agnolo da Cassese, you will remain in Florence, and basely spend the remainder of your days in some branch of the woolen trade." These words greatly influenced the youth, who, though he had at first almost refused to adopt such a course, said he would submit himself wholly to what Cosmo and Neri should determine. They, assenting to the request of the Bolognese, provided suitable apparel, horses, and servants, and in a few days he was escorted by a numerous cavalcade to Bologna, where the guardianship of Annibale's son and of the city were placed in his hands. He conducted himself so prudently that although all his ancestors had been slain by their enemies, he lived in peace and died respected by everyone. After the death of Niccolò Piccinino and the peace of La Marca, Filippo, wishing to procure a leader of his forces, secretly negotiated with Signor Pallone, one of the principal captains of Count Francesco, and arrangements having been made, Signor Pallone asked permission to go to Milan to take possession of certain castles, which had been given him by Filippo during the late wars. The Count, suspecting what was in progress, in order to prevent the Duke from accommodating himself at his expense, caused Signor Pallone to be arrested, and soon afterward put to death, alleging that he had been detected plotting against him. Filippo was highly annoyed and indignant, which the Venetians and the Florentines were glad to observe, for their greatest fear was that the Duke and the Count should become friends. The Duke's anger caused the renewal of war in La Marca. Gismondo Malatesti, Lord of Rimino, being son-in-law of the Count, expected to obtain Pesaro. but the count, having obtained possession, gave it to his brother Alessandro. Gismondo, offended at this, was still further exasperated at finding that Federigo di Montefeltro, his enemy, by the count's assistance gained possession of Urbino. He therefore joined the duke and solicited the pope and the king to make war against the count, who, to give Gismondo a taste of the war he so much desired, resolved to take the initiative and attacked him immediately. Thus Romagna and La Marca were again in complete confusion, for Filippo the king and the pope sent powerful assistance to Gismondo, while the Florentines and Venetians supplied the count with money, though not with men. Nor was Filippo satisfied with the war in Romagna, but also desired to take Cremona and Pontremoli from the count. But Pontremoli was defended by the Florentines, and Cremona by the Venetians. Thus the war was renewed in Lombardy, and after several engagements in the Cremonese, Francesco Piccinino, the leader of the duke's forces, was routed at Casale by Micheletto and the Venetian troops. This victory gave the Venetians hope of obtaining the duke's dominions. They sent a commissary to Cremona, attacked the Garadata, and took the whole of it except Crema. Then crossing the Adda, they overran the country as far as Milan. Upon this, the duke had recourse to Alfonso and entreated his assistance, pointing out the danger his kingdom would incur if Lombardy were to fall into the hands of the Venetians. Alfonso promised to send him troops, but apprised him of the difficulties which would attend their passage without the permission of the count. Filippo, driven to extremity, then had recourse to Francesco and begged he would not abandon his father-in-law now that he had become old and blind. The count was offended with the duke for making war against him, but he was jealous of the increasing greatness of the Venetians, and he himself began to be in want of money, for the league supplied him sparingly. The Florentines, being no longer in fear of the duke, ceased to stand in need of the count, and the Venetians desired his ruin, for they thought Lombardy could not be taken from him except by this means. Yet while Filippo sought to gain him over, and offered him the entire command of his forces on condition that he should restore La Marca to the Pope and quit the Venetian alliance, ambassadors were sent to him by that republic, promising him Milan if they took it, and the perpetual command of their forces if he would push the war in La Marca and prevent Alfonso from sending troops into Lombardy. The offers of the Venetians were great, as also were their claims upon him, having begun the war in order to save him from losing Cremona, while the injuries received from the duke were fresh in his memory, and his promises had lost all influence. Still the count hesitated, for on the one hand were to be considered his obligations to the League, his pledged faith, their recent services, and his hopes of the future, all which had their influence on him. On the other were the entreaties of his father-in-law, and above all, the bane which he feared would be concealed under the specious offers of the Venetians. For he doubted not that both with regard to Milan and their other promises, if they were victorious, he would be at their mercy, to which no prudent man would ever submit if he could avoid it. These difficulties in the way of his forming a determination were obviated by the ambition of the Venetians, who, seeing a chance of occupying Cremona, from secret intelligence with that city under a different pretext, sent troops into its neighborhood. But the affair was discovered by those who commanded Cremona for the count, and measures were adopted which prevented its success. Thus, without obtaining Cremona, they lost the count's friendship, who, now being free from all other considerations, joined the duke. Chapter 3, Book 6, Pope Eugenius, being dead, was succeeded by Nicholas IV. The count had his whole army at Codinola ready to pass into Lombardy, when intelligence was brought him of the death of Filippo, which happened on the last day of August 1447. This event greatly afflicted him, for he doubted whether his troops were in readiness, on account of their arrears of pay. He feared the Venetians, who were his armed enemies, he having recently forsaken them and taken part with the duke, his inveterate foe. He had no hope from the pontiff or the Florentines, for the latter were allies of the Venetians, and he had seized the territories of the former. However, he resolved to face his fortune and be guided by circumstances, for it often happens that when engaged in business valuable ideas are suggested, which in a state of inaction would never have occurred. He had great hopes that if the Milanese were disposed to defend themselves against the ambition of the Venetians, they could make use of no other power but his. Therefore, he proceeded confidently into the Bolognese territory, thence to Modena and Reggio, halted with his forces upon the Lenza, and sent to offer his services at Milan. On the death of the Duke, part of the Milanese were inclined to establish a republic. Others wished to choose a prince, and of these one part favored the Count and another Alfonso. However, the majority being in favor of freedom, they prevailed over the rest, and organized a republic to which many cities of the duchy refused obedience, for they too desired to live in the enjoyment of their liberty, and even those who did not embrace such views refused to submit to the sovereignty of the Milanese. Lodi and Piacenza surrendered themselves to the Venetians. Pavia and Parma became free. This confused state of things being known to the Count, he proceeded to Cremona, where his ambassadors and those of the Milanese arranged for him to command the forces of the new republic, with the same remuneration he had received from the Duke at the time of his decease. To this they added the possession of Brescia until Verona was recovered, when he should have that city and restore Brescia to the Milanese. Before the Duke's death, Pope Nicholas, after his assumption of the pontificate, sought to restore peace among the princes of Italy, and with this object endeavored, in conjunction with the ambassadors sent by the Florentines to congratulate him on his accession, to appoint a diet at Ferrara to attempt either the arrangement of a long truce or the establishment of peace. A congress was accordingly held in that city of the Pope's legate and the Venetian ducal and Florentine representatives. King Alfonso had no envoy there. He was at Tivoli with a great body of horse and foot, and favorable to the Duke, both having resolved that, having gained the Count over to their side, they would openly attack the Florentines and Venetians, and till the arrival of the Count in Lombardy, take part in the treaty for peace at Ferrara, at which, though the king did not appear, he engaged to concur in whatever course the Duke should adopt. The conference lasted several days, and after many debates resolved on either a truce for 5 years or a permanent peace, whichsoever the Duke should approve, and the ducal ambassadors, having returned to Milan to learn his decision, found him dead, notwithstanding this. The Milanese were disposed to adopt the resolutions of the assembly, but the Venetians refused, indulging great hopes of becoming masters of Lombardy, particularly as Lodi and Piacenza, immediately after the Duke's death, had submitted to them. They trusted that either by force or by treaty they could strip Milan of her power, and then so press her as to compel her also to surrender before any assistance could arrive. And they were the more confident of this from seeing the Florentines involved in war with King Alfonso. The king being at Tivoli and designing to pursue his enterprise against Tuscany, as had been arranged between himself and Filippo. Judging that the war now commenced in Lombardy would give him both time and opportunity, and wishing to have a footing in the Florentine state before he openly commenced hostilities, opened a secret understanding with the fortress of Sanina in the Val d'Arno Superior, and took possession of it. The Florentines, surprised with this unexpected event, perceiving the king already in action, and resolved to do them all the injury in his power, hired forces, created a council of 10 for management of the war, and prepared for the conflict in their usual manner. The king was already in the Sienese, and used his utmost endeavors to reduce the city, but the inhabitants of Siena were firm in their attachment to the Florentines, and refused to receive him within their walls or into any of their territories. They furnished him with provisions, alleging in excuse the enemy's power and their inability to resist. The king, finding he could not enter by the Val d'Arno as he had first intended, both because Sanina had been already retaken, and because the Florentines were now in some measure prepared for their defense, turned toward Volterra, and occupied many fortresses in that territory. Thence he proceeded toward Pisa, and with the assistance of Fazio and Arrigo de' Conti of the Gherardesca, took some castles, and issuing from them assailed Campagilla, could not take it, the place being defended by the Florentines, and it being now in the depth of winter. Upon this, the king, leaving garrisons in the places he had taken to harass the surrounding country, withdrew with the remainder of his army to quarters in the Sienese. The Florentines, aided by the seasoned used the most active exertions to provide themselves troops, whose captains were Federigo, Lord of Urbino, and Gismondo Malatesti d'Aramino, who, though mutual foes, were kept so united by the prudence of the commissaries, Neri di Gino and Bernardetto de' Medici, that they broke up their quarters while the weather was still very severe, and recovered not only the places that had been taken in the territory of Pisa, but also the Pomerancy in the neighborhood of Volterra, and so checked the king's troops, which at first had overrun the Maremma, that they could scarcely retain the places they had been left to garrison. Upon the return of the spring, the commissaries halted with their whole force, consisting of 5,000 horse and 2,000 foot, at the Spedoletto. The king approached with his army, amounting to 15,000 men, within 3 miles of Campaglia. But when it was expected he would attack the place, he fell upon Piombino, hoping, as it was insufficiently provided, to take it with very little trouble, and thus acquire a very important position, the loss of which would be severely felt by the Florentines, for from it he would be able to exhaust them with a long war, obtain his own provision by sea, and harass the whole territory of Pisa. They were greatly alarmed at this attack, and considering that if they could remain with their army among the woods of Campaglia, the king would be compelled to retire either in defeat or disgrace. With this view they equipped 4 galleys at Livorno, and having succeeded in throwing 300 infantry into Piombino, took up their own position at the Caldane, a place where it would be difficult to attack them, and they thought it would be dangerous to encamp among the thickets of the plain. The Florentine army depended for provisions on the surrounding places, which, being poor and thinly inhabited, had difficulty in supplying them. Consequently, the troops suffered, particularly from want of wine, for none being produced in that vicinity, and unable to procure it from more distant places, it was impossible to obtain a sufficient quantity. But the king, though closely pressed by the Florentines, was well provided except in forage, for he obtained everything else by sea. The Florentines, desirous to supply themselves in the same manner, loaded 4 vessels with provisions, but, upon their approach, they were attacked by 7 of the king's galleys, which took 2 of them and put the rest to flight. This disaster made them despair of procuring provisions, so that 200 men of a foraging party, principally for want of wine, deserted to the king, and the rest complained that they could not live without it. In a situation where the heat was so excessive and the water bad, the commissaries therefore determined to quit the place, and endeavor to recover those castles which still remained in the enemy's power, who, on his part, though not suffering from want of provisions and greatly superior in numbers, found his enterprise a failure from the ravages made in his army by those diseases which the hot season produces in marshy localities, and which prevailed to such an extent that many died daily and nearly all were affected. These circumstances occasioned overtures of peace. The king demanded 50,000 florins and the possession of Piombino. When the terms were under consideration, many citizens, desirous of peace, would have accepted them, declaring there was no hope of bringing to a favorable conclusion a war which required so much money to carry it on. But Neri Capponi, going to Florence, placed the matter in a more correct light, and it was then unanimously determined to reject the proposal and take the Lord of Piombino under their protection with an alliance offensive and defensive, provided he did not abandon them, but assist in their defense as hitherto. The king, being informed of this resolution, saw that with his reduced army he could not gain the place, and withdrew in the same condition as if completely routed, leaving behind him 2,000 dead. With the remainder of his sick troops he retired to the Sienese territory, and thence to his kingdom, incensed against the Florentines and threatening them with new wars upon the return of spring. While these events were proceeding in Tuscany, the Count Sforza, having become leader of the Milanese forces, strenuously endeavored to secure the friendship of Francesco Piccinino, who was also in their service, that he might support him in his enterprises or be less disposed to do him injury. He then took the field with his army, upon which the people of Pavia, conscious of their inability to resist him, and unwilling to obey the Milanese, offered to submit themselves to his authority on condition that he should not subject them to the power of Milan. The count desired the possession of Pavia, and considered the circumstance a happy omen, as it would enable him to give a color to his designs. He was not restrained from treachery either by fear or shame, for great men consider failure disgraceful, a fraudulent success the contrary. But he was apprehensive that his possession of the city would excite the animosity of the Milanese, and perhaps induce them to throw themselves under the power of the Venetians. If he refused to accept the offer, he would have occasion to fear the Duke of Savoy, to whom many citizens were inclined to submit themselves, and either alternative would deprive him of the sovereignty of Lombardy, including, there was less danger in taking possession of the city than in allowing another to have it. He determined to accept the proposal of the people of Pavia, trusting he would be able to satisfy the Milanese, to whom he pointed out the danger they must have incurred had he not complied with it, for her citizens would have surrendered themselves to the Venetians or to the Duke of Savoy, so that in either case they would have been deprived of the government, and therefore they ought to be more willing to have himself as their neighbor and friend than a hostile power, such as either of the others and their enemy. The Milanese were upon this occasion greatly perplexed, imagining they had discovered the Count's ambition, and the end he had in view. But they thought it desirable to conceal their fears, for they did not know if the Count were to desert them, to whom they could have recourse except the Venetians, whose pride and tyranny they naturally dreaded. They therefore resolved not to break with the Count, but by his assistance remedy the evils with which they were threatened, hoping that when freed from them they might rescue themselves from him also. For at that time they were assailed not only by the Venetians, but by the Genoese and the Duke of Savoy, in the name of Charles of Orleans, the son of a sister of Filippo, but whom the Count easily vanquished. Thus their only remaining enemies were the Venetians, who with a powerful army determined to occupy their territories and had already taken possession of Lodi and Piacenza, before which latter place the Count encamped, and, after a long siege, took and pillaged the city. Winter being set in, he led his forces into quarters, and then withdrew to Cremona, where, during the cold season, he remained in repose with his wife. In the spring, the Venetian and Milanese armies again took the field. It was the design of the Milanese, first to recover Lodi, and then to come to terms with the Venetians, for the expenses of the war had become very great, and they were doubtful of their general sincerity, so that they were anxious alike for the repose of peace, and for security against the Count. They therefore resolved that the army should march to the siege of Caravaggio, hoping that Lodi would surrender on that fortress being wrested from the enemy's hands. The Count obeyed, though he would have preferred crossing the Adda and attacking the Brescian territory. Having encamped before Caravaggio, he so strongly entrenched himself that if the enemy attempted to relieve the place, they would have to attack him at a great disadvantage. The Venetian army, led by Niccolò, approached within 2 bow shots of the enemy's camp, and many skirmishes ensued. The Count continued to press the fortress, and reduced it to the very last extremity, which greatly distressed the Venetians, since they knew the loss of it would involve the total failure of their expedition. Very different views were entertained by their military officers respecting the best mode of relieving the place, but they saw no course open except to attack the enemy in his trenches, in spite of all obstacles. The castle was, however, considered of such paramount importance that the Venetian Senate, though naturally timid and averse to all hazardous undertakings, chose rather to risk everything than allow it to fall into the hands of the enemy. They therefore resolved to attack the Count at all events, and early the next morning commenced their assault upon a point which was least defended. At the first charge, as commonly happens in a surprise, Francesco's whole army was thrown into dismay. Order, however, was soon so completely restored by the Count that the enemy, after various efforts to gain the outworks, were repulsed and put to flight, and so entirely routed that of 12,000 horse only 1,000 escaped the hands of the Milanese, who took possession of all the carriages and military stores. Nor had the Venetians ever before suffered such a thorough rout and overthrow. Among the plunder and prisoners, crouching down as if to escape observation, was found a Venetian commissary who, in the course of the war and before the fight, had spoken contemptuously of the Count, calling him bastard and base-born. Being made prisoner, he remembered his faults, and fearing punishment, being taken before the Count, was agonized with terror, And, as is usual with mean minds, in prosperity insolent, in adversity abject and cringing, prostrated himself, weeping and begging pardon for the offenses he had committed. The Count, taking him by the arm, raised him up and encouraged him to hope for the best. He then said he wondered how a man so prudent and respectable as himself could so far err as to speak disparagingly of those who did not merit it. And as regarded the insinuations which he had made against him, he really did not know how Sforza his father, and Madonna Lucia his mother, had proceeded together, not having been there, and having no opportunity of interfering in the matter, so that he was not liable either to blame or praise. However, he knew very well that in regard to his own actions, he had conducted himself so that no one could blame him, and in proof of this he would refer both the Venetian Senate and himself to what had happened that day. He then advised him in future to be more respectful in speaking of others, and more cautious in regard to his own proceedings. Chapter 4, Book 6. After this victory, the Count marched into the Brescian territory, occupied the whole country, and then pitched his camp within 2 miles of the city. The Venetians, having well-grounded fears that Brescia would be next attacked, provided the best defense in their power. They then collected the relics of their army and, by virtue of the treaty, demanded assistance of the Florentines, who, being relieved from the war with Alfonso, sent them 1,000 foot and 2,000 horse, by whose aid the Venetians were in a condition to treat for peace. At one time it seemed the fate of their republic to lose by war and win by negotiation, for what was taken from them in battle was frequently restored twofold on the restoration of peace. They knew the Milanese were jealous of the Count, and that he wished to be not their captain merely but their sovereign. And as it was in their power to make peace with either of the two, the one desiring it from ambition, the other from fear, they determined to make choice of the Count, and offer him assistance to effect his design, persuading themselves that as the Milanese would perceive they had been duped by him, they would in revenge place themselves in the power of anyone rather than in his, and that, becoming unable either to defend themselves or trust the Count, they would be compelled, having no other resource, to fall into their hands. Having taken this resolution, they sounded the Count, and found him quite disposed for peace, evidently desirous that the honor and advantage of the victory at Caravaggio should be his own, and not accrue to the Milanese. The parties therefore entered into an agreement in which the Venetians undertook to pay the Count 13,000 florins per month, till he should obtain Milan, and to furnish him, during the continuance of the war, 4,000 horse and 2,000 foot. The Count engaged to restore to the Venetians the towns, prisoners, and whatever else had been taken by him during the late campaigns, and content himself with those territories which the Duke possessed at the time of his death. When this treaty became known at Milan, it grieved the citizens more than the victory at Caravaggio had exhilarated them. The rulers of the city mourned, the people complained, women and children wept, and all exclaimed against the Count as false and perfidious, although they could not hope that either prayers or promises would divert him from his ungrateful design. They sent ambassadors to see with what kind of color he would invest his unprincipled proceedings, and being admitted to his presence, one of them spoke to the following effect. It is customary with those who wish to obtain a favor, to make use either of prayers, presents, or threats that pity, convenience, or fear may induce a compliance with their requests. But as with cruel, avaricious, or in their own conceit powerful men, these arguments have no weight. It is vain to hope either to soften them by prayers, win them by presents, or alarm them by menaces. We therefore, being now, though late, aware of thy pride, cruelty, and ambition, come hither, not to ask aught, nor with the hope, even if we were so disposed, of obtaining it, but to remind thee of the benefits thou hast received from the people of Milan, and to prove with what heartless ingratitude thou hast repaid them, that at least under the many evils oppressing us, we may derive some gratification from telling thee how and by whom they have been produced. Thou canst not have forgotten thy wretched condition at the death of the Duke Filippo. The king and the pope were both thine enemies. Thou hadst abandoned the Florentines and the Venetians, who on account of their just indignation, who on account of And because they stood in no further need of thee, were almost become thy declared enemies. Thou wert exhausted by thy wars against the church, with few followers, no friends, or any money, hopeless of being able to preserve either thy territories or thy reputation. From these circumstances thy ruin must have ensued. But for our simplicity, we receive thee to our home, actuated by reverence for the happy memory of our Duke, with whom, being connected by marriage and renewed alliance, we believe thy affection would descend to those who had inherited his authority, and that, if to the benefits he had conferred on thee our own were added, the friendship we sought to establish would not only be firm but inseparable. With this impression we added Verona or Brescia to thy previous appointment. What more could we either give or promise thee? What else couldst thou, not from us merely, but from any others, have either had or expected? Thou receivest from us an unhoped for benefit, and we in return an unmerited wrong. Neither hast thou deferred until now the manifestation of thy base designs. For no sooner wert thou appointed to command our armies, than contrary to every dictate of propriety, thou didst accept Pavia, which plainly showed what was to be the result of thy friendship. But we bore with the injury, and hoped that the greatness of the advantage would satisfy thy ambition. Alas! Those who grasp it all cannot be satisfied with a part. Thou didst promise that we should possess the conquests which thou might afterward make, for thou wert well aware that what was given at many times might be withdrawn at once, as was the case after the victory at Caravaggio, purchased by our money and blood and followed by our ruin. Oh, unhappy states which have to guard against their oppressor, but much more wretched those who have to trust to mercenary and faithless arms like thine. May our example instruct posterity, since that of Thebes and Philip of Macedon, who, after victory over her enemies, from being her captain, became her foe and her prince, could not avail us. The only fault of which we are conscious is our overweening confidence in one whom we ought not to have trusted. For thy past life, thy restless mind, incapable of repose, ought to have put us on our guard. Neither ought we to have confided in one who betrayed the Lord of Lucca, set a fine upon the Florentines and the Venetians, defied the Duke, despised the king, and besides all this persecuted the Church of God, and the divinity himself with innumerable atrocities. We ought not to have fancied that so many potentates possessed less influence over the mind of Francesco Sforza than the Milanese, or that he would preserve unblemished that faith towards us which he had on so many occasions broken with them. Still, this want of caution in us does not excuse the perfidy in thee, nor can it obliterate the infamy with which our just complaints will blacken thy character throughout the world, or prevent the remorse of thy conscience, when our arms are used for our own destruction. For thou wilt see that the sufferings due to parricides are fully deserved by thee. And though ambition should blind thine eyes, the whole world, witness to thine iniquity, will compel thee to open them. God himself will unclose them if perjuries have violated faith, if treacheries displease him, and if, as ever, he is still the enemy of the wicked. Do not, therefore, promise thyself any certainty of victory. For the just wrath of the Almighty will weigh heavily upon thee, and we are resolved to lose our liberty only with our lives. But if we found we could not ultimately defend it, we would submit ourselves to anyone rather than to thee. And if our sins be so great that, in spite of our utmost resolution, we should still fall into thy hands, be quite assured that the sovereignty which is commenced in deceit and villainy will terminate either in thyself or thy children with ignominy and blood. The Count, though not insensible to the just reproaches of the Milanese, did not exhibit either by words or gestures any unusual excitement, and replied that he willingly attributed to their angry feelings all the serious charges of their indiscreet harangue, and he would reply to them in detail were he in the presence of anyone who could decide their differences. For it would be evident that he had not injured the Milanese, but only taken care that they should not injure him. They well knew how they had proceeded after the victory of Caravaggio, for instead of rewarding him with either Verona or Brescia, they sought peace with the Venetians, that all the blame of the quarrel might rest on him, themselves obtaining the fruit of victory, the credit of peace, and all the advantages that could be derived from the war. It would thus be manifest they had no right to complain when he had effected the arrangements which they first attempted to make. and that if he had deferred to do so a little longer, he would have had reason to accuse them of the ingratitude with which they were now charging him. Whether the charge were true or false, that God, whom they had invoked to avenge their injuries, would show at the conclusion of the war, and would demonstrate which was most his friend, and who had most justice on their side. Upon the departure of the ambassadors, the Count determined to attack the Milanese, who prepared for their defense, and appointed Francesco and Jacopo Piccinino, attached to their cause on account of the ancient feud of the families of Braccio and Sforza, to conduct their forces in support of liberty, at least till they could deprive the Count of the aid of the Venetians, who they did not think would long be either friendly or faithful to him. On the other hand, the Count, perfectly aware of this, thought it not imprudent. Supposing the obligation of the treaty insufficient to bind them by the ties of interest, and therefore, in assigning to each their portion of the enterprise, he consented that the Venetians should attack Crema and himself with the other forces, assail the remainder of the territory. The advantage of this arrangement kept the Venetians so long in alliance with the Count that he was enabled to conquer the whole of the Milanese territory and to press the city so closely that the inhabitants could not provide themselves with necessaries. Despairing of success, they sent envoys to the Venetians to beg they would compassionate their distress, and as ought to be the case between republics, assist them in defense of their liberty against a tyrant whom, if once master of their city, they would be unable to restrain. Neither did they think he would be content with the boundaries assigned him by the treaty, but would expect all the dependencies of Milan. The Venetians had not yet taken Crema, and wishing before they changed sides to effect this point, they publicly answered the envoys that their engagements with the Count prevented them from defending the Milanese, but secretly gave them every assurance of their wish to do so. The Count had approached so near Milan with his forces that he was disputing the suburbs with the inhabitants when the Venetians, having taken Crema, thought they need no longer hesitate to declare in favor of the Milanese, with whom they made peace and entered into alliance, among the terms of which was the defense of their liberty unimpaired. Having come to this agreement, they ordered their forces to withdraw from the Count's camp and to return to the Venetian territory. They informed him of the peace made with the Milanese, and gave him 20 days to consider what course he would adopt. He was not surprised at the step taken by the Venetians, for he had long foreseen it, and expected its occurrence daily. But when it actually took place, he could not avoid feeling regret and displeasure, similar to what the Milanese had experienced when he abandoned them. He took 2 days to consider the reply he would make to the ambassadors whom the Venetians had sent to inform him of the treaty, and during this time he determined to dupe the Venetians and not abandon his enterprise. Therefore, appearing openly to accept the proposal for peace, he sent his ambassadors to Venice with full credentials to effect the ratification, but gave them secret orders not to do so, and with pretexts or cavilling to put it off. To give the Venetians greater assurance of his sincerity, he made a truce with the Milanese for a month, withdrew from Milan, and divided his forces among the places he had taken. This course was the occasion of his victory and the ruin of the Milanese. For the Venetians, confident of peace, were slow in preparing for war, and the Milanese, finding the truce concluded, the enemy withdrawn, and the Venetians their friends, felt assured that the Count had determined to abandon his design. This idea injured them in 2 ways. 1. By neglecting to provide for their defense. The next, that being seed time, they sowed a large quantity of grain in the country which the enemy had evacuated, and thus brought famine upon themselves. On the other hand, all that was injurious to his enemies favored the Count, and the time gave him opportunity to take breath and provide himself with assistance. The Florentines, during the War of Lombardy, had not declared in favor of either party, or assisted the Count either in defense of the Milanese or since, for he, never having been in need, had not pressingly requested it, and they only sent assistance to the Venetians after the rout at Caravaggio, in pursuance of the treaty. Count Francesco, standing now alone and not knowing to whom else he could apply, was compelled to request immediate aid of the Florentines, publicly from the state, and privately from friends, particularly from Cosmo de' Medici, with whom he had always maintained a steady friendship, and by whom he had constantly been faithfully advised and liberally supported. Nor did Cosmo abandon him in his extreme necessity, but supplied him generously from his own resources and encouraged him to prosecute his design. He also wished the city publicly to assist him, but there were difficulties in the way. Neri di Gino Capone, one of the most powerful citizens of Florence, thought it not to the advantage of the city that the Count should obtain Milan, and was of opinion that it would be more to the safety of Italy for him to ratify the peace than pursue the war. In the first place, he apprehended that the Milanese, through their anger against the Count, would surrender themselves entirely to the Venetians, which would occasion the ruin of all. Supposing he should occupy Milan, it appeared to him that so great military superiority, combined with such an extent of territory, would be dangerous to themselves, and that if, as Count, he was intolerable, he would become doubly so as Duke. He therefore considered it better for the Republic of Florence and for Italy that the Count should be content with his military reputation, and that Lombardy should be divided into two republics, which could never be united to injure others, and separately are unable to do so. To attain this, he saw no better means than to refrain from aiding the Count, and continuing in the former league with the Venetians. These reasonings were not satisfactory to Cosmo's friends, for they imagined that Neri had argued thus, not from a conviction of its advantage to the Republic, but to prevent the Count, as a friend of Cosmo, from becoming Duke, apprehending that Cosmo would, in consequence of this, become too powerful. Cosmo, in reply, pointed out that to lend assistance to the Count would be highly beneficial both to Italy and the Republic, for it was unwise to imagine the Milanese could preserve their own liberty, for the nature of their community. Their mode of life and their hereditary feuds were opposed to every kind of civil government, so that it was necessary either that the Count should become Duke of Milan, or the Venetians her lords. And surely under such circumstances no one could doubt which would be most to their advantage, to have for their neighbor a powerful friend, or a far more powerful foe. Neither need it be apprehended that the Milanese, while at war with the Count, would submit to the Venetians, for the Count had a stronger party in the city, and the Venetians had not, so that whenever they were unable to defend themselves as freemen, they would be more inclined to obey the Count than the Venetians. These diverse views kept the city long in suspense, but at length it was resolved to send ambassadors to the Count to settle the terms of agreement, with instructions that if they found him in such a condition as to give hopes of his ultimate success, they were to close with him, but if otherwise, they were to draw out the time in diplomacy. Chapter 5, Book 6. The ambassadors were at Reggio when they heard that the Count had become Lord of Milan, for as soon as the truce had expired, he approached the city with his forces, hoping quickly to get possession of it in spite of the Venetians, who could bring no relief except from the side of the Adda, which route he could easily obstruct, and therefore had no apprehension, being then winter, of their arrival. And he trusted that before the return of spring he would be victorious, particularly as by the death of Francesco Piccinino there remained only Jacopo his brother to command the Milanese. The Venetians had sent an ambassador to Milan to confirm the citizens in their resolution of defense, promising them powerful and an immediate aid. During the winter, a few slight skirmishes had taken place between the Count and the Venetians. But on the approach of milder weather, the latter, under Pandolfo Malatesti, halted with their army upon the Adda, and considering whether, in order to succor the Milanese, they ought to risk a battle, Pandolfo, their general, aware of the Count's abilities and the courage of his army, said it would be unadvisable to do so, and that under the circumstances it was needless, for the Count, being in great want of forage, could not keep the field, and must soon retire. He therefore advised them to remain encamped, to keep the Milanese in hope and prevent them from surrendering. This advice was approved by the Venetians, both as being safe, and because by keeping the Milanese in this necessity, they might be the sooner compelled to submit to their dominion, for they felt quite sure that the injuries they had received would always prevent their submission to the Count. In the meantime, the Milanese were reduced to the utmost misery, and as the city usually abounded with poor, many died of hunger in the streets. Hence arose complaints and disturbances in several parts, which alarmed the magistrates, and compelled them to use their utmost exertions to prevent popular meetings. The multitude are always slow to resolve on commotion, But the resolution once formed, any trivial circumstance excites it to action. Two men in humble life, talking together near the Porta Nuova of the calamities of the city, their own misery, and the means that might be adopted for their relief, others beginning to congregate, there was soon collected a large crowd. In consequence of it, a report was spread that the neighborhood of Porta Nuova had risen against the government. Upon this, all the lower orders who only waited for an example assembled in arms, and chose Gaspar da Vicomercato to be their leader. They then proceeded to the place where the magistrates were assembled, and attacked them so impetuously that all who did not escape by flight were slain, among the number as being considered a principal cause of the famine and gratified at their distress, fell Leonardo Veniero, the Venetian emperor. Having thus almost become masters of the city, they considered what course was next to be adopted to escape from the horrors surrounding them, and to procure peace. A feeling universally prevailed that as they could not preserve their own liberty, they ought to submit to a prince who could defend them. Some proposed King Alfonso, some the Duke of Savoy, and others the King of France, but none mentioned the Count. So great was the general indignation against him. However, disagreeing with the rest, Gaspar da Vicomercato proposed him, and explained in detail that if they desired relief from war, no other plan was open, since the people of Milan required a certain and immediate peace, and not a distant hope of succor. He apologized for the Count's proceedings, accused the Venetians and all the powers of Italy, of which some from ambition and others from avarice were averse to their possessing freedom. Having to dispose of their liberty, it would be preferable, he said, to obey one who knew and could defend them, so that by their servitude they might obtain peace, and not bring upon themselves greater evils and more dangerous wars. He was listened to with the most profound attention, and having concluded his harangue, it was unanimously resolved by the assembly that the Count should be called in, and Gaspar was appointed to wait upon him and signify their desire. By the people's command, he conveyed the pleasing and happy intelligence to the Count, who heard it with the utmost satisfaction, and entered Milan as prince on the 26th of February, 1450, where he was received with the greatest possible joy by those who only a short time previously had heaped on him all the slanders that hatred could inspire. The news of this event reaching Florence, orders were immediately sent to the envoys who were upon the way to Milan, that instead of treating for his alliance with the Count, they should congratulate the Duke upon his victory. They, arranging accordingly, had a most honorable reception, and were treated with all possible respect, for the Duke well knew that in all Italy he could not find braver or more faithful friends to defend him against the power of the Venetians than the Florentines, who, being no longer in fear of the house of Visconti, found themselves opposed by the Aragonese and Venetians. For the Aragonese princes of Naples were jealous of the friendship which the Florentines had always evinced for the family of France. And the Venetians, seeing the ancient enmity of the Florentines against the Visconti transferred to themselves, resolved to injure them as much as possible. For they knew how pertinaciously and invariably they had persecuted the Lombard princes. These considerations caused the new duke willingly to join the Florentines, and united the Venetians and King Alfonso against their common enemies, impelling them at the same time to hostilities, the king against the Florentines, and the Venetians against the duke, who, being fresh in the government, would they imagined be unable to resist them, even with all the aid he could obtain. But as the league between the Florentines and the Venetians still continued, and as the king, after the war of Piombino, had made peace with the former, it seemed indecent to commence an open rupture until some plausible reason could be assigned in justification of offensive measures. On this account, each sent ambassadors to Florence, who, on the part of their sovereigns, signified that the league formed between them was made not for injury to any, but solely for the mutual defense of their states. The Venetian ambassador then complained that the Florentines had allowed Alessandro, the duke's brother, to pass into Lombardy with his forces, and besides this had assisted and advised in the treaty made between the duke and the Marquis of Mantua. matters which he declared to be injurious to the Venetians and inconsistent with the friendship hitherto subsisting between the two governments, amicably reminding them that one who inflicts unmerited injury gives others just ground of hostility, and that those who break a peace may expect war. The Signory appointed Cosmo de' Medici to reply to what had been said by the Venetian ambassador, and in a long and excellent speech he recounted the numerous advantages conferred by the city on the Venetian Republic, showed what an extent of dominion they had acquired by the money, forces, and counsel of the Florentines, and reminded him that, although the friendship had originated with the Florentines, they had never given occasion of enmity. And as they desired peace, they greatly rejoiced when the treaty was made, if it had been entered into for the sake of peace and not of war. True it was, he wondered much at the remarks which had been made, seeing that such light and trivial matters should give offense to so great a republic. But if they were worthy of notice, he must have it universally understood that the Florentines wished their country to be free and open to all, and that the Duke's character was such that if he desired the friendship of the Marquis of Mantua, he had no need of anyone's favor or advice. He therefore feared that these cavils were produced by some latent motive which it was not thought proper to disclose. Be this as it might, they would freely declare to all that in the same proportion as the friendship of the Florentines was beneficial, their enmity could be destructive. The matter was hushed up, and the ambassadors on their departure appeared perfectly satisfied, but the league between the king and the Venetians made the Florentines and the duke rather apprehend war than hope for a long continuance of peace. They therefore entered into an alliance, and at the same time the enmity of the Venetians transpired by a treaty with the Sienese, and the expulsion of all Florentine subjects from their cities and territories. Shortly after this, Alfonso did the same without any consideration of the peace made the year previous, and not having even the shadow of an excuse. The Venetians attempted to take Bologna, and having armed the emigrants and united to them a considerable force, introduced them into the city by night through one of the common sewers. No sooner had they entered than they raised a cry, by which Santi Bentivogli, being awakened, was told that the whole city was in possession of the rebels. But though many advised him to escape, saying that he could not save the city by a stay, he determined to confront the danger, and taking arms encouraged his followers, assembled a few friends, attacked and routed part of the rebels, slew many more, and drove the remainder out of the city. By this act of bravery, all agree he had fully proved himself a genuine scion of the house of the Bentivogli. These events and demonstrations gave the Florentines an earnest of approaching war. They consequently followed their usual practice on similar occasions, and created the Council of Ten. They engaged new condottieri, sent ambassadors to Rome, Naples, Venice, Milan, and Siena, to demand assistance from their friends, gain information about those they suspected, decide such as were wavering, and discover the designs of the foe. From the Pope, they obtained only general expressions of an amicable disposition and admonitions to peace. From the king, empty excuses for having expelled the Florentines, and offers of safe conduct for whoever should demand it. And although he endeavored, as much as possible, to conceal every indication of his hostile designs, the ambassadors felt convinced of his unfriendly disposition, and observed many preparations tending to the injury of the Republic. The league with the Duke was strengthened by mutual obligations, and through his means they became friends with the Genoese, the old differences with them respecting reprisals, and other small matters of dispute being composed. Although the Venetians used every possible means to prevent it, and entreated the Emperor of Constantinople to expel all Florentines from his dominions, so fierce was the animosity with which they entered on this war, and so powerful their lust of dominion, that without the least hesitation they sought the destruction of those who had been the occasion of their own power. The Emperor, however, refused to listen to them. The Venetian Senate forbade the Florentine ambassadors to enter their territories, alleging that being in league with the king, they could not entertain them without his concurrence. The Sienese received the ambassadors with fair words, fearing their own ruin before the league could assist them, and therefore endeavored to appease the powers whose attack they were unable to resist. The Venetians and the king, as was then conjectured, were disposed to send ambassadors to Florence to justify the war. But the Venetian envoy was not allowed to enter the Florentine dominions, and the king's ambassador, being unwilling to perform his office alone, the embassy was not completed. And thus the Venetians learned that however little they might esteem the Florentines, the latter had still less respect for them. In the midst of these fears, the emperor, Frederick III, came into Italy to be crowned. On the 30th of January, 1451, he entered Florence with 1,500 horse, and was most honorably received by the Signory. He remained in the city till the 6th of February, and then proceeded to Rome for his coronation, where, having been solemnly consecrated, and his marriage celebrated with the Empress, who had come to Rome by sea, he returned to Germany, and again passed through Florence in May with the same honors as upon his arrival. On his return, having derived some benefits from the Marquis of Mantua, he conceded to him Modena and Reggio. In the meantime, the Florentines did not fail to prepare themselves for immediate war, and to augment their influence and strike the enemy with terror, they, in conjunction with the Duke, entered into alliance with the King of France for the mutual defense of their states. This treaty was published with great pomp throughout all Italy, the month of May, 1452, having arrived. The Venetians thought it not desirable to defer any longer their attack upon the Duke, and with 16,000 horse and 6,000 foot assailed his territories in the direction of Lodi, while the Marquis of Montferrat, instigated either by his own ambition or the entreaties of the Venetians, did the same on the side of Alexandria. The Duke assembled a force of 18,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry, garrisoned Alexandria and Lodi, and all the other places where the enemy might annoy them. He then attacked the Brescian territory and greatly harassed the Venetians, while both parties alike plundered the country and ravaged the smaller towns. Having defeated the Marquis of Montferrat at Alexandria, the Duke was able to unite his whole force against the Venetians and invade their territory, while the war in Lombardy proceeded thus, giving rise to various trifling incidents unworthy of recital. King Alfonso and the Florentines carried on hostilities in Tuscany, but in a similarly inefficient manner, evincing no greater talent and incurring no greater danger. Ferrando, the illegitimate son of Alfonso, entered the country with 12,000 troops under the command of Federigo, Lord of Urbino. Their first attempt was to attack Foiano in the Val di Chiane. For having the Sienese in their favor, they entered the Florentine territory in that direction. The walls of the castle were weak, and it was small, and consequently poorly manned. But the garrison were, among the soldiers of that period, considered brave and faithful. 200 infantry were also sent by the Signory for its defense. Before this castle, thus provided, Ferrando sat down, and either from the valor of its defenders or his own deficiencies, 36 days elapsed before he took it. This interval enabled the city to make better provision for places of greater importance, to collect forces and conclude more effective arrangements than had hitherto been made. The enemy next proceeded into the district of Chiane, where they attacked two small towns, the property of private citizens, but could not capture them. They then encamped before the Castellina, a fortress upon the borders of the Chianti, within 10 miles of Siena, weak from its defective construction, and still more so by its situation. But notwithstanding these defects, the assailants were compelled to retire in disgrace. So formidable were those armies, and so perilous those wars, that places now abandoned as untenable were then defended as impregnable. While Ferrando was encamped in the Chianti, he made many incursions, and took considerable booty from the Florentine territories, extending his depredations within 6 miles of the city, to the great alarm and injury of the people, who at this time, having sent their forces to the number of 8,000 soldiers under Astor da Faenza and Gismondo Malatesti toward Castel di Colle, kept them at a distance from the enemy, lest they should be compelled to an engagement. For they considered that so long as they were not beaten in a pitched battle, they could not be vanquished in the war generally. For small castles, when lost, were recovered at the peace, and larger places were in no danger, because the enemy would not venture to attack them. The king had also a fleet of about 20 vessels, comprising galleys and smaller craft, which lay off Pisa, and during the siege of Castellino were moored near the Rocca di Vada, which, from the negligence of the governor, he took, and then harassed the surrounding country. However, this annoyance was easily removed by a few soldiers sent by the Florentines to Campiglia, and who confined the enemy to the coast. Chapter 6, Book 6. The pontiff did not interfere in these affairs further than to endeavor to bring the parties to a mutual accommodation. But while he refrained from external wars, he incurred the danger of more serious troubles at home. Stefano Porcari was a Roman citizen equally distinguished for nobility of birth and extent of learning, but still more by the excellence of his character, like all who are in pursuit of glory. He resolved either to perform or to attempt something worthy of memory, and thought he could not do better than deliver his country from the hands of the prelates, and restore the ancient form of government, hoping, in the event of success, to be considered a new founder or second father of the city. The dissolute manners of the priesthood and the discontent of the Roman barons and people encouraged him to look for a happy termination of his enterprise. But he derived his greatest confidence from those verses of Petrarch in the canzone which begins, Spirito gentil quella membra regi, where he says, Sopra il monte tarpeggio canzon vedra, ium cavall'Italia tutta onora, pensoso più d'altrui che di se stesso. Stefano, believing poets are sometimes endowed with a divine and prophetic spirit, thought the event must take place which Petrarch in this canzone seemed to foretell, and that he was destined to effect a glorious task. Considering himself in learning, eloquence, friends, and influence, superior to any other citizen of Rome, having taken these impressions, he had not sufficient prudence to avoid discovering his design by his discourse, demeanor, and mode of living, so that the Pope, becoming acquainted with it, in order to prevent the commission of some rash act, banished him to Bologna and charged the governor of the city to compel his appearance before him once every day. Stefano was not daunted by this first check, but with even greater earnestness prosecuted his undertaking, and, by such means as were available, more cautiously corresponded with his friends, and often went and returned from Rome with such celerity as to be in time to present himself before the governor within the limit allowed for his appearance. Having acquired a sufficient number of partisans, he determined to make the attempt without further delay, and arranged with his friends at Rome to provide an evening banquet, to which all the conspirators were invited, with orders that each should bring with him his most trustworthy friends, and himself promised to be with him. Before the entertainment was served, everything was done according to this orders, and Stefano Porcari arrived at the place appointed. Supper being brought in, he entered the apartment dressed in cloth of gold, with rich ornaments about his neck, to give him a dignified appearance and commanding aspect. Having embraced the company, he delivered a long oration to dispose their minds to the glorious undertaking. He then arranged the measures to be adopted, ordering that one part of them should, on the following morning, take possession of the Pontiff's palace, and that the other should call the people of Rome to arms. The affair came to the knowledge of the Pope the same night, some say by treachery among the conspirators, and others that he knew of Porcari's presence at Rome. Be this as it may, on the night of the supper Stefano and the greater part of his associates were arrested, and afterward expiated their crime by death. Thus ended his enterprise. And though some may applaud his intentions, he must stand charged with deficiency of understanding. For such undertakings, though possessing some slight appearance of glory, are almost always attended with ruin. Gherardo Gambacordi was lord of Val di Bagno, and his ancestors as well as himself had always been in the pay, or under the protection of the Florentines. Alfonso endeavored to induce him to exchange his territory for another in the kingdom of Naples. This became known to the Signory, who, in order to ascertain his designs, sent an ambassador to Gambacordi to remind him of the obligations of his ancestors and himself to their republic, and induce him to continue faithful to them. Gherardo affected the greatest astonishment, assured the ambassador with solemn oath that no such treacherous thought had ever entered his mind, and that he would gladly go to Florence and pledge himself for the truth of his assertions. But being unable from indisposition, he would send his son as an hostage. These assurances, and the proposal with which they were accompanied, induced the Florentines to think Gherardo had been slandered, and that his accuser must be alike weak and treacherous. Gherardo, however, hastened his negotiation with redoubled zeal, and having arranged the terms, Alfonso sent Frate Puccio, a knight of Jerusalem, with a strong body of men to the Val di Bagno to take possession of the fortresses and towns, the people of which, being attached to the Florentine Republic, submitted unwillingly. Fra Puccio had already taken possession of nearly the whole territory except the fortress of Corzano. Cambacordi was accompanied, while transferring his dominions, by a young peasant of great courage and address, named Antonio Gualandi, who, considering the whole affair, the strength of the place, the well-known bravery of the garrison, their evident reluctance to give it up, and the baseness of Cambacordi, at once resolved to make an effort to prevent the fulfillment of his design, and Gherardo being at the entrance for the purpose of introducing the Aragonese, he pushed him out with both his hands, and commanded the guards to shut the gate upon such a scoundrel and hold the fortress for the Florentine Republic. When this circumstance became known in Bagno and the neighboring places, the inhabitants took up arms against the king's forces, and, raising the Florentine standard, drove them out. The Florentines, learning these events, imprisoned Gherardo's son and sent troops to Bagno for the defense of the territory, which, having hitherto been governed by its own prince, now became a vicariate. The traitor Gherardo escaped with difficulty, leaving his wife, family, and all his property in the hands of those whom he had endeavored to betray. This affair was considered by the Florentines of great importance, for had the king succeeded in securing the territory, he might have overrun the Val di Tavere and the Casentino at his pleasure, and would have caused so much annoyance that they could no longer have allowed their whole force to act against the army of the Aragonese at Siena. In addition to the preparations made by the Florentines in Italy to resist the hostile league, they sent as ambassador Agnolo Acciajuoli to request that the King of France would allow Rene of Anjou to enter Italy in favor of the Duke and themselves, and also that by his presence in the country he might defend his friends and attempt the recovery of the kingdom of Naples, for which purpose they offered him assistance in men and money. While the war was proceeding in Lombardy and Tuscany, the ambassador effected an arrangement with King Rene, who promised to come into Italy during the month of June, the League engaging to pay him 30,000 florins upon his arrival at Alexandria, and 10,000 per month during the continuance of the war. In pursuance of this treaty, King Ren commenced his march into Italy, but was stopped by the Duke of Savoy and the Marquis of Montferrat, who, being in alliance with the Venetians, would not allow him to pass. The Florentine ambassador advised that in order to uphold the influence of his friends, he should return to Provence and conduct part of his forces into Italy by sea, and in the meantime endeavor by the authority of the King of France to obtain a passage for the remainder through the territories of the Duke. This plan was completely successful, for Rene came into Italy by sea, and his forces, by the mediation of the King of France, were allowed a passage through Savoy. King Rene was most honorably received by Duke Francesco, and joining his French with the Italian forces, they attacked the Venetians with so much impetuosity that they shortly recovered all the places which had been taken in the Cremonese. Not content with this, they occupied nearly the whole Brescian territory, so that the Venetians, unable to keep the field, withdrew close to the walls of Brescia. Winter coming on, the Duke deemed it advisable to retire into quarters, and appointed Piacenza for the forces of Rennes, where, having passed the whole of the cold season of 1453, without attempting anything, the Duke thought of taking the field on the approach of spring, and stripping the Venetians of the remainder of their possessions by land, but was informed by the king that he was obliged of necessity to return to France. This determination was quite new and unexpected to the Duke, and caused him the utmost concern, but though he immediately went to dissuade Rene from carrying it into effect, he was unable either by promises or entreaties to divert him from his purpose. He engaged, however, to leave part of his forces and send his son for the service of the League. The Florentines were not displeased at this, for having recovered their territories and castles, they were no longer in fear of Alfonso, and on the other hand, they did not wish the Duke to obtain any part of Lombardy but what belonged to him. Rene took his departure and sent his son John into Italy according to his promise, who did not remain in Lombardy, but came direct to Florence, where he was received with the highest respect. The king's departure made the duke desirous of peace. The Venetians, Alfonso, and the Florentines, being all weary of the war, were similarly disposed, and the Pope continued to wish it as much as ever. For during this year, the Turkish Emperor Muhammad had taken Constantinople and subdued the whole of Greece. This conquest alarmed the Christians, more especially the Venetians and the Pope, who already began to fancy the Mohammedans at their door. The Pope therefore begged the Italian potentates to send ambassadors to himself with authority to negotiate a general peace, with which all complied. But when the particular circumstances of each case came to be considered, many difficulties were found in the war of effecting it. King Alfonso required the Florentines to reimburse the expenses he had incurred in the war, and the Florentines demanded some compensation from him. The Venetians thought themselves entitled to Cremona from the Duke, while he insisted upon the restoration of Bergamo, Brescia, and Crema, so that it seemed impossible to reconcile such conflicting claims. But what could not be effected by a number at Rome was easily managed at Milan and Venice by two. For while the matter was under discussion at Rome, the Duke and the Venetians came to an arrangement on the 9th of April, 1454, by virtue of which each party resumed what they possessed before the war, the Duke being allowed to recover from the princes of Montferrat and Savoy the places they had taken. To the other Italian powers a month was allowed to ratify the treaty. The Pope and the Florentines, and with them the Sienese and other minor powers, acceded to it within the time. Besides this, the Florentines, the Venetians, and the Duke concluded a treaty of peace for 25 years. King Alfonso alone exhibited dissatisfaction at what had taken place, thinking he had not been sufficiently considered, that he stood not on the footing of a principal, but only ranked as an auxiliary, and therefore kept aloof, and would not disclose his intentions. However, after receiving a legate from the Pope, and many solemn embassies from other powers, he allowed himself to be persuaded, principally by means of the Pontiff, and with his son joined the League for 30 years. The Duke and the King also contracted a twofold relationship and double marriage, each giving a daughter to a son of the other. Notwithstanding this, that Italy might still retain the seeds of war, Alfonso would not consent to the peace, unless the League would allow him, without injury to themselves, to make war upon the Genoese, Gismondo Malatesti and Astor, Prince of Faenza. This being conceded, his son Ferrando, who was at Siena, returned to the kingdom, having by his coming into Tuscany acquired no dominion, and lost a great number of his men. Upon the establishment of a general peace, the only apprehension entertained was that it would be disturbed by the animosity of Alfonso against the Genoese. Yet it happened otherwise. The king indeed did not openly infringe the peace, but it was frequently broken by the ambition of the mercenary troops. The Venetians, as usual on the conclusion of a war, had discharged Jacopo Piccinino, who with some other unemployed condottieri marched into Romagna, thence into the Sienese, and halting in the country, took possession of many places. At the commencement of these disturbances, and the beginning of the year 1455, Pope Nicholas died, and was succeeded by Calixtus III, who, to put a stop to the war newly broken out so near home, immediately sent Giovanni Ventimiglia, his general, with what forces he could furnish, these being joined by the troops of the Florentines and the Duke of Milan, both of whom furnished assistance, attacked Jacopo near Bolsena, and though Ventimiglia was taken prisoner, yet Jacopo was worsted and retreated in disorder to Castiglione della Pescaia, where, had he not been assisted by Alfonso, his force would have been completely annihilated. This made it evident that Jacopo's movement had been made by order of Alfonso, and the latter, as if palpably detected, to conciliate his allies, after having almost alienated them with this unimportant war, ordered Jacopo to restore to the Sienese the places he had taken, and they gave him 20,000 florins by way of ransom, after which he and his forces received into the kingdom of Naples. Chapter 7, Book 6. The Pope, though anxious to restrain Jacopo Piccinino, did not neglect to make provision for the defense of Christendom, which seemed in danger from the Turks. He sent ambassadors and preachers into every Christian country to exhort princes and people to arm in defense of their religion, and with their persons and property to contribute to the enterprise against the common enemy. In Florence, large sums were raised, and many citizens bore the mark of a red cross upon their dress to intimate their readiness to become soldiers of the faith. Solemn processions were made, and nothing was neglected either in public or private to show their willingness to be among the most forward to assist the enterprise with money, counsel, or men. But the eagerness for this crusade was somewhat abated. By learning that the Turkish army, being at the siege of Belgrade, a strong city and fortress in Hungary upon the banks of the Danube, had been routed and the emperor wounded, so that the alarm felt by the Pope and all Christendom. On the loss of Constantinople having ceased to operate, they proceeded deliberately with their preparations for war, and in Hungary their zeal was cooled through the death of Giovanni Corvino, the Waywode, who commanded the Hungarian forces on that memorable occasion and fell in the battle. To return to the affairs of Italy. In the year 1456, the disturbances occasioned by Jacopo Piccinino having subsided, and human weapons laid aside, the heavens seemed to make war against the earth, dreadful tempestuous winds then occurring, which produced effects unprecedented in Tuscany, and which to posterity will appear marvelous and unaccountable. About an hour before daybreak there arose from the Adriatic near Ancona a whirlwind which, crossing from east to west, again reached the sea near Pisa, accompanied by thick clouds and the most intense and impenetrable darkness, covering a breadth of about 2 miles in the direction of its course. Under some natural or supernatural influence, this vast and overcharged volume of condensed vapor burst. Its fragments contended with indescribable fury, and huge bodies, sometimes ascending toward heaven and sometimes precipitated upon the earth, struggled, as it were, in mutual conflict, whirling in circles with intense velocity, and accompanied by winds impetuous beyond all conception, while flashes of awful brilliancy and murky, lurid flames incessantly broke forth. From these confused clouds, furious winds, and momentary fires, sounds issued, of which no earthquake or thunder ever heard could afford the least idea, striking such awe into all that it was thought the end of the world had arrived, that the earth, waters, heavens, and entire universe, mingling together, were being resolved into their ancient chaos. Wherever this awful tempest passed, it produced unprecedented and marvelous effects, but these were more especially experienced near the castle of St. Casciano, about 8 miles from Florence, upon the hill which separates the valleys of Pisa and Greve. Between this castle and the Borgo St. Andrea, upon the same hill, the tempest passed without touching the latter, and in the former only threw down some of the battlements and the chimneys of a few houses. But in the space between them, it leveled many buildings quite to the ground. The roofs of the churches of St. Martin at Bagnolo and Santa Maria della Pace were carried more than a mile unbroken as when upon their respective edifices. A muleteer and his beasts were driven from the road into the adjoining valley and found dead. All the large oaks and lofty trees which could not bend beneath its influence were not only stripped of their branches, but borne to a great distance from the places where they grew. And when the tempest had passed over and daylight made the desolation visible, the inhabitants were transfixed with dismay. The country had lost all its habitable character, churches and dwellings were laid in heaps. Nothing was heard but the lamentations of those whose possessions had perished, or whose cattle or friends were buried beneath the ruins. And all who witnessed the scene were filled with anguish or compassion. It was doubtless the design of the Omnipotent rather to threaten Tuscany than to chastise her. For had the hurricane been directed over the city, filled with houses and inhabitants, instead of proceeding among oaks and elms, or small and thinly scattered dwellings, it would have been such a scourge as the mind, with all its ideas of horror, could not have conceived. But the Almighty desired that this slight example should suffice to recall the minds of men to a knowledge of himself and of his power. To return to our history, King Alfonso was dissatisfied with the peace, and as the war which he had unnecessarily caused Jacopo Piccinino to make against the Siennese, had produced no important result, he resolved to try what could be done against those whom the conditions of the league permitted him to attack. He therefore, in the year 1456, assailed the Genoese, both by sea and by land, designing to deprive the Fregosi of the government and restore the Adorni. At the same time, he ordered Jacopo Piccinino to cross the Tronto and attack Gismondo Malatesti, who, having fortified his territory, did not concern himself, and this part of the king's enterprise produced no effect. But his proceedings against Genoa occasioned more wars against himself and his kingdom than he could have wished. Piero Fregoso was then Doge of Genoa, and doubting his ability to sustain the attack of the king, he determined to give what he could not hold to someone who might defend it against his enemies in hope that at a future period he should obtain a return for the benefit conferred. He therefore sent ambassadors to Charles VII of France and offered him the government of Genoa. Charles accepted the offer and sent John of Anjou, the son of King René, who had a short time previously left Florence and returned to France, to take possession with the idea that he, having learned the manners and customs of Italy, would be able to govern the city, and also that this might give him an opportunity of undertaking the conquest of Naples, of which René, John's father, had been deprived by Alfonso. John therefore proceeded to Genoa, where he was received as prince, and the fortresses both of the city and the government given up to him. This annoyed Alfonso with the fear that he had brought upon himself too powerful an enemy. He was not, however, dismayed, but pursued his enterprise vigorously, and had led his fleet to Porto below Villamarina, when he died after a sudden illness, and thus John and the Genoese were relieved from the war. Ferrando, who succeeded to the kingdom of his father Alfonso, became alarmed at having so powerful an enemy in Italy, and was doubtful of the disposition of many of his barons, who, being desirous of change, he feared would take part with the French. He was also apprehensive of the Pope, whose ambition he well knew, and who, seeing him new in the government, might design to take it from him. He had no hope except from the Duke of Milan, who entertained no less anxiety concerning the affairs of the kingdom than Ferrando, for he feared that if the French were to obtain it, they would endeavor to annex his own dominions, which he knew they considered to be rightfully their own. He therefore, soon after the death of Alfonso, sent letters and forces to Ferrando, the latter to give him aid and influence, the former to encourage him with an intimation that he would not, under any circumstances, forsake him. The pontiff intended after the death of Alfonso to give the kingdom of Naples to his nephew Piero Lodovico Borgia, and to furnish a decent pretext for his design and obtain the concurrence of the powers of Italy in its favor, he signified a wish to restore that realm to the dominion of the Church of Rome, and therefore persuaded the Duke not to assist Ferrando. But in the midst of these views and opening enterprises, Calixtus died, and Pius, son of Sienese origin, of the family of the Piccolomini, and by name Ananias, succeeded to the pontificate. This pontiff, free from the ties of private interest, having no object but to benefit Christendom and honor the Church, at the Duke's entreaty crowned Ferrando king of Naples, judging it easier to establish peace if the kingdom remained in the hands which at present held it, than if he were to favor the views of the French, or, as Calixtus purposed, take it for himself. Ferrando, in acknowledgment of the benefit, created Antonio, one of the Pope's nephews, Prince of Malfi, gave him an illegitimate daughter of his own in marriage, and restored Benevento and Terracina to the Church. It thus appeared that the internal dissensions of Italy might be quelled, and the pontiff prepared to induce the powers of Christendom to unite in an enterprise against the Turks, as Calixtus had previously designed, when differences arose between the Fregosi and John of Anjou, the Lord of Genoa, which occasioned greater and more important wars than those recently concluded. Pietrino Fregoso was at his castle of Riviera, and thought he had not been rewarded by John in proportion to his family's merits, for it was by their means the latter had become prince of the city. This impression drove the parties into open enmity, a circumstance gratifying to Ferrando, who saw in it relief from his troubles, and the sole means of procuring his safety. He therefore assisted Pietrino with money and men, trusting to drive John out of the Genoese territory. The latter, being aware of his design, sent for aid to France, and, on obtaining it, attacked Pietrino, who through his numerous friends entertained the strongest assurance of success, so that John was compelled to keep within the city, into which Pietrino, having entered by night, took possession of some parts of it. But upon the return of day, his people were all either slain or made prisoners by John's troops, and he himself was found among the dead. This victory gave John hopes of recovering the kingdom, and in October 1459 he sailed thither from Genoa with a powerful fleet and landed at Baia, whence he proceeded to Sessa, by the Duke of which place he was favorably received. The Prince of Taranto, the Aquilani, with several cities and other princes, also joined him, so that a great part of the kingdom fell into his hands. On this, Ferrando applied for assistance to the Pope and the Duke of Milan. To diminish the number of his enemies, made peace with Gismondo Malatesti, which gave so much offense to Jacopo Piccinino, the hereditary enemy of Gismondo, that he resigned his command under Ferrando and joined his rival. Ferrando also sent money to Federigo, Lord of Urbino, and collected with all possible speed what was in those times considered a tolerable army, which, meeting the enemy upon the river Sani, an engagement ensued in which Ferrando was routed, and many of his principal officers taken. After this defeat, the city of Naples alone, with a few smaller places and princes of inferior note, adhered to Ferrando, the greater part having submitted to John. Jacopo Piccinino, after the victory, advised an immediate march upon Naples, but John declined this, saying he would first reduce the remainder of the kingdom and then attack the seat of government. This resolution occasioned the failure of his enterprise, for he did not consider how much more easily the members follow the head than the head the members. After his defeat, Ferrando took refuge in Naples, whither the scattered remnants of his people followed him, and by soliciting his friends, he obtained money and a small force. He sent again for assistance to the Pope and the Duke, by both of whom he was supplied more liberally and speedily than before, for they began to entertain most serious apprehensions of his losing the kingdom. His hopes were thus revived, and marching from Naples, he regained his reputation in his dominions, and soon obtained the places of which he had been deprived. While the war was proceeding in the kingdom, a circumstance occurred by which John of Anjou lost his influence, and all chance of success in the enterprise. The Genoese had become so weary of the haughty and avaricious dominion of the French that they took arms against the viceroy and compelled him to seek refuge in the Castelletto. The Fregosi and the Adorni united in the enterprise against him, and were assisted with money and troops by the Duke of Milan, both for the recovery and preservation of the government. At the same time, King René, coming with a fleet to the assistance of his son, and hoping to recover Genoa by means of the Castelletto, upon landing his forces was so completely routed that he was compelled to return in disgrace to Provence. When the news of his father's defeat reached Naples, John was greatly alarmed, but continued the war for a time by the assistance of those barons, who, being rebels, knew they would obtain no terms from Ferrando. At length, after various trifling occurrences, the two royal armies came to an engagement, in which John was routed near Troia in the year 1463. He was, however, less injured by his defeat than by the desertion of Jacopo Piccinino, who joined Ferrando, and being abandoned by his troops, he was compelled to take refuge in Istria, and thence withdrew to France. This war continued 4 years. John's failure was attributable to negligence, for victory was often within his grasp, but he did not take proper means to secure it. The Florentines took no decisive part in this war. John, King of Aragon, who succeeded upon the death of Alfonso, sent ambassadors to request their assistance for his nephew Ferrando, in compliance with the terms of the treaty recently made with his father Alfonso. The Florentines replied that they were under no obligation, that they did not think proper to assist the son in a war commenced by the father with his own forces, and that as it was begun without either their counsel or knowledge, it must be continued and concluded without their help. The ambassadors affirmed the engagement to be binding on the Florentines, and themselves to be answerable for the event of the war, and then in great anger left the city. Thus, with regard to external affairs, The Florentines continued tranquil during this war, but the case was otherwise with their domestic concerns, as will be particularly shown in the following book.